I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, Follow me and insult the devil. It's useless. It's too late, the big willow tree said slowly, looking very strenuous. It seems that you have been driven insane by this demon god. Since you want to surrender, why not curse it viciously, Zhang Ming said. The big willow tree was a little confused, and his mind couldn't turn around. What's the point of insulting? The demon god won't lose a piece of meat. Are you proficient in the power of curse? But even if you are proficient in curse, you can't hurt the demon god, Zhang Ming snorted coldly. Of course it's useful. I'll teach you how to curse, he brooded for a moment. Usually, it's a relative's name, plus a certain organ, to form a certain verb, and then it can form a curse word. For example, dusk. You really grew up with your mother's toenails, Zhang Ming cursed viciously. The radiation of the demon god's power caused his whole body to be deformed and extremely painful. So he cursed while cleaning up the anchors. The big willow tree repeated it and began to curse crazily, getting louder and louder. Jia Huangjin and Yan Yang, who were eavesdropping on the communicator, couldn't help but be stunned when they heard these indecent words. Moreover, the obscene words became louder and louder, almost overwhelming, as if they were going to cover the whole world. Lord Yan Yang, what should I do? My old brother has been driven crazy by the devil, Jia Huangjin wailed miserably. Yan Yang was silent. In his long life as a dragon, this was the first time he heard such vicious curses. He felt that his quality needed to be lowered. After a long while, Yan Yang finally took a breath. Don't worry. I'm not crazy yet. This way of cursing seems to be logical. How is it? Is cursing useful? It seems to be a little useful and refreshing. The big willow tree trembled. But even if I clean up these anchors, I can't suppress it. I have made a big mistake, and I can only apologize with my death. If you want to apologize with your death, you have to find an heir first, Zhang Ming said lightly, and I don't even know what the cause of the matter is. Obviously, insulting the enemy, coupled with the cleaning of these anchor lines, did work. Its mental state obviously improved, and it began to speak fluently. The power of dusk was rapidly weakened. The big willow tree seemed to recall the past, and spoke inexplicably to itself. My master is a top-level warrior who is as powerful as a tiger. He chased the demon god, Dusk, and fought to the ends of the earth. There are two rivers, the Yellow River and the Wei River, in the north. He can drink all the water of the two rivers in one breath. The battle between this top-level warrior and the demon god, Dusk, lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. In the end, he was defeated by Dusk, and died in a place called Bedeyes. The demon god named Dusk was completely sealed after this battle. The walking stick in the hand of this god turned into a forest, guarding this seal. This story. Zhang Ming hesitated, thinking of some mythological story. In the end, he suppressed the desire to interrupt and let the big willow tree speak freely. I am the walking stick in his hand, the big willow tree said in a vicissitudes voice. After many years, a strong man named Zhang told me that the old world was about to be destroyed and invited me to come to this new world. While suppressing the devil, he was able to protect a brand new land. Zhang is indeed a hero with great ideals and noble moral qualities. I was so quiet that I wanted to move, and I was moved by him. I happily went there and settled down in a small village. The villagers here are simple and virtuous. The roads are connected, the chickens and dogs can hear each other, and the yellow eye didn't care about the affairs of the village. I just focused on suppressing the demon. But the villagers always called me Old Tree God. During festivals, the whole village worshipped me. Over time, I was named Old Tree God. My first life was peaceful. I didn't care about anything. I was just an ordinary big willow tree, guarding the demon. Then I reached the end of my life, and my first life was gone. Zhang Ming was surprised. This old tree spirit was dead? But if you think about it carefully, it's normal. This old tree spirit is just a crutch in the hands of the strongest god. Even if there are incense offerings from the villagers, it is impossible to suppress the demon like Dusk forever. Miss Hulu said in Zhang Ming's mind, the offensiveness of the demon, Dusk, is obviously more than one level stronger than the demon, Mo. So if you want to suppress it by force, you must pay a price. In order to continue the seal, the big willow tree must have thought of some way, or found a successor, or found some way to prolong life. Does it cost to suppress the great guard demon god? Old Zhang couldn't help teasing her. The guard demon god is not aggressive, and it doesn't cost anything to suppress it. As expected, it said, in the last 5 or 6 years of my first life, I found a simple and qualified boy and taught him as an apprentice. Let the boy's soul integrate into the big willow tree. Inherit all the memories of my first life, and become the new old tree god. So, this became my second life. Zhang Ming was surprised by this magical method, which seemed to be a feasible method. However, this method seemed a bit weird. Memory is an important part of an intelligent creature. Whether it is emotion or personality, memory is needed as a support. No matter how short-lived a big willow tree is, it should have lived for thousands of years. Thousands of years of memory were infused into the soul of a teenage boy. Even if the boy's talent is outstanding, wouldn't his personality be directly replaced by a big willow tree? But there is no other way. In order to suppress the demon god, Dusk, this countermeasure can only be taken. That boy is my second life. After the soul is replaced, I don't know whether I am still myself, and there is no need to worry about it. Anyway, I am the current me. In my second life, I will perform my duties conscientiously and suppress the demon god, Dusk. At the same time, I will watch over the surrounding villages. Just a little breath can reduce a lot of natural disasters. However, in my second life, I am lonely and helpless. My parents died early, and I only have a married sister. I watched her grow up, and after she got married, I gave up everything and became an old tree god. After I disappeared mysteriously, my sister suddenly had no family. I have no one to rely on, and she can't give birth to a son, and her husband's family doesn't treat her well, and I have the ability to make my sister's situation better. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. What should I do? Zhang Ming snorted and couldn't help but said. Since you are here to become a big willow tree and seal the demon god, you shouldn't be too involved in the affairs of the world. It's better to be like the first life, quiet and in action, saving all living beings, instead of distracting your attention to your family. In your second life, you take special care of your sister. There are so many troubles in a person's life. Can you solve them all? Hulu said. Mr. Zhang, you can't ask others to be perfect saints. You can't ask others to do things that you can't do yourself. Okay, your Hulu sister has been bullied. I will definitely help you fight back. Zhang Ming thought about it and could only let it go. It's really easy to ask others to be noble. There are too many such people on the internet. But if you can't do those noble things, you have no right to ask others. In the first life, the essence was a big willow tree, and with the influence of the most powerful god, he was absolutely first class in terms of concentration. In the second life, it was the soul of a little boy, carefully selected, and there was indeed a little change between the two. Although the big willow tree had complete memories injected, the little boy still missed the past family affection, which was understandable. I only dared to protect my sister, and I didn't dare to do other things, the big willow tree regretted. I just used some very simple means to make her vitality vigorous and safely give birth to several sons, that's all. It's really just that, in this era, having children, especially sons, is still very important. The more children you have, the lower the risk in the future. In addition, with the existence of the virtual holy object, the probability of unfilial descendants is not high. So having children is a very cost-effective investment. However, this is already a deep crack for the big willow tree. Because this memory will be inherited. This memory will be passed down to future generations forever. Although the original intention is good, how many things in the world have bad original intentions? In the second life, these memories of the little boy were inherited to the third life. In my second life, I performed my duties conscientiously. I really just protected my sister and let her have more children so that she would not be bullied by her husband's family. I only did this, a small thing. When my soul was about to fail, I found the third life, a simple child. The selection of heirs is very strict. There are so many villages around with qualifications and character, and it is difficult to select a few qualified candidates. In the second life, he originally wanted to choose a fatherless and motherless star, but he really couldn't choose one. In the last few years, he could only choose a child from a wealthy family, and then started the third life. My family in my second life was not happy. After self-analysis, I thought there were some problems with my character. So I simply chose a third life with a happy family. Do you think this is a good choice? In my third life, I have inherited all the memories of my first two lives. My parents are healthy, and my brothers and sisters are harmonious. I can be considered a happy person. My family doesn't need my help, but I turned into a big willow tree, which is the same as disappearing from the face of the earth, seeing my family missing me, thinking about me day and night, looking haggard, and looking for me everywhere. What do you think I should do? Zhang Ming opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. The big willow tree regretted, I should have cut off the worldly affairs and not cared about anything. I must suppress the demon god, Dusk. This is my mission, but my relatives miss me every day and look for my traces. Even before leaving, I told them that I was going to seek the truth in the distant place and would never come back in my life, but they didn't believe it and kept looking for it day after day, year after year. Zhang Ming understood that this was a typical moral decline problem. Of course, it can't be considered a moral problem. In fact, the moral standards of the big willow tree in the second and third lives were still very high. They could dedicate their lives to seal the demon god. But in the memory of the third life, the second life had done similar things. Since he had taken care of his relatives in the past, why didn't he take care of them in this life? This situation is equivalent to a flat land. If it is clean and tidy, without any dust, then no one will rashly throw garbage on the flat land. If there is already garbage on the ground, then people will tend to think that it is okay to throw garbage here. If there is more garbage, there will be less psychological burden to throw it. A gap was opened, and the next step was logical. I also know that this is wrong, but what should I do when I see my parents crying and looking for me every day? Should I also take care of my parents? Should I send them a dream to make them stop looking? The big willow tree sighed. Or let them be healthy and happy for the rest of their lives, and the demon god, Dusk, is so terrifying. As a spiritual demon god, it is omnipresent. Once there is mental internal consumption and a flaw in the mind, the big willow tree can no longer suppress this demon god. In the third life, taking care of relatives is still a bit of a psychological burden, and it is still done in secret. But after taking care of them, they eventually developed a large family. The big willow tree is a divine object left by a super strong man, with extraordinary power. In this weird environment, isn't it easy to support an ordinary family? Under this memory inheritance, taking care of relatives in the fourth life is already a matter of course, and there is no need to do it in secret, and there is no psychological burden. After all, some things have already happened, and there is nothing to regret. In my fourth life, the title of the old tree god has finally been made public. Countless lives surround me and hold grand sacrificial ceremonies. At the end of every year, there will be guests from afar who come to worship me. Facing this scene, I am extremely happy, as if floating on the top of the clouds. I have been diligently guarding this piece of land and fighting against the devil. I think these honors are what I deserve. If someone admires me, I will be happy in my heart, and if someone slanders me, I will be unhappy in my heart. However, Zhang Ming, who was listening, felt a chill in his heart. This impetuous psychological state is contradictory to the state of the big willow tree at the beginning. After all, the first generation of the big willow tree is just a tree. It does not need any glory or praise from mortals. It just suppresses the devil diligently and fulfills its duties. But now the soul originally comes from mortals, has various emotions, enjoys the praise of mortals, and its vanity is expanding. This spiritual mismatch has caused the divine power left by the big willow tree to be unable to be perfectly controlled. The task of suppressing the devil has also become more and more difficult. Zhang Ming was horrified when he heard this. He could vaguely foresee what happened next. He couldn't help but ask, can't you delete some memories and then pass them on to the next life? If you pick a person with good moral character and only pass on the memories of the first life, wouldn't it be less troublesome? How could this be possible? The big willow tree smiled bitterly and said, as a spiritual demon god, the demon god, Dusk, needs to use memories as bargaining chips to seal it. This is very difficult and requires various techniques. If even the memory is not complete, how can it be suppressed? Mr. Zhang, memory is indeed very precious. Look, don't I also guard your memory library? If you lose a piece of your memory, your mental strength and willpower will also drop significantly. Okay, Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. Then the situation began to deteriorate rapidly. The big willow tree had internal mental consumption and could only pay more vitality to suppress the demon god. On the other hand, it enjoyed the flattery and vanity from mortals. This feeling made it unable to stop, just like taking drugs, it couldn't stop at all. In this vicious cycle, its life is getting shorter and shorter. In the past, even ordinary souls could live for 100 or 200 years, but now they can only live for a few decades. This means that it needs to find its successor faster and start the next life. Many things in the world are like this. The more sophisticated, the easier it is to make mistakes. This kind of inheritance passed down from generation to generation is opening faster and faster. How can there be no mistakes? Because of the blessing of the old tree god, the local population has increased rapidly, and the reputation of the old tree god has spread further. No wonder, even Guo Daz, who has heard of this magical big willow tree, Zhang Ming murmured. The third, fourth, and fifth generations of the big willow tree gave birth to several large families. When the population is large, there will always be a mixed bag. It is naturally impossible to keep the secret completely, and some big mouths in the family spread the matter. Over time, the story of the reincarnation of the big willow tree was spread by various rumors, and it became mysterious. It is said that every 100 years, the big willow tree will be reincarnated again, and the family that is lucky enough to be chosen by the big willow tree will be extremely rich. So, the saying of reincarnated spirit boy appeared in the town. My fifth life was surprised to find that there was no such simple child willing to devote his life within 100 miles. Why? Because the big willow tree is too famous. The saying of reincarnated spirit boy has also spread far and wide. Every child knows that as long as he becomes a reincarnated spirit boy, he can protect the whole family from becoming prosperous. Several examples have been put in front of us. Who doesn't want to become the fourth or fifth family to be made rich by the tree god? Once the local indigenous civilization recognizes this, there will be no more simple children. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. The emergence of this situation is undoubtedly worse. However, what has happened cannot be changed. There is no such kind of particularly simple child to devote his life, and the fifth life is about to die. What should I do? The fifth generation still had some moral integrity. Knowing that the loophole was getting bigger and bigger, he could only bite the bullet and choose a child with the best moral character to become the sixth generation. Anyway, it tried its best in the fifth generation, and the next important task could only be handed over to the sixth generation. The vanity memory left by the fifth generation was naturally inherited by the sixth generation. Since you all made a show before, why don't I make a show in the sixth generation? Since you all took care of your relatives, why can't I take care of my relatives? Who doesn't love vanity, who is willing to suppress the demons without saying a word, and work diligently until death? As a result, the people in the town became even more fanatical, because the saying of reincarnated spirit child was truly confirmed. The big willow tree will really reincarnate. However, with the destruction of the spiritual world, the lifespan of the sixth generation has been shortened to only 30 years, and a new child must be selected to start the seventh generation. 30 years of life is too short. In the sixth generation, the fear of death was generated for the first time. This trace of fear, which is irreparable, once again became a spiritual loophole, and like a snowball, it rolled bigger and bigger. It's not that easy to suppress the demon. It's like walking on thin ice. Any loophole will be caught. So you started to absorb the vitality of the surroundings. This is the only way. Anyway, there are so many living beings around. Since I am protecting their lives and safety, why not absorb a little vitality? I am doing this to seal the demon, not for myself. The lifespan you have reduced is not much, it won't affect anything. Zhang Ming sneered, your moral bottom line is getting lower and lower. What generation are you now? It's not the sixth generation, right? Of course not. No matter how much vitality you absorb, you will still die. I am now the 12th generation, and the memories of mortals have long polluted the mind. The big willow tree laughed bitterly. I have also been penetrated by the power of dusk, and made a big mistake. Even if you work hard to remove the surface anchor, dusk may come back at any time, because I am already its anchor. In the sea of demons, there should also be a dusk disaster. I am like a springboard for the power of the demon god. It may come back at any time, it's useless, everything is too late, killing me is the current correct solution. Killing me, maybe the dusk disaster in the sea of demons will be alleviated a little, the big willow tree sighed. This is a guardian and a fallen one. In its life after life, it had a strong heart and noble morals, but it raised long self-questions and finally dissolved in the heavy gravity of reality. It had indeed fallen. The once prosperous town was completely killed by it, and there were no living people. However, Zhang Ming did not act immediately. Because he did not know whether cutting down this big willow tree would lead to a worse result. This guy now wanted to seek a way out. But if it really died, maybe the demon god, Dusk, would immediately occupy its body and free it. This is an unbearable burden. After all, if Zhang Ming really met the demon god, he would not be able to win. Facing the demon god directly, I can only run away even if I drive a Gundam. More likely, it wants to die now. It is the nonsense it speaks when it is unconscious, and it is the result of the demon god's guidance. Don't be fooled, Miss Hulu said in his mind. Then what should I do? I can't leave it alone. This guy is obviously dying and won't live for too long. I can't just kill it. Zhang Ming was very embarrassed. Why did he encounter such a bad thing? Or should we find the mountain carrying toward us? It is the main person in charge of this area. Suddenly, Zhang Ming's mind moved, and he sensed something on the steamship, and there was a subtle sense of energy. He frowned slightly, returned to the ship, and saw the broken wood given by the dear man, which was shining with a big willow tree. This wood may be a part of the walking stick left by the god back then, Zhang Ming guessed in his heart. No wonder those dear people escaped. It's not that he was lucky and picked up this wood for nothing, but only the race carrying this wood can get rid of the life absorption of the big willow tree. He took the broken wood to the big willow tree. The big willow tree felt the will of the strong man in the broken wood, trembled violently, and the long-lost memory was reviving. Suddenly, a small ball of light appeared from the broken wood and floated in front of Zhang Ming. Take it away. The branches of the big willow tree fluttered in the breeze. Take it away quickly. Zhang Ming didn't understand why. Fortunately, this was something left by the god, not the devil, Dusk, so he was not so afraid. Just as he touched the small ball of light with his hand, a mysterious memory suddenly flooded into his mind. In the wilderness of the north, there is a magical world called Huangshin Haotu Realm. This realm is full of majestic and towering floating mountains. On the largest floating mountain, there lives a group of giants with infinite power. There is a natural strong man, the grandson of the god of the underworld Haotu, the son of Xin, named Bofu, who is 10,000 feet tall, with eyes like meteors, tiger body, ape arms, leopard belly and wolf waist. Even if it is just an illusion, Zhang Ming can feel the extraordinary power of this strong man. This Bofu's innate racial value seems to be more powerful than Liu Mang, but he doesn't have a demon-level helper. Do you think Dusk is more powerful or 10,000 eyes is more powerful? The Secretary General quickly replied, Dusk is more powerful because it has no particularly obvious weaknesses, while 10,000 eyes has obvious rule loopholes, although the rules of 10,000 eyes are also very domineering. From the defensive level, it is obvious that Dusk is better. That makes sense. So is the guard more powerful or Dusk more powerful? The Secretary General said angrily. The guard is not powerful, but it is not easy to die. Zhang Ming couldn't help but be amused by her. At that time, the land was desolate, poisonous snakes and beasts were rampant, and the tribesmen lived a miserable life. In order to enable the tribesmen of this tribe to live a better life, Bofu led everyone to fight against floods and beasts every day. He often hung the ferocious giant snakes he caught on his 2 ears as decorations, holding a green snake in his right hand and a yellow snake in his left hand. After a long battle, he even experienced 3 forms of beast, human, and god. On this day, the demon god, Dusk, suddenly descended. Under the shining golden sunlight, crops withered, trees were scorched, and even the tribesmen became mentally abnormal, slowly melting into the dazzling dusk and becoming a pool of bright red blood. Chapter 502, Method of Hunting Demon God. You deserve to die. This strong man with a magnificent figure, brown skin, and long black hair took a step and began his journey to chase the sun from the direction where the sun rises. This memory does not seem to be from the cane, nor from Kufu or Bofu, but from a third person. Zhang Ming looked at this vague memory scene and felt that he was reading a prehistoric painting. Although this strong man has reached the true eternal level, he is still no match for the demon god, Dusk. The wind rose and the clouds flew. The strong man caught up with the sun with great momentum and fought with it. The infinite light was burning, the suspended mountain was constantly collapsing, and the violent disorder of rules formed a series of strong winds. Dusk was extremely hot, but after fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, this god was defeated, and the 2 divine snakes in his hands turned into ashes. He himself fell heavily from the sky, the earth cracked, and even part of the cane in his hand turned into charcoal. This piece of charcoal turned into the broken wood in Zhang Ming's hand. You deserve to die. Bofu struggled to get up from the ground and hugged the sun with his rough hands. But the difference in strength could not be reversed by subjective will. He fell from a high altitude again and was burned all over his body. This time he was seriously injured, his internal organs were greatly impacted, and even his mind became blurred. Bofu lay on the cracked ground, thinking of his people who turned into a trace of blood in the dusk, so he strengthened his will and climbed up again. You deserve to die, he cut his arm and sprayed his blood on, dusk, with all his strength. A trace of bloody red appeared on the golden sun. As a bystander, Zhang Ming felt sympathetic and dry mouth. The wars in the old mythological era were very simple, without so many fancy scenes, and did not pay attention to the so-called rules. Things like technology did not exist. The strong at that time fought completely through innate instinct. But this instinct is indeed effective. After being stained with the bright red blood of the gods, Dusk seemed to show signs of weakness and actually escaped again. The god took a short break and felt that his blood was almost dry. With a dry mouth, he really drank all the water from the Yellow River and the Wei River, and stumbled towards the direction where Dusk left. After all, he is not the opponent of Dusk. To be able to do this, he is indeed a strong man comparable to 6 blinds, Zhang Ming judged, but his opponent is too strong, even the Eternal One can't do it. A voice also said, your fighting method is still difficult to defeat, Dusk. In the end, beyond the distant horizon, the earth cracked, the river dried up, and a small black dot appeared. Compared with the eternal level, the Bofu who was 10,000 feet high, this small black dot was as small as an ant, but its power was quite terrifying. This small black dot is the owner of this memory. It killed my people and exterminated the vitality of this world. It is a great hatred and irreconcilable. If I don't fight to the death, I'm afraid I won't have any chance. The strong man whose god blood was almost clean, had a firm look in his eyes. He was not afraid of death. Even though he was weak at the moment, this was his only chance. He had to catch up as soon as possible. If Dusk eliminated the divine blood he sprayed, this tiny chance would be gone. It doesn't matter who I am. I only know that you can't defeat Dusk, and you've wasted your life. Even if you can't defeat it, you have to fight it. The heaven and earth realm is dead. If you let it run away, it will be even more devastating. Let me be buried here for the rest of my life. Bofu, whose skin was cracked, bones were broken, and even his blood had dried up, took another step to chase. Such a warrior is rare in the world. The voice said sincerely, perhaps, you should change your target. Your power cannot kill it, but it can seal it. How about letting your cane be the gravikeeper and guard this seal? Bo's father was not a fool. After thinking for a moment, he thought that this was indeed possible. Although my cane is magical, I am afraid that it cannot last forever in the face of the corruption of such a demon god. The voice said, there are talents in every generation. If future generations cannot think of a better way after so many years, they deserve to be extinct. Bo's father laughed. That's true. Well, I am not strong enough to kill Dusk, so I can only seal it. There will always be future generations who can solve this problem. This cane is handed over to you. He strode forward and once again caught up with the sun polluted by the red blood of the gods. Now, without a weapon, he can only fight with his body. The blood rain in the void turned into colorful light. Bo's father actually rushed into the golden sun in his body, blood splashed in the sky, and turned into a ball of ashes. The golden sun was surrounded by this ball of ashes, and it actually dimmed. Finally, it continued to collapse and turned into a flame slightly larger than a thumb. However, this small flame was extremely powerful and could never be extinguished. Even if there was another Bofu, it would not work. This was a qualitative change level of power, and there was no way to solve it. Zhang Ming was shocked. This strongest man died in battle so elegantly, without any hesitation, and even without a last word. He directly chose to believe in the wisdom of future generations. He couldn't help but sigh. This is the diversity of the world. There are people who are afraid of death, and there are people who sacrifice themselves generously. It's just a pity that in the war-torn era, those who are afraid of death are more likely to survive. As for the wisdom of future generations don't seem to have wisdom. What should I do? Zhang Ming couldn't help shaking twice. The mysterious illusion continued. The strong man who suggested that Bofu seal Dusk stepped forward quickly and ramped the flame with the remaining ashes. Then, he used this powerful and spiritual crutch to completely suppress it. His eyes seemed to penetrate the long river of time and saw Zhang Ming's figure. He seemed to be talking to himself, as if he was telling future generations, the ashes and crutches left by this father are mysterious and infinite, but they can suppress it for a while. but not for a lifetime. Over time, this crutches have become another incarnation of dusk, used by dusk, so it will definitely break free. Later generations, have you thought of a better way? Zhang Ming answered honestly, no, this is his last drop of divine blood, the final essence, delivered to you. Have you thought of a better way? Use this drop of blood well. Zhang Ming was very honest. There is no way, big brother, you should have thought of it, right? You must have thought of it. Right. The strong man looked at Zhang Ming with star-like eyes and kept repeating, think about it carefully, even I have thought of a way, you will not fail to think of it. Zhang Ming was stunned. Really not, big brother, please explain it clearly. My brain is not good. Zhang Ming's consciousness was ejected from the illusion. He held his breath quietly. At some point, a drop of hot blood appeared in his hand, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. The rules of this drop of divine blood have long been restrained, and it looks like a drop of blood from an ordinary creature, but only Zhang Ming, who holds it in his hand, can glimpse the once terrifying mythical war from this drop of blood. Silent, only silence. Although he should not be blamed for this matter, he is also one of the later generations. What can I do? It's inexplicable. Zhang Ming reached into the sack and put the drop of divine blood in a small box made of irregular materials. He thought to himself, under this big willow tree is the body of dusk, that little flame. If I cut down the big willow tree, it will be meaningless. What's the point of the producer of memory giving me this drop of divine blood? Temporarily reinforce the seal and stabilize it for a few years. It always feels that it's not that simple. Because the other strong man in the illusion is Zhang, who merged himself into this world and created the Zhang world. The divine blood he left behind on purpose may be for a special purpose. If it is just to strengthen the seal for a few years and pass it across thousands or tens of thousands of years, it would be too simple to leave the divine blood in such a corner. He should have another purpose, an indescribable and unspeakable purpose. Miss Hulu's voice sounded in my mind. Otherwise, he could leave this big willow tree in the old mythological era, and there is no need to transplant it to the Zhang world. That's true. In that era, if the seal was really broken, wouldn't it be good to leave the big willow tree in the old mythological era? Anyway, even if the demon god revived, it was only in the old mythological era. But some things are really unspeakable. Once they are spoken, things will change. Just like the big willow tree selecting spiritual children, before it was spread, it could select children with simple personalities and kind hearts. Once this matter spread, it directly changed its nature, and it would no longer be possible to select qualified spiritual children. So, what are the things that can only be understood but not talked about? You said this in my memory library, it should be okay, just tell me, Zhang Ming said. I don't know if there will be any problems. If you really want me to analyze it, I will analyze it and then delete my memory. Well, I think that Zhang wants future generations to hunt the demon god, which is worthy of his purpose and planning. This is like thunder. Zhang Ming remained calm on the surface, but he was actually very suspicious. How to hunt, Hulu said. The power of the demon god, Dusk, has been highly concentrated in this big willow tree after thousands or even tens of thousands of years of infiltration. For Dusk, it is very likely that it wants to abandon its original small flame body and slowly replace its body with this big willow tree. Zhang Ming understood and praised. Smart, Hulu sister. Dusk's original body was contaminated by the divine blood and ashes of the strongest man Bofu. This kind of pollution cannot be easily gotten rid of. Of course, for the demon god, the most important thing is the rules, and the body is not too important. Just like the time-space worm, the original body died, and the new body is not as old Zhang. It is normal to change a body. So what is the new body? Since the big willow tree suppressed Dusk, it is normal to choose the big willow tree to take over the body. After all, the power of this big willow tree is extraordinary, and it is also a good target for taking over the body. Through this slow body replacement, it is predictable for a strong man like Zhang to escape the seal, so he believes that there will be an opportunity to hunt the demon god. Zhang Ming suddenly realized, at this moment, the power left by Bo's father has not been exhausted, and this replacement has not been completed. If we destroy the big willow tree, Dusk will die without a body. No, you are wrong. This replacement has been completed 80% to 90%. If my guess comes true, the moment you kill the big willow tree, you will suffer Dusk's desperate death, and you can't withstand this counterattack. Then the opportunity has disappeared. We are too late. Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel depressed. No, it's not too late. Don't limit your thinking to hunting the dusk demon. Zhang Ming pondered, and gradually, an idea came to his mind. The demon's rules are unique. Now, part of the rules have been transferred. If the big willow tree is destroyed, it is equivalent to part of the dusk rules turning into dust. This is an unbearable burden for the demon, and it consumes a huge amount of energy to repair it. So what you mean is that if any demon attacks the main body of the big willow tree, dusk will rush up and fight back desperately, so it will turn into a dog-eat-dog fight between the demons, right? This thing is a super bomb. Whoever dares to provoke it, it will do it. Is that right? Zhang Ming felt his head slightly hot. His little secretary was so smart that he immediately analyzed a plan that Zhang had planned for so many years. Moreover, this plan is really exciting. He picked up a good treasure, that's right, but it's not enough. The drop of divine blood you got should be useful. It may be a special trigger. As long as a drop of divine blood is dropped into the big willow tree, the demon god, Dusk, can mistakenly believe that the enemy from the past has come back, and the counterattack can reach the maximum strength. Of course, the above is my speculation, which may not be accurate. Can you kill your elder sister with a super bomb? Hulu replied, obviously, it is still a lot worse. From the hallucination just now, I think that the demon god, Dusk, is still a level lower than Suyin. Even the strongest form of attack cannot kill Suyin directly. The sudden attack may put Suyin in a state of mental confusion for a short time, but it is still unrealistic to want to kill it all in one battle. Your elder sister is so awesome that she deserves to be a demon god close to the ultimate. Zhang Ming changed the subject. However, the demon god Hulu is my favorite demon god. If both demon gods are willing to marry me as my wife, and let me choose one of the two, the result of choosing 10,000 times is don't tell me. I'm afraid that you will suddenly give a wrong answer in an indecent way, and I will be very angry. Zhang Ming rolled his eyes, feeling that his conscience was not that bad. The answer was Gore demon god. Why was he so nervous? Would I choose the Suyin demon god? No matter how I thought about it. Impossible. He pondered for a while, and finally sighed slightly, throwing this drop of divine blood on the moon. This killer was obtained by a powerful person who sacrificed himself, so it was very heavy. He must find a suitable time to use it, so as not to disappoint the plan of 10,000 years. But it was like a hot potato. If Dusk really broke free from the seal and completely replaced the big willow tree, the bomb would backfire on himself. What's more terrifying is that the day when the volcano erupted did not seem far away. Therefore, he really didn't know what to do with the big willow tree in front of him. He couldn't kill it or save it, and it was really pitiful. The big willow tree even lost its fighting spirit, and it might not last long. Gord said again, once this plan is widely known, it will no longer work. Don't underestimate the demon's ability to spy. For the sake of being conservative, I will delete this part of my memory and let you alone know about this. Don't discuss related matters with me in the future. If you find an opportunity, you can choose to use it yourself. Well, okay, in the end I have to murder your elder sister alone. You are still a white lotus that is untainted by the mud, and you have become the ultimate demon god in a muddle. How can there be a demon god as lucky as you in the world? Hulu was choked by his teasing tone. No matter from which angle to consider, it is better to delete his own memory. Then, please do your best. Please let me sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor and become a demon god with a good life. Zhang Ming came back to his senses and found that the withered big willow tree was staring at the broken wood in his hand in a strange daze. Perhaps the memory of the first life was reawakened. The big willow tree stared, and suddenly wailed and repented. The purple-red willow branches were floating in the wind. The sound was very miserable. But what's worse is that it is just an intermediary for hunting demon gods. It has become the new host of Dusk, but it doesn't know it yet. Killing it is the best choice. I have made a big mistake. It's not worth dying, the big willow tree murmured. Brother Willow, it's not possible now. You need a successor of the immortal level. Continue to suppress Dusk, and you can die. I think they will come soon. How long can you hold on? Although this sentence is a lie, even if 100 immortals come, they can't solve this kind of thing. But Zhang Ming still said it without blushing or beating his heart. I don't know, the big willow tree said. I must absorb the vitality of the surrounding to maintain a little vitality. Otherwise, I will lose my will in less than half a year. Is it not possible to replace someone? I will help you find someone with good qualifications. Replacing people is actually very cruel. The child who is replaced will not live for a few years under this condition. But since so many sacrifices have been made, it is impossible to give up halfway. As for where to find people, let the fish and divine turtle think of a way. Aren't there many creatures in the burial world? If it doesn't work, find one from the Sea of Demons, let the 1A civilization and the Shangbu civilization find one, and 1 million children with excellent qualifications can be found. Zhang Ming rubbed his temples, and he felt that his heart was getting harder and harder. In the past, he couldn't say such a disgusting plan even if he thought of it, but now he has to compromise with reality. This may be the so-called growth, but it's just helpless. Even if you find a child with good qualifications, it will take about 5 years to train him, and he can't take over immediately. And when the invasion of dusk is deep, there will be a slight flaw, Big Willow said. I'm afraid I can't hold on until then. I should be in my last life. Can the source of the world heal you? What is the source of the world? Big Willow was puzzled. This guy is really an antique, almost never contacting the outside world, and he doesn't even know what the source of the world is. It's the kind of energy commonly used by immortals and eternals. That's useless. Zhang Ming's eyelids jumped twice. Money is indeed not omnipotent. It can't buy life, but as long as there is enough money, you can still think of a way. He turned around, went to the captain's room of the steamship, and restarted the communicator. Sure enough, Jia Huangjin was still waiting anxiously. When he saw Zhang Ming coming back, he was so surprised that he almost jumped up from his seat. He said excitedly, "Brother Zhang, you are resurrected. I said you wouldn't go crazy so easily, haha, what happened?" Zhang Ming said in short, "Don't be nervous, the dusk demon attacked not me, but the big willow tree. It is equivalent to the guardian of the land. Now the big willow tree is dying and can't suppress the demon. You guys pay some money and think of a way." He turned the screen of the communicator and turned it directly to the window. The willow branches were floating everywhere, and the scene of the human head fruit rolling scared Jia Huangjin's face. Damn, what is this? It's scary. This is the way of the burial world. There are strong people everywhere that you don't see at ordinary times. Anyway, you guys think of a way. It is said that the dusk demon has been broadcasting and anchored in the demon sea. If it explodes here, dusk will jump to the demon sea in the next second. At that time, Zhang Ming was quite gloating. It's such a big thing, it's useless to tell me, Jia Huangjin said bitterly. He found that since he took this job, his life was full of fear and he couldn't sleep well for a day. Jia Huangjin connected a channel. Lord Yan Yang, what should we do now? It's good that he is not dead yet, which means that the transaction can continue. I will help you find this willow tree. Yan Yang checked the database of this civilization, and even his identity authority could not find any in-depth information. It is very rare that 1A civilization is completely unaware of the information. The only possibility is that his authority as an immortal is still not enough. That must be the top secret. Yan Yang's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly made a phone call to ask his superiors. Soon, a voice came from the other side of the phone. "Hello, Big Willow Tree, I know. Please tell him to quickly complete the transaction of the immortal quota. We will find a way to let him rest assured." Is that all? Yan Yang was puzzled. "Alice, Big Willow Tree is indeed very important, but we really only have some simple information here and can only record some simple information." The voice on the other side of the phone seemed a little meaningful and deliberately dragged out the sound. Yan Yang frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. There are many old stubborn people with poor brains in the burial realm, and some have even rebelled and been anchored by the demon god. It is difficult for us to invest our strength. Without the strength of an immortal, we may die halfway through delivering something, the voice on the other end of the phone said. Fortunately, I still have some faith in the burial realm. I will ask a few old friends to send some life-saving things so that the big willow tree can survive. That old friend is good at Earth escape and can arrive within half a day. Well, let my old friend test this kid and see how good he is. Send Jia Yeshi as well. The person on the other end of the phone thought about it and thought of many countermeasures. Yan Yang was relieved and relayed it to Jia Huangjin. Jia Huangjin relayed it to Zhang Ming. The 1A civilization is really awesome. They should have invested a lot of strength, Zhang Ming complained in his heart, and then he closed his eyes and rested his mind with peace of mind. The second half of the night was relatively quiet, only the big willow tree made painful sounds from time to time, which sounded creepy. It was like a patient in the late stage of cancer, with cancer cells completely spread, and the life force absorbed from the outside world, which was considered adrenaline. Let it hang on to its last breath. As the sun rose again, the villagers woke up again and found that they were thrown into the space props, and they were all shocked and suspicious. Before he could say anything, Zhang Ming knocked them out again and used the best anesthetic. It's better for you not to know before leaving this area. This matter is too big. Whether it is the local indigenous people or the Xiongba civilization, they are of no use. It is best to let them stay in the space gourd. After being attacked by Dusk, Shimama, who fell into a state of derealization, was muttering to himself, "Let me be alone and quiet, you go away." Zuanwu is such a stupid idiot, Zhang Ming said. What? What did you say? Shimama jumped up and roared angrily. It's good to be alive. Zhang Ming threw the guy into his backpack and let it bask in the sun to recover. Another hour later, Miss Hulu cooked a delicious breakfast, 17 treasures 5 flavors porridge, with a total of 17 kinds of raw materials. Originally, these raw materials could no longer provide attribute points for Zhang Ming, but after her careful cooking, they actually successfully obtained attribute points. The porridge was fragrant, warm and sweet to drink, silky and delicious, and every bite was full of rich layers. Delicious, Zhang Ming couldn't help but exclaim. He suddenly realized that this kind of life was not so bad now. There was food, people to company, and old friends to brag and fart. If he really wandered around the world in the future, it seemed that it was not impossible. As the sun rose, the light was strong, and the life breath of the big willow tree was slightly stronger, and the number of wailing became much less. Another hour later, a cold breath appeared in the west, and the assistance from the 1A civilization arrived. Chapter 503, The Confinement Place of the Demon God, Burial. Zhang Ming stood up and looked to the west. This ominous aura made him feel uncomfortable instinctively. The ground trembled slightly, and a gray, toad-like creature emerged from the soil. Unlike a toad, it actually had a pair of compound eyes similar to those of an insect. The cold compound eyes looked at the big willow tree, emitting a faint luster. From its abdomen, a strange and unpleasant voice came out. It is this willow tree that suppresses the demon god. Now its life is cut off, and it can no longer suppress it, right? This voice reached his ears, producing a burst of mumbling. Yes, what is your name, Senior? Zhang Ming asked politely. Junior, you are very courageous. Just call me Toad. The gray toad introduced himself with a strange laugh. I am the demon anchor. My situation is not much better than this big willow tree. I don't know when I will go insane and eat you. I heard that you are a gigolo. Call your demon wife out for me to see. Zhang Ming always felt that this guy was a little crazy. What was he doing when he looked at other people's wives as soon as he met them? So he laughed at himself and said, I am a gigolo. The demon wife has an unstable temperament. I don't know when she will eat us all. The gray toad laughed loudly. Junior, you are very interesting and courageous. It's not difficult to save the life of this willow tree for a while. If you have the ability, just follow me. My tunnel can be used for earth escape. It jumped into the earth pit with a thump. Zhang Ming was also skilled and courageous. He was not afraid and jumped into the earth pit as well. The feeling of this earth escape is quite strange. The soil is like air, even smoother than air, and the speed of traveling through it is extremely fast. Once he left the tunnel dug by the big toad in front, he was immediately stuck by the surrounding soil. It is said that you can also dig tunnels, is that right? How does your tunnel compare to mine? However, this earth escape has a speed limit. Zhang Ming estimated that the speed of earth escape is about 1,800 kilometers per minute, which is really fast. Of course, digging a tunnel is not that fast. It took the toad a whole night to dig it. My tunnel may be faster than your predecessors, but the consumption may be greater than your predecessors. That's because you don't have enough control over the rules. The toad smiled and said, I dug this tunnel and consumed 1.2 units of the source of the world. The rules of the demon god are not so easy to control, unless you have the brain of a demon god. You should be able to see the direction of the earth veins. Here is a set of tricks. These words seem to be knocking, indicating that I, the toad, have mastered your information, and seem to be teaching. The toad really said some tricks. Zhang Ming humbly learned and wrote it down first. After swimming for a while, Zhang Ming was careful. He began to consume source and dig space tunnels to facilitate running to the wilderness at any time. A few minutes later, one man and one toad arrived at their destination. What came into view was a small town that was barely prosperous. This might be the territory under the jurisdiction of the gray toad. The sky was gray, as if covered by eternal dark clouds. Zhang Ming faintly smelled the terrifying breath brought by the demon god, and it was the kind of demon god that was quite familiar. Well, after experiencing a lot, I got used to it. He shrugged his shoulders and motioned to the toad to lead the way. This great toad used some kind of invisibility ability and was unwilling to show up in front of ordinary people. With Zhang Ming's perception ability, it was obviously able to see it. It was obviously much smarter than the big willow tree. It knew that rolling in the world would inevitably be affected by the world, so it simply didn't care much. You can find a magic weapon for treatment in the temple in the center of the town. I'll go first. It suddenly jumped in a parabola, and jumped several kilometers. Zhang Ming didn't want to be so ostentatious, so he took a step and walked forward quickly. With his skills, it was not difficult to blend into a small town. This town brought together many races, some with humanoid shapes, some with lion heads and ox-headed and horse-faced shapes, some wearing clothes, and some with hair and no need to wear clothes. Zhang Ming was wearing coarse cloth, and he didn't look out of place in it. The dark and damp alley exuded a rotten and morbid smell. Zhang Ming almost stepped on the medicine residue on the road and cursed, "Who is so wicked to throw medicine residue on the ground?" Cough cough cough. Several small creatures coughed as they passed by, touched Zhang Ming, and stretched out their hands to steal things. Zhang Ming dodged the attack of these guys with a slight flash. Having been in the burial world for so long, most of the intelligent creatures he came into contact with were virtuous and polite. Even the villagers in ordinary small villages were quite well educated. In fact, that was just a distorted product of the virtue of the village's sacred objects, and it did not conform to the result of natural evolution. This town seemed to have returned to that kind of pure natural ecology. The roads were dirty, garbage was everywhere, and occasionally you could see feces and urine. You could also hear quarrels, fights, and some low moans. In a low house in front, there was a red lantern hanging, and a woman showed her white thighs and was flirting with Zhang Ming. "Who, Billy?" The female creature said something incomprehensible and smiled. Go on, Shimama excitedly transmitted the voice. "You seem to be an old virgin? Let's taste the unique charm here today." Zhang Ming was helpless. "My personal secretary is next to me. How can I go on?" "Old brother, you go on. I'm a turtle. I'm not interested. If you really want to go on, I can cheer on the side. You know, I don't have human morality. Just be happy," Miss Hulu said with great interest. Zhang Ming rolled his eyes. This guy is too perverted. He is obviously a moral model, but he still says that he has no human morality. "Then I will really do it." "Really?" Zhang Ming said faintly. "You can turn into this girl tonight. Although it is not so pretty, I can tolerate it." Hulu was silent. She questioned why she had lost her mind just now and wanted to provoke this moral abyss. "Sir, please be kind and give me something to eat, please." The alley in front was actually blocked with wood. Several beggars in tattered clothes stared at Zhang Ming with red eyes. Seeing that he was alone, they seemed to be robbing him without saying a word. Zhang Ming shouted quickly, "I am also very poor. I feel my pockets and I don't have a penny. Let me put it this way. I stole the steamed bun from the master's house. You eat it quickly and let me go." The reason why he said this is that, on the one hand, these guys are really pitiful. They are so hungry that their bones are exposed and their faces are pale and thin. It doesn't seem like they are pretending. Zhang Ming is not a cruel person. The environment has a great impact on people. It is normal to have no morals in poor mountains and bad waters. On the other hand, he said that this thing was stolen, and he also wanted to prove that he has some skills. If you are really stupid and really want to rob, don't blame me, Zhang, for killing you all. The beggars were suspicious and looked at him a few times, but they didn't dare to do it. However, the steamed bun smelled fragrant, so he could only swallow his saliva and share the steamed bun. "Well, just 2 bites, are you full?" The beggars looked around for a few times, shocked, feeling the slight heat in their bodies. It was really the steamed bun stolen from the master. "Brother, you are really a master, you even dare to steal the master's things?" Zhang Ming asked. "Brother, I am going to the temple in the center of the town. Are there any local rules? Did someone die in your family?" a young beggar asked in surprise. "No, you are from another place, brother." Another beggar looked at Zhang Ming's bag, his eyes rolling, and rubbed his dirty hands onto his clothes vigorously. Zhang Ming felt funny and threw another steamed bun to them. These guys found that Lao Zhang was a rich man, but he was not easy to control. He was content with what he had. After taking the steamed bun, he walked over and removed the roadblock. That temple is equivalent to the Tu Huang temple. Only the dead can enter, not the living. If you break in, you will be treated as a dead person. No one knows what it looks like inside, the leading beggar said mysteriously, but it is safe here, even on the night of the 100 ghosts, it is safe. We also moved here from other villages, but the environment is too bad. There are fights everywhere. Hey, the people in the village are simple and honest. What a hell of a place, too simple to survive. These beggars actually said that the villagers are simple and honest, and the people here are tough. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Thanks, brother, I'll go first. Brother, there is one more thing I didn't say. I heard that sometimes half of the population will be lost all of a sudden, but the people in this town seem to have lost their memory. I don't know whether this is true or not. The beggar caught up and gave a few instructions. In short, without the virtue of the holy objects, this place presents a kind of natural development and jungle law of the survival of the fittest. Poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. The current harsh environment is what Zhang Ming knows. On the contrary, the cultural environment of Qingxi village Shanhaiji village is really not real. The situation in Shanhaiji is even worse than it is now, Shinma suddenly said. At least there are no vegetable people here, and there is no cannibalism. Really, the residents here don't have much combat power, and their destructive power is limited. Shimma recalled the past and chatted for a few words. The people in Shanhaiji can punch through the city wall with one punch, and they don't have much cultural quality. They kill people and set fires. If they really fight, no one can stop them. The gap between races is huge, and there is also a gap between the same races. Only when the top strong are in charge can a town with good order appear, but when the strong are in charge, it's still the strong who has the final say. He can do whatever he wants? Don't expect the strong to have too high quality, so places like Shanhaiji can't form real civilizations. At most, they are just tribes. They can't develop technology, let alone unique technology. That's true, Zhang Ming sighed. As he walked, his pace slowed down. Because he felt an extremely special breath, like a sleeping dragon, coiling in the temple in front. The place where the demon god anchors is similar to the mountain path guarded by the mountain-carrying tortoise. This temple is quite large, covering an area of about 1 hectare, with carved beams and painted buildings, extraordinary style, the sound of bronze bells echoing in the air, and thousands of red candle flames swaying on the candlesticks, but this layer of firelight brings a chilly feeling. The dark rules of the netherworld disaster. Zhang Ming frowned slightly, and cold sweat instantly seeped out from his back. What you want is ahead. The voice of the big toad reached Zhang Ming's ears. There is a tree in the temple that can bear a fruit called the longevity fruit. It is the fruit of life created with the help of the power of the demon god, and can help the big willow tree recover its vitality. Zhang Ming took the combat power detector given by the Xiongba people and estimated the combat power level in front. How many years can it live longer? It depends on how much you invest and sacrifice to it. The longevity fruit can't grow just like that. The big toad laughed sarcastically. The effect of extending life will naturally be different if you invest 100 people and 1,000 people. How many people can you invest at most? There is no upper limit. Even if you invest 100,000 or 1 million people, it is also okay. The effect of living people is better than dead people. This place is called the Land of Freedom. 1,000 miles in radius is all land. All creatures in the Land of Freedom can be thrown into the temple to feed the trees. The total population is about tens of millions. How much do you want to invest to save that big willow tree? Young man, in this place without laws, it is actually called the Land of Freedom. It's really a joke from hell. Well, for some people, having no law is indeed extremely free. The big toad said again, the first time you take this fruit, the effect is the best. The subsequent effect is more than 1 level lower, so you have to think carefully. How many years will the big willow tree live? I'll give you a favor. You can harvest the creatures of this free land as you like. The big toad seemed to enjoy the feeling of recruiting people. Its eyes stared at Zhang Ming. It was looking forward to it. Zhang Ming showed a struggling and tangled expression. It seems that this guy has long been corrupted and has been corrupted by this unknown demon for a long time. But Zhang Ming has no psychological burden at all. I'm just here to visit. Why do you ask me to make decisions? I'm not a leader and can't bear this cause and effect. Dusk, even if I really run out, I won't be the first to die. I, Zhang, can escape if I want. What is the name of the demon anchored here? Zhang Ming asked again. You don't even know this? It's called Zhang. The toad laughed unpleasantly. It's the most famous demon god here. Zhang Ming was able to cooperate with a demon god because it found this guy. Among the gods and men, there is a strong man named Zhang. Among the demon gods, there is also a man named Zhang. The two sides may have some unknown connection. The weirdness of the demon god, Zhang, lies in its thinking, which tends to keep civilization in captivity in order to obtain long-term and stable space-time tidal energy. This approach is quite similar to Zhang Ming's approach. But Zhang Ming was born in human civilization and tends to be inclined to human ideology. It is his worldview that he hopes that humans can develop and grow, but the demon god is not like that. Its ideology is chaotic and difficult to understand. If it thinks that your existence will interfere with its own interests, it will take action to wipe it out at any time, without any feelings. So in the process of getting along, you must be trembling and can't be careless for a moment. Seeing that Zhang Ming's face was not good, the toad laughed again, seemed very happy, and invited Zhang Ming to enter the temple. First, take a look at how the longevity fruit is produced, and understand how the demon god, Zhang, keeps civilization captive. Don't worry, it won't attack you. He saw a small crooked tree, which was covered with red, purple, and brown spots. He didn't know whether it was flowers or moss. It looked dense, like a series of fish eggs. Coincidentally, a group of people in mourning came from not far away. The person in the coffin still had his last breath. Under the influence of various drugs, he showed a strange expression that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and twitched from time to time. Hurry, send it to the temple. While the seventh master is not dead yet, this group of people hurriedly walked, wearing a piece of white satin on their heads, and there were a few children crying behind the funeral team. Don't cry, burying in the temple is a move to eternal bliss. Eternal bliss. Hey, an old man read out the eulogy, like singing an opera. After a while, the coffin was pushed into the temple gate. The crooked tree seemed to sense the vitality of the outside world, and one of its branches suddenly twisted, like a long leech. The unknown substance that looked like mold fell one after another and sprinkled on the face of the person lying in the coffin. Suddenly, strange spots spread rapidly from the surface of his skin. At the same time, the person seemed to be stimulated by something and laughed chuckle. This laughter was extremely smooth and cheerful, as if it was the happiest moment in his life. The funeral team waiting outside was chanting mourning words there. After hearing the laughter, they breathed a sigh of relief. It's the laughter of Master Key, I said. Don't be sad. Master Key was originally an old-fashioned person. His life was bitter and he had little joy. Now, Master Key has ascended to heaven and left this hellish world. The old man in the lead actually had a trace of joy on his face. When I get old, you can do the same. Send it here while I'm still alive. Do you understand? I understand. Eternal paradise, eternal paradise. Hey, the funeral team began to sing again, a little sad, but you can hear a hint of joy. This corpse, along with the coffin, soon turned into ashes under the corrosion of the colorful spots. After a while, the parasitic spots flew back to the crooked tree, and a fruit as small as a cherry grew out from the branch. That is the famous life fruit, which contains rich vitality. The first use can prolong life, and the effect of subsequent use will become worse and worse. As for what the side effects are, Zhang Ming doesn't want to know. Anyway, he won't take this life fruit. This scene is very creepy. It's obviously a very sad thing, but it's made to look festive. People who don't know think it's a happy event. Miss Hulu was so scared that she trembled. After shrinking herself, she kept drilling into Zhang Ming's clothes. On the contrary, Shimama was amazed and said in a voice transmission, "The devil's methods are so terrifying. The entire funeral world's concept of death is completely distorted. It's really a devil-level method, old Zhang. When you completely distort the concept of human beings, you will be a real devil." Zhang Ming nodded seriously. "I will follow suit when I go back and completely distort the Zuan Wu clan, so that those turtles can see my Zhang Ming's methods." Shimama shook a few times in the backpack and almost couldn't hold it. The big toad spit out more breeze and shot it at the bright red fruit. Suddenly, the cherry-sized fruit fell to the ground. It manipulated the breeze again and threw the live fruit into Zhang Ming's hand. "How is it?" the toad asked. "It's very strange, and the person who invented this method to coexist with the devil is very wise." Zhang Ming felt uneasy, but he still said a few words. "Oh, what did you see?" the big toad asked with interest. "This demon god, who is relatively mild in nature, is the first line against other demon gods. It regards this world as its own property, which has generated a lot of sunk costs, and naturally does not allow other demon gods to reach out. Using a demon god to fight against other demon gods is really a great wisdom, avoiding greater losses. As for the price paid by the local creatures, it is still acceptable, but the local indigenous people's concept of death is completely distorted, so this demon god is called Zhang. The funeral customs are really completely different from the outside world. Young man, you are quite smart, the Grey Toad praised, and then changed the subject. However, the appetite of the demon god is getting bigger and bigger. If Zhang is not satisfied with a burial world, what should be done? This fruit is given to you as a gift. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, looking at the small vermilion fruit. A strange fragrance came to his face, and he couldn't help sneezing. But just this little fragrance made every cell in his body produce a strange feeling of hunger and thirst, as if swallowing the fruit would immediately make him immortal. As time passed, even the soul was ready to move, making people more and more impatient. Even with Zhang Ming's willpower, he felt like he was burning with desire. He seemed to be soaked in magma and wanted to escape immediately. This is just such a small fruit. If it is a bigger fruit, I don't know how strong its temptation is. Maybe, I really can't stand it. Zhang Ming stopped while he was ahead, took a small box, saved the fruit, and said in a weird tone, "Old brother, do you want to eat it?" "Of course I want it." Shimama wanted to pounce on it and grab this good treasure. Zhang Ming deeply lamented the power of the demon god. His old brother was corrupted so quickly. Perhaps, after being attacked by Dusk, it was already a bad old turtle. The big toad smiled and said, "In short, we can't find so many dying people to feed this longevity fruit tree. How many people do you want to save the big willow tree? If you keep doing this, the big willow tree won't last long." Zhang Ming was surprised and said, "Just capture as many people as I want." "Of course, it's just a group of living people," the toad said disdainfully. "With their reproductive capacity, there will be a new batch soon. Don't worry, they won't feel any pain, and they won't even have any memory of the whole process. Generally speaking, I only harvest the elderly." A wisp of gray mist sprayed out from the toad's skin venom glands. "Ordinary life will fall into coma and lose their memory if they inhale even a little bit. You are quite kind, but you asked me to capture people to sacrifice to this tree. Isn't this cause and effect on me? If you don't do it, do you want me to do it?" The toad said indifferently. "Can't you do it? Heaven and earth are not benevolent and treat all things as straw dogs. You usually eat meat, right? The creatures killed are difficult to measure by quantity, right? Now you can't do it. I allow you to capture people at will, which is my greatest kindness." Zhang Ming said, "The life and death of that big willow tree has nothing to do with me. You can feed or eat people, and I won't comment on different concepts, but don't drag me into the water." The toad laughed even more sarcastically. Seeing that the toad had bad intentions, he simply called out, "Divine Turtle, hey, Divine Turtle. You must be here, come out quickly." A breeze blew by. Suddenly, a beautiful turtle statue in a corner moved. "How did you know I was here?" the old voice of the mountain-carrying Divine Turtle sounded. The old turtle was a little puzzled. It is a turtle that is proficient in camouflage, and camouflage is its innate magical power. How was it discovered? Nonsense, this toad knows a lot about me, and it is very likely that you spread it out, and such a big city, what kind of free land, don't you know about it? Fushin' Divine Turtle, Zhang Ming said unhappily. "Now that you know about this, you can handle it yourself, you can't just watch the big willow tree die." Fushin' Divine Turtle said in a weird tone, "Since you don't want to kill people, then find another way. Don't you have your demon wife, Suun? Don't demons of this level have any way?" Shimama couldn't help but jump out of Zhang Ming's backpack and cursed, "You old turtle, why do you think about other people's wives every day? Even I don't have the power to make wishes, why do you ask others to make wishes all the time?" The mountain-carrying turtle did not dare to provoke the devil, but he was still very enthusiastic in scolding Shimama. "For those who regard the devil as their wife, eating gigolo can solve many problems. Why not eat it? Do you know how troublesome these problems are? Go and lick the devil. If it were me, I could lick off a layer of skin from the devil and break all his bones." Zhang Ming was stunned. This turtle was too thick-skinned. It was justified to ask others to eat gigolo. Shimama was also shocked by the mental state of these guys, and gloated, "It seems to be right, Zhang Ming, go and lick it." Chapter 504 The whole world comes to watch you live off others. At this moment, another crow flew over from a distance. It called wow wow twice and landed on the eaves. It looked like an ordinary bird, but it seemed to be very intelligent. The crow looked at Zhang Ming with a pair of black eyes and said in a hoarse voice, I have traveled thousands of miles and finally arrived at the scene. I am so tired. Interesting, very interesting, a younger generation who walks the path of the devil. I am just watching the fun, don't pay attention to me, just treat me as air. This should be the incarnation of an old guy who came here to eat melons. You know, most of the old things hidden in the burial world are immortal. Only the immortals can compete with the devil for a while, only the eternal can truly compete with the devil and even seal it. These old guys came to the scene together, and Zhang Ming suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Then, another strange bee-like monster flew over, about the size of a human head, and made a drumming sound in its abdomen, finally arrived. You, Toad, always drag good people into trouble, you really have bad intentions. Is eating people the same as eating pigs, cattle and sheep? Is it so difficult to save a willow tree? Is there any essential difference between humans, pigs, cattle and sheep? The Toad sneered. They're all just a bunch of stupid things. The bee-like monster had a philosophical debate with the Toad. That big willow tree is not simple. Without saying much, another monster with a human face and a bird body, about 1 meter long, flew over and joined the debate. The human-faced owl screamed, 30 years ago, I passed by there, and the big willow tree was still fine, but the lifespan of the locals was relatively short, so I didn't take it seriously. It turns out that it is also quietly absorbing vitality. This guy even gloated a little. It's really not that simple to make the big willow tree live a few more years. But that was the damage caused by the spiritual demon god. It needs the power of the demon god level to extend its life. More and more old guys gathered here, chirping and in chaos, and some of them had grudges against each other and were arguing. Zhang Ming felt that this place had become a vegetable market. Moreover, the moral concepts of these old guys were generally low. Under the influence of the demon god, they were not on their minds and wished that the other party would get into trouble immediately so that they could gloat over the misfortune. Some people also encouraged Zhang Ming to eat soft rice quickly. They wanted to see what kind of genius could take the demon god as his wife. This kind of strange thing has never happened in the world. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Come on, eat it quickly. A goat walking upright on its legs showed a gloomy and weird smile. The original bodies of these guys must suppress the demon god, so they can only send an incarnation. The souls of immortals are strong, and they can cultivate incarnations by splitting their souls. Moreover, these immortals generally have extraordinary abilities, and some fraudulent methods cannot fool them. I also want to see your old brother, an emperor. She also wants to see how you eat gigolos. Shimama decisively betrayed Zhang Ming and wanted to see Zhang Ming eat gigolos. Shimama said frantically, tell me about your love experience. If this experience can be popularized, everyone can marry the demon god's wife and reach the peak of life. I'm a little excited to think about it. All the old guys were shocked by Shimama's remarks. They just came to eat melons. Who are you? Is this idea too perverted? We can't wait to run away from the demon god, but you actually want to marry him? Zhang Ming scratched his scalp. Even if his face was as thick as the crust of the earth, he couldn't stand being stared at by so many monsters. He secretly teased, I'm flattered that so many seniors want to witness this marriage. It's a great joy in life. Don't be like this. I'm almost scared to death. The culprit for this lively scene like a vegetable market is none other than the Fushun divine turtle. If it hadn't spread the news, how could there be such a big commotion? Seeing Zhang Ming's eyes wide open, the Fushun divine turtle said carelessly, what do you know? The situation in the burial realm is precarious. We really can't hold on any longer. A little more combat power would be a plus, but this kid has the highest combat power, but he's still hiding it, which is annoying. The Fushun divine turtle's mind was obviously a mess, and he said whatever he thought of. If it wasn't necessary, who would want to provoke the demon god? It sprayed at the Toad again. I tell you, the old turtle, actually can't stand this degenerate, man-eating Toad. I don't want to meet it for 1,000 years. But now I have no choice but to cooperate with it due to the situation. The great Toad sneered, you are the only noble one in this world, other creatures are low-level. Turtle, you are so noble, why do you want to die? Did you tremble all over and urinate in the quill because of Mo? The mountain-carrying tortoise was furious, who wants to die? You are a thing that grew up eating maggots, how can you comment on me? However, it came here as an incarnation, and it was meaningless to start a war. Shimama was overjoyed. Okay, you guys fight. Other monsters also instigated a fight. Zhang Ming's temples were throbbing, and he didn't know why the situation had evolved into this. But no matter how depraved this toad was, he was still guarding his own demon god, Zhang, and fulfilling his duties. Even if its ideology has undergone a fundamental change, it is at least a law of the jungle, which is understandable. There are many guardians who can no longer guard the demons. Their ideology is also incomprehensible. They are gradually assimilated by the demons, lose their minds, and become walking corpses. The reason why the burial realm still maintains a barely stable state is because the existence of the demon god level, burial, maintains the stability of this realm. But the power invested by burial is still limited. If the input is greater than the gain, it will give up the investment. For the absolutely rational demon god, giving up is just a matter of a moment. Zhang Ming secretly pondered for a while, but couldn't think of any good solution. They want to test my true strength and want me to solve this not too difficult, but not simple matter, and at the same time evaluate your morality and character. The clever Miss Hulu transmitted a message in his mind. There is a simplest way. Use the fruit of the Garden of Eden to create some flesh and sacrifice it to the crooked tree. Anyway, I have a lot of fruits, and it doesn't matter if there are few less when you use the fruit of the Garden of Eden like this. Its value immediately plummets. I know you are kind, but they are really the kind who are greedy and mentally unstable. If you are too kind, they will only squeeze you endlessly and treat you like a cow or a horse. Alice, exposing your identity is troublesome. Zhang Ming always felt that his moral quality was too high, so that he was somewhat out of place in this ghost place. They must have a backup plan to help the big willow tree, but it is unpleasant to test them like this. Besides, whether they overestimate or underestimate your ability, it is not a good thing. The ability of the god will obviously be widely publicized. If it is underestimated, the value of a demon god is in front of them. Maybe some people who are blinded by interests will take risks and lead to some unknown risks. If it is overestimated, it is not a good thing. After all, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. If you are forced to perform some difficult tasks in the future, you will not be able to complete them if you are not capable enough, which will be a big trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming suddenly said stealthily, "Great Devil of Wish, in fact, I don't know what your ability is. Although you have never fought, you should have your own unique rules, right?" She is obviously not too weak, otherwise she would have been devoured by long-cherished wish, long ago, and it is even more impossible to resist the erosion of dusk. After a moment of silence, Hulu said, "My core rule is to make a wish. My ability is the same as long-cherished wish. I can use the power of the judgment scale to realize my wishes. It's just that I am not as smart as it, and I often lose money in business. You know, it is very expensive to make a wish with the help of the judgment scale. Even a small wish is very expensive. You must do a big business at the civilization level and leverage a lot of cause and effect to be able to make a profit. The power of long-cherished wish lies in that even without the help of the judgment scale, it can still solve many difficulties with its own accumulation. It has accumulated a lot of strange things, such as giving vitality to dying people, helping someone to advance, and treating difficult and complicated diseases. It can do all kinds of things. This is equivalent to a business without capital. But Hulu didn't have such a strong accumulation, and the investment in the scales of judgment was too large, so the business was losing more and more. So there is no essential difference in ability between the two of you, only the difference in money and accumulation. Zhang Ming was silent. Thinking back to the time when the supernatural era had not yet begun, he and Niu Yun, Niu Huiden, Bill Gates, and Buffett seemed to have only the difference in money. But the difference in money was enough, because the gap was getting bigger and bigger. You have to earn the money that others earn in a day for a lifetime. It doesn't matter, you have great potential, Hulu said softly. Let's do this. At the current scale, some of the power of the scales of judgment can already be summoned. You give me 2,000 units of the source of the world, and I can summon part of it to let you see its power. By the way, I sent away these old guys who were coveting it nearby. Hulu was a little embarrassed. This was the first time she asked Zhang Ming for money, and she was so nervous that she began to have white mist. If Zhang Ming refused, she would have to find a crack in the ground to get in if she was so thin-skinned. Zhang Ming suddenly felt that his life was a little unfair. A great demon god, he didn't even have 2,000 yuan. It was really shabby. He made up his mind that when he made a lot of money in the future, he would fill her up with the source of the world. No, 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 the cake in the future is not fragrant, give money now. So he respectfully handed in the bank card and kept 1,000 units of the source of the world for himself, which was actually enough. He himself did not need that much of the source of the world. Of course, the consumption of 2,000 units is not a small number. If it is only used once, it is not cost-effective just to pretend. Gourd Girl left 2,000 units and returned the rest. She said happily, "I will return the rest to you. I don't need too much, don't worry, it is not for one time use. The right to use the scale of judgment is divided into two, half of which is my right, and the other part is, long-cherished wish. After summoning once, there is no need to pay extra fees for the next summon. In addition, the scale of judgment is very large, larger than the entire burial world, 2,000 units of the source of the world. It is unrealistic to summon the main body. I can only summon a phantom of it after the summoning. Will soon discover the fact that we are staying here." Zhang Ming was expectant and a little worried. "It has known it for a long time. Don't be afraid, because you are growing up. And I am growing up too. As for these old gentlemen who suppress the demons, well, I think they will be satisfied in the burial world, the infamous land of freedom." An old man is walking through the soil in a dusty manner. He's from the Great Mother City. His name is Jia Yeshi, and he is from the Shangbu civilization. This earth escape technique is a level slower than the gray toad. In his hand is also an ancient mirror, which is a high-level wonder that can monitor the surrounding movements and transmit signals across planes. That's right, he has to transmit the signal back to the headquarters, where there are many civilizations who want to observe Zhang Ming. What a strange mission, and you are so anxious. I am really exhausted. However, I will earn this money even if I have to risk my life for the sake of the money. Jia Yeshi quietly crawled out of the ground. His whole body was dirty, and he was carrying a tattered big sack. At first glance, he looked like a scavenger who was about to die. "Finally, I have arrived at this free land. Hey, I have reached my destination. Is there a signal?" The mirror was in chaos and the picture could not be seen. "The signal has been transmitted, please wait." An old voice came from the mirror. It was the voice of Jia Jiankang, the leader of Shangbu civilization. "Jia Yeshi, this mission is very critical. This is the source of the world that many civilizations have put together. You should take it easy. If you run away with the money, you will offend the public and become the most wanted criminal in the Sea of Demons. Am I such a person? You were exiled there because you committed a crime," Jia Jiankang said helplessly. I came here to prove my immortality." Jia Yeshi was worried and accidentally stepped on a pile of fresh shit. He looked at his feet with a distorted expression. He couldn't tell what kind of creature's shit it was. It was bright yellow and thick, so it was definitely not dog shit. Several humanoid creatures trembling and twitching walked slowly beside him. He sniffed and smelled a sour smell. This kind of humanoid creature had lost its mind because of its addiction to a hallucinogenic plant called coca leaf. It took off its pants and squatted on the ground to defecate. Jia Yeshi's body trembled, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The famous free land, even shitting is free. It is worthy of being the beacon of the burial world and the flag of the civilized world. These guys are also high-quality crops. Cut a batch and grow another batch. It's really uncomfortable to stay in this land. The strength of Shangbu civilization lies in the fact that everyone knows the art of earth escape. In the misty burial world, it is really popular to have a top-level life-saving magical power. As for the situation in the burial realm, it is really a mess, and it could be destroyed at any time. But why did Jia Yeshi come here? For his dream and to prove his immortality. In this place where no one lives, opening up business and establishing order is a great achievement of historical level. And he, Jia Yeshi, enjoys the process of playing games with the devil and opening up a civilized world. In fact, many strong people come here, trembling with fear, and set up various rules. There are also people who have dreams with this mentality, and they still exist. However, the old guys who are still alive in the burial realm have a very delicate relationship with the supporters from the outside world. Some old guys think that the group that went to the Sea of Demons tens of thousands of years ago are all betrayers, with a hint of hatred. It is normal for them to be trapped here for a lifetime with a little psychological imbalance. There are also people who complain that there is too little support from the outside world, and they become mentally abnormal over time. Anyway, there is always too little support, but the key is that in this front line against the devil, no matter how much support there is, it is not enough. People's joys and sorrows are different, and they can never understand each other. Jia Yeshi came with a treasure and a mission this time. He brought a full 100,000 units of the source of the world. This number made even a veteran like him a little excited. Be quick, or that kid will run off somewhere. Show us the boy's performance, the voice in the communicator said. We want to know what his potential is and who his backers are. I've seen him, and this damn toad is tempting him to eat the fruit. Jiayeshi sneered. Have you seen the vermilion fruit? What are the side effects of eating this fruit? The voice in the communicator actually knew this information, but he needed to explain it to more civilizations so that they could hear it. It doesn't have any side effects, and it won't be anchored by the demon god. It's relatively safe demon god byproduct, but the horror of the demon god lies in its subtle influence on the mind. Jiayeshi pursed his lips. Have you seen those people who take drugs? This scarlet fruit is no different from coca leaves. Taking this scarlet fruit will produce a wonderful feeling of eternal bliss. After eating one, you can't wait to eat the second one. If you experience this bliss more, you will become addicted, lose interest in other things, and your empathy will also decrease. Will the immortals also be affected? Of course, the toad didn't treat human life as worthless in the past, but now it has been assimilated by the demon god without knowing it. Its heart is as hard as stone, and things like morality have been completely abandoned by it. Contacting the demon god is really like walking on thin ice, and you can't be careless at all. There was silence on the other side of the mirror for a while, as if many civilizations were discussing this information. Doesn't that kid have a demon god backer? Has he also been assimilated by the unknown demon god? The voice in the communicator said again. Who knows? Anyway, I'll observe first. Jiayeshi took off his shoes that had stepped on shit, pretended to be a passerby, and squatted in the distance to peek while cursing. In addition to the big deal of 100,000 units of the source of the world, he also had an important task, to explore the unknown guard demon god that may have already jumped over. This task is even more important than the big deal. Jiayeshi said. It's good that he didn't eat the longevity fruit directly, which shows that his concentration is pretty good. Extraordinary people can't stand the temptation of the longevity fruit at all, and they will go crazy and eat it immediately. This damn toad wants to drag people into the water again, and even dares to drag people who walk the path of the demon god into the water. It's purely a brain disease. Many old guys have this mentality. If they have fallen, then dragging more creatures into the water seems to be able to prove that they are not wrong. Why do some people like to reverse black and white? This is the mentality. Hey, don't say that, the voice in the communicator said. At least it has some bottom line. It just likes to drag people into it. There are many people who have no bottom line in it. Jiayeshi sighed, and suddenly his expression changed slightly. The old turtle's thoughts also appeared. I have to hide, so as not to be discovered by the turtle. The Fushun divine turtle is famous and has a long life. Theoretically, it is not a problem to live another 100,000 years. However, Jiayeshi knew that this turtle had been tortured to the point of mental abnormality, and it was possible that it would suddenly go crazy at any time. Once it went crazy, the demon god, Mo-K, ran out, so everyone coaxed it to make it feel better. What is this again? Whose incarnation? Jiayeshi saw the crow and raised his eyebrows. Jia Jiankang said, it may be a ghost crow, who likes to join in the fun and gossip the most. Don't let it find out. The ghost crow, a weird existence, likes the dirty things of the flies and dogs the most. If it knows the gossip, the whole burial world will spread it the next day, highlighting what it means that bad things spread far and wide. What's more amazing is that the ghost crow does not seem to suppress the demon god. It just survives in the burial world and is a very free and powerful one. Oh, here comes another thing that looks like a human head. That's Fitaoman, Jia Jiankang said, an immortal with a bad temper. Fortunately, it's just an incarnation, and has little fighting power. Another sheep-headed man. I can't tell whose incarnation it is. Even Jia Jiankang was a little unpredictable. After all, incarnations can be discarded at any time and their shapes can be changed at will. They don't seem to be getting along well. And they're going to fight. Jiayeshi held his breath, hid in the soil, and trembled with fear. So many old guys are mostly strong people from the old mythological era who have survived to the present. He, a transcendent from the new world, was eavesdropping nearby, feeling out of place, afraid that he would be found and eaten immediately. Old Jia, what are you afraid of? They are all incarnations, and they can't do anything to you. Don't worry, some of them have a cooperative relations with us. The voice in the communicator changed, and it seemed to be Guiguzi of 1A civilization. Guiguzi's weight was still heavier than Jia Jiankang's. There are also fallen Chimay, crazy sheep-headed monsters, and the younger generation who walks the path of the devil. I always feel that Jiayeshi, am the only normal person in the world. Jia Yeshi was actually a little proud. He showed his yellow teeth to the camera, sniffed the stinky soles, and made a vomiting sound. I asked you to shit the scene over there, not to let you take passionate selfies. Many leaders of civilizations are watching. Pay attention to your image, Lao Jia. Jia Jiankang on the other side of the communicator was anxious. It seems that this guy has been in the burial world for a long time and is a little mentally ill. You look like this. I am very embarrassed for Shangbu civilization. Seniors, please be quiet for a while. At this time, Zhang Ming spoke. Suddenly, the noisy voices dissipated immediately. Since you asked me to summon the devil to solve the life and safety of the big willow tree, then I really summoned it. If something happens at that time, I will not be responsible. After all, it is a devil, not under my control, and it may eat people at any time. Hurry up, Ghost Crow said excitedly. Zhang Ming looked serious, made all kinds of strange and weird movements, and chanted scriptures that he couldn't understand. A Sibyl Alidorado. Baga, Shimama almost couldn't hold it anymore, rolled into the corner, trembled slightly, and then shouted, "Everyone keep an eye on him, he's going to eat gigolo." Many monsters only thought that Shimama was some unknown strong man, and they all quieted down after being yelled at by him. The Fush and Divine Turtle analyzed, it's just that this time the rituals are more and more complicated. The last time, he kowtowed and begged a few times and succeeded. This time, what is he saying? What language is this? As an experienced turtle, the Fush and Divine Turtle solemnly warned the old guys around him to be mentally prepared. As a result, the Grey Toad sneered, "Gah, with its thousands of years of life experience, this guy is obviously dancing a big god. What bullshit rituals, dances, and scriptures, they don't fit any idealistic rules at all. In the land of the free, there are too many scams, and there are also many scammers who perform shaman dances. Is your brain really not working well, and you can't even see the shaman dance? He is pretending to be a ghost. The Fush God Turtle is really old, and he was deceived by his juniors. I want to see what he can do," the Grey Toad sneered. "I think he is just going crazy." More monsters laughed, and the scene was as lively as a vegetable market. The Ghost Crow couldn't help flying into the sky and screaming wow wow, very happy. It turned out that the melon eaten today was not the demon god, but the Fush God Turtle was deceived. This is so funny. The God Turtle was deceived, even Shimama was trembling with passion. Shimama, who knew the truth, seemed to be easily mixed into the monster circle. The Fush God Turtle was speechless and trembling with anger. He was very dissatisfied with his damaged dignity. He looked at Shimama again. "You have obviously seen the demon god, why don't you speak for me?" and so on. The mountain-carrying turtle's mind raced, and he thought of something, and shouted, "How about a bet? Let's see if he can summon the devil. Who of you dares to bet against me? I'll bet with you 10,000 source stones." "Bet, I want to bet too." Shimama acted as a fence-sitter. Chapter 505 The Demon God, Suin, and the Demon God, Zhang, started fighting. However, the next second when many old monsters wanted to start a gambling game. A strange red flame appeared in Zhang Ming's hand. In just a moment, the noise of the vegetable market turned into silence where even the heartbeat could not be heard. Although this flame was small, it was extremely pure, dreamlike, and had a hint of sacredness. But no one dared to underestimate this flame, even if it just burned quietly, it seemed to be able to burn through the void. The nameless power continued to spread. The air around slowly became hot. Inadvertently, the various idealistic rules in the space were repelled by the power of the demon god, one after another, forming a huge halo. This strange scene was terrifying. Wow! The demon god was really summoned. The Ghost Crow flying in the sky was the first to be impacted by the power of the rules and fell straight from the sky. When it was close to the ground, it came back to its senses and raised its wings again, but in the end it still landed on its butt and fell to the ground. It was not a big deal. It just didn't dare to soar in the sky anymore. The incomparable burning sensation transmitted from his hand made Zhang Ming himself break out in a cold sweat. Was the one in his hand the gourd girl he usually flirted with? The weather in the funeral world changed, and a dark cloud that came from nowhere slowly covered the sky. The voice of the dark came from all directions. People's joys and sorrows are different. You seem to be in a state of needing help. I can help you, as long as you pay a small price. I am Hope. I advocate equal exchange. I can help you overcome almost all difficulties. Very good. Now even the lines are exactly the same as the long-cherished wish, demon god. The only change is that the noun long-cherished wish was changed to hope. Zhang Ming felt very funny and began to play with this ball of red flame secretly. Why are you pretending to be so similar? Isn't the gourd demon good enough? You have to change it to the hope demon. A voice sounded in my mind. Don't move. This is my core power. If you move, it will burn you. Zhang Ming secretly played with a gourd girl, and felt even better in his heart. Is this the joy of being a gigolo? You are immortals, so what? And a group of old guys were so scared that they dared not move. They stared with their eyes wide open, trying their best to find the flaws. But no matter how you look at it, the red flames are all the power of the demon god level. It is hard to say whether it is the main body or the clone. But the degree of solidity of the rules is that even if 10,000 immortals rush up, it will be useless. The power of the demon god is so overbearing. Look, I asked you to prepare yourself mentally. Why do you open your mouth so wide? Shimama was very proud when she saw that many monsters were silent. Fushin divine turtle, if I had known, I would have gambled with him just now. You can win a lot of money, but you are one step late. Hey, I'm so disappointed. The old turtle also looked at the ghost crow proudly, but did not speak. You, the dead Zuanru, are you really not afraid of death? You dare to say something sarcastic in this occasion? Aren't you afraid that the hope demon god will mistake you for a wish maker and force you to make a wish? The sky was getting darker and darker. The rustling mutterings were like the whispers of galaxies against a backdrop of the starry sky. The toad stood there in a daze, feeling that all the goosebumps on his body were sealed by the terrifying flame. As for Jia Yeshi, who was farther away, his old face turned pale. He had stepped on shit and had really bad luck. I'd really rather find a piece of tofu to kill myself. Who is the hope demon god? Isn't this long-cherished wish changed its name? Anyway, I, Jia Yeshi, want to run away. I'm not an immortal yet, and I really can't withstand the calculations of the demon god level. Don't worry, the demon god is not coming for you. Why are you running? The voice in the communicator hastened to comfort him. Although long-cherished wish is weird, it doesn't seem to lie. It doesn't. As for changing a name, Jia Yeshi sneered. After so many years, long wish might lie. It has many ways to force me to speak and make me make an inexplicable wish. Don't worry, there are so many old monsters here, and you won't be given priority. The shrewd businessman rolled his eyes and said, I can continue to explore, but if you want to add money, I will risk my life. You have to pay enough money. In silence, the ethereal and deep voice sounded again. The following are my trading rules. First, the price of the wish is calculated according to the difficulty of realization. The more difficult a wish is to realize, the higher the fee. You can trade everything you have, including your compatriots. Usually, you can use your life to exchange for some simple wishes. Second, the price of the wish is measured by the scale of judgment. Third, after the scale of judgment weighs the price of the wish, if you choose not to trade, I still need to charge 1/3 of the fee. Because the price of a wish is also a special information, it is not free. Fourth, when the transaction is completed, I will use all means to realize the wish for you. Here they come. Start forcing people to buy and sell. The gourd said the same words as long-cherished wish. The turtle and the toad pretended to be dead at the same time. They really didn't dare to say a word, feeling that things had gotten out of hand. The other old guys who were watching the fun wanted to escape, but no one dared to be the first to come forward. What if the first to come forward was attacked first? Moreover, this rule was extremely cunning. If a wish was made, even if it was not concluded in the end, 1/3 of the price would be charged. A business worth 1 million, even if it was not concluded, would still charge a handling fee of 333,300. How could business be done like this in the world? It was too bad. Lao Zhang, you should eat soft rice quickly. Let the thing save the big willow tree. Only the crazy Shimama was talking nonsense at the scene. This feeling of pretending to be awesome was so wonderful. The focus of the whole audience was on him. It was simply the treatment of a big star. Moreover, the audience below were all immortals, strong men who could shake the mountains by walking out and moving their feet. This feeling was really 100 times, 1,000 times better than being a big star. But as he spoke, Shimama was also a little scared, and trembled slightly a few times. The aura of the gourd demon god was a little scary, not as silly as before. The demon god's rules are excluding the other idealistic rules. That halo did not appear for no reason. The battle between the rules will lead to a chaotic field in the surrounding area. In the field, except for the demon god's rules, the other idealistic rules will be greatly weakened. At that time, you may not be able to use your life-saving magical powers. The mountain-carrying tortoise looked left and right, plucked up the courage, and began to repeat in imitation, "Lao Zhang, you should eat soft rice quickly. Let the thing save the big willow tree." In the mind of this turtle, Shinma had already said this sentence, and it repeated it, so it should not cause the demon god to misunderstand. As for the big toad, he dared not speak, for fear that he would become the price of the transaction. The muscles of his whole body were tense, ready to launch the earth escape at any time. After finding that the mountain-carrying tortoise was not attacked, the toad also repeated, "Old Zhang, you should hurry up and eat soft rice." It was really exciting. Then, more old guys began to repeat this sentence. Some guys were a little crazy, and some had the urge to die, and they had long wanted to say that. They didn't dare to say other words, for fear of becoming the price of making a wish, but they were still quite powerful in repeating. In the blink of an eye, the voice of old Zhang, "You should hurry up and eat soft rice," came like a wave. Suddenly, the red flame jumped. The old guys hurriedly shut up. They all broke out in a cold sweat. The legendary, long-cherished wish is a wise demon god with an unpredictable temperament. If you repeat it randomly, you might annoy this demon god. Zhang Ming was very thick-skinned, and he pretended not to hear the urging from the outside world. He was chatting with Miss Hulu, who had changed her appearance. "Your way of collecting fees is exactly the same as Suidan. Is it your rule?" "Of course not. I can choose to collect more or less, but I can't do without this fee, because the judgment scale needs this information consultation fee, which is about 1%. If I don't collect it, it will be a pure loss." Zhang Ming was shocked. The judgment scale charges a 1% fee, and Suidan charges 1/3, which is 32 times more, highlighting its greed. "Alice, but Suidan can really collect this fee through force. I don't have the strength for the time being. My current appearance looks very intimidating, but I only have defensive capabilities. If others actively attack me, they will be burned to death by this flame, but I can't take the initiative to attack, because I fly very slowly, and I am timid and it costs money to maintain this form." The gourd form doesn't cost money, I understand, Zhang Ming thought. If this red flame is transmitted through space ability, can it attack powerful enemies? But after thinking about it, forget it. After all, this is her real body, how can I throw it around randomly? Why is Suidan so powerful? Because it has money, it can make a wish through the judgment scale to increase its attack power. But I don't have money. It can be like this. The wish-making ability is really awesome. If the transaction is confirmed to be executed after the judgment scale is weighed, I must abide by this transaction. No matter what kind of transaction, I must abide by it. That is my rule. Zhang Ming was silent, and remembered something. Just like the rule she carried on her body, once Zhang Ming dies, the body must be sent to Suidan. This is her rule, a powerful force that cannot be violated by willpower. At that time, Suidan can take over the body of the space-time worm. The combat power of the space-time worm may not be strong among the demons, but it is a very special demon, and its functionality is absolutely first class. Hulu said again, "Well, as long as I become the ultimate demon, I don't need to abide by this rule. I can modify the value system at will, use the power of the judgment scale, and I can also violate the contract at will. Although I have made progress, I am still a little far away from the ultimate demon god. Please don't put too much pressure on me. I don't have the desire to become the ultimate demon god. I am very happy now. Anyway, I don't like fighting." Zhang Ming felt a little stressed. He couldn't afford to support this rich woman, but he still had to find a way to work hard. "I think I understand." They are waiting anxiously. "Let's start summoning, okay? Please be careful and don't move around to avoid being burned. Please, Hope, demon god, fulfill their wish. They want you to save the big willow tree," Zhang Ming begged the flames. The old things such as the Fusion god turtle and the toad were all stunned. How did it become our wish? Shimama hurriedly said, "You can't let me pay the price. You who eat gigolo, should pay the price yourself." All the old things cast grateful eyes, thanking the black stone for speaking for themselves. Although the Fusion god turtle was a little confused, were these guys in the same group and colluded to deceive themselves? After all, That stinky stone had been following Zhang Ming and his party for a long time. But the rules of the demon god are real, so it can only abandon its doubts and be grateful to Shimama. As soon as the voice fell, the red flame in the hand suddenly expanded and rushed into the sky. The dreamlike magical fire turned into a long rainbow and fled towards the void. The long rainbow penetrated the sun and led to the endless space and time in the distance. Looking far away, in a dazzling light, there was an extremely ancient object that was pulled from a distant direction. It is really too old and too far away. It is a terrifying existence from the origin of mythology. The breath it exudes is actually very few people can detect. The so-called Great Way is simple, nothing more than this. Even its light is dim, like an extra star, but the long rainbow pulling this object is clear and eye-catching. Countless strong men who are still lingering, ghosts anchored by the demon god, including the big willow tree, and Jia and others, all raised their heads and looked at the distant sky. Only ordinary people, without any feelings, still live their ordinary lives. Jia, who is not far away, was terrified and his pores contracted. What is that thing? It flew over from the old mythological era, that is the long-cherished wish, demon, a companion creature at the beginning of its birth. The scales of judgment, the voice in the mirror said, many of our civilizations have observed the anomalies of the dimensional rift, and there is indeed a behemoth in the process of leaping. There are indeed many powerful civilizations in the sea of demons. After receiving the news, they use various scientific and technological means to observe the movements in the distance. Many civilizations have developed to the interstellar stage and have relatively powerful astronomical detection capabilities. Some civilizations have broken through the Gale layer and launched space telescopes. They observed the anomalies of the dimensional rift and kept reporting. Sir, a superpower of the demon god level is jumping. Hey, the demon god sea is going to be in trouble again. I hope it's not our side. Wise civilization, did you issue any instructions? No, we got the news. The wise civilization asked us not to pursue this matter too much, because it happened in the burial realm. These civilizations started a discussion. There were many new civilizations, all very young, and they didn't even know what the burial realm was. But after discussing for a while, they couldn't beat the demon god, and they didn't know what it was. So they could only choose to be a turtle. Fortunately, no new disaster was found in the end. This strange phenomenon has become an unsolved mystery. The analysis results are out. It's a phantom, not a real entity. Is the phantom useful? You mean, this demon is playing tricks? Jia swallowed his saliva. No way, what's the point of it playing tricks? One Hey civilization obviously knew something. An old voice slowly explained, of course it's not playing tricks. The entity of the judgment scale is too big. It is located in the center of the myth, the origin of the myth. It is larger than the entire burial world. How can it directly summon the main body? But summoning a phantom is enough to deal with general situations. Observe carefully. If you can really use the wishing ability at a lower cost. Jiayeshi's skin was numb. He felt that the environment was getting more and more dangerous. He couldn't stay any longer. I'll put the observation equipment here. I'm going to escape. No matter how much money you give, it's not as good as my life. He said this, but his body didn't run away. You have to pay more, keep paying, and I will continue to be a war correspondent. The mountain-carrying tortoise, the gray toad, the ghost crow, and the sheep-headed monster all made alert movements. These old guys were all silent, and some of them found it hard to accept. This junior who was living off his wife really summoned the demon god, and this demon god even brought out the scales of judgment. Suin was so notorious that they didn't even dare to communicate with each other. They looked at Emperor Shimama eagerly and said a few words, asking the guy who was living off his wife to get rid of the demon god. We will save the big willow tree. Suddenly, the ground shook slightly, and a strange black mist rose from the earth. Thick darkness appeared in the air. The gray toad suddenly changed his face and said inwardly, oh no, the demon god, Zhang, reacted to the thing in the sky. What should I do? The burial world is theoretically the territory of the demon god, Zhang. It doesn't want other demon gods to get involved in this area. Therefore, the demon god, Zhang, suppressed many foreign demon gods to prevent them from spreading and anchoring here. Of course, Zhang is also greedy. If Zhang is allowed to develop, it will soon enclose the Zhang realm and further the sea of demons. The various powerful people who were deceived by the Zhang gate, as well as some demons who can cooperate, such as the demon, Mo, have formed the current complex and barely stable situation. But, Zhang, is an extremely cunning demon. If the expenditure is more than the income, then it will instantly abandon the Zhang realm and harvest all lives at the same time. The toad really didn't dare to delay any longer, and sent a voice message to the turtle, "Hurry up, let that guy who eats soft rice stop, I will find a way to treat that willow tree. Don't fuck around here, it will all be ruined by then, you let me go and say it, what if it becomes me who makes a wish?" The mountain-carrying tortoise said, "I can't afford the price of making a wish. If I die, who'll suppress the demon? Mo, let the black tortoise make a wish, anyway, it's crazy." The toad pursed his lips and glanced at the stone mama on the ground. "What if it makes a wish and implicates all of us? No matter what, we can't let Zhang riot. There is a small problem now. The Dark Ruler wants to cut off my connection with the Judgment Scale. This rule is very similar to the Netherrealm disaster, but it is more pure. Miss Hulu is not very good at fighting after all. It is still a bit difficult to encounter a real demon god to stop her. Moreover, she does not have much money. It is obviously no match for this demon god, Zhang, if she continues to consume it. Then spend money, spend more money, don't be reluctant," Zhang Ming shouted in his heart. "If you give up halfway, won't you show your cowardice? And won't 2,000 units of the source of the world be wasted? Even if those old things find out that you are a big loser, they will pounce on you like hungry wolves. Oh, then I will spend some money and appease it with the power of the Judgment Scale. Although it does not have human wisdom, it still has computing power. I will try to fool it so that it will not attack us." "Don't be reluctant to spend money, you may be broadcast live." Zhang Ming saw her little thoughts. Hulu just doesn't want to spend money, and is stingy. "You can't lose." Through the eye of time and space, he saw a sneaky old man hiding in the soil, carrying a large sack on his back, and holding a simple little mirror in his hand. "Look, this old man hiding in the soil is broadcasting live. The influence among major civilizations is money. And I suspect that he has a huge sum of 100,000 yuan and is here to buy the fruit of the Garden of Eden. Don't be reluctant to spend money." The reason why Jia Yeshi was discovered was because Zhang Ming noticed that the accumulation speed of space-time tidal energy had inexplicably increased sharply, and the speed of increase was extremely fast. Subconsciously scouting the surroundings, I found the old man who is recording the video. Shangbu's civilization is really a god assist. Then I spent money, but I don't have the ability to fight this demon head-on, so I can only summon the scales of judgment in a roundabout way. When the demon god, Zhang, made a move, a dark area formed in the sky, and the rich darkness like ink quickly attacked. The whole world has undergone unimaginable changes. The road, full of garbage, quickly became mottled and moldy, and the red, yellow, blue and green molds grew more and more. The walls of the temple kept falling off, exuding an obscure and cold smell. Many houses that were not very solid to begin with collapsed in an instant. It seemed that in just a moment, cold death came. But the strange thing is that the creatures living in the land of freedom did not notice this change. They seemed to think that all changes were normal. Only a few people who died suddenly shouted happily before they died, "Eternal bliss! Eternal bliss!" This scene was creepy. For a short time, Zhang Ming was not affected. However, this darkness brings a familiar feeling to people. It carries a strange temptation, as if merging into the darkness can gain real freedom. His pupils shrank slightly. This is indeed the Dark Rule in the Netherrealm disaster. The wind is strong. Run, haha, a fight has really started. Suin and Zhang have started fighting. The old guys found that the war between the demon gods had broken out. Although they were nervous, they did not run away immediately. Because those who came here were just incarnations, even if they died, the loss could be borne. These monsters turned into war correspondents, wanting to see a result. Only the Grey Toad was nervous. Because this was its territory. If Zhang really broke out, everyone within 1,000 miles would die without a burial place. It was confused. It was just saving a big willow tree. How could there suddenly be a war between the demon gods? The judgment scale in the distance rushed in straightly in the face of this powerful dark domain. Miss Hulu was not very good at fighting, and was not a match for the demon god, Zhang, but this judgment scale was still quite good at fighting. The originally dim scale suddenly burst into light, like a big sun, falling straight into the world. This holy object born at the origin, like an unmanned land, broke through the darkness with great momentum. The sky and earth were vast, with colorful lights everywhere, and the wind was howling. A red gold scale stood in the sky, as huge as a plateau, illuminating the sky. Toad, Has the winner been decided? The mountain-carrying tortoise roared. How can it be decided so quickly? Zhang only attacked tentatively and did not use all his strength, otherwise the entire burial world would have been destroyed long ago. Toad hesitated a little, because Suyin did not attack either, but just pressed the phantom of the scale over, and the dark rules were almost collapsed. From its limited knowledge, Zhang did not seem to be Suyin's opponent. As expected of a demon god close to the ultimate, it is normal that he is stronger than Zhang. Zhang Ming on the other side was also sighing. The demon god, Zhang, was very likely the culprit of the disaster in the netherworld. In the burial world, the great formation set up by the deceased gods, plus so many suppressed strong men, created a delicate balance with this demon god. But it used the burial realm as a springboard to invade the sea of demons, leading to the netherrealm disaster. In fact, the netherrealm disaster is not a fatal disaster. There is still a glimmer of hope for those living in the netherrealm, whether they become shadow beasts or stick to the world. It's just that the history of civilization has been permanently changed, which is equivalent to being kept in captivity by burial. As for the dark rules, they can be studied and borrowed as they want, highlighting the word pattern. How to solve the netherrealm disaster. There is no solution for the time being, because the burial realm still needs this demon to suppress it. Even if it takes a lot of effort to separate burial from the burial realm, there will be more demon disasters in the world, and the nature will be much worse. In contrast, burial is equivalent to a benign tumor, at least it will not destroy the sea of demons. Other demons are malignant tumors, which spread rapidly and will destroy the world. In this case, even if the advanced civilizations have known this fact for a long time, they will not take action. The reality is helpless. According to this logic, the demon god, Zhang, has invested a lot here, and it will never give up the burial realm easily. Once the burial realm is gone as a springboard, the disaster of the nether realm will disappear. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Really Good at Living Off Women. The golden light in the sky was brilliant, blending with a mercury-like darkness. The mutual struggle of the demon god's rules formed a huge storm, and the conflict between the rules formed a red meteor shower that fell from the sky. This scene was really terrible. No one dared to intervene. They could only wait for these rule conflicts to disappear by themselves. Zhang Ming became more and more worried. He only had 8 or 9,000 world sources in his hand, which was just a drop in the bucket in the real demon god war. What's more, if they really fought, the god should not be the opponent of the demon god, Zhang. As a result, the next second, the god said a little tiredly, "I'm exhausted." I finally convinced it and gave it 500 units of world sources. After it symbolically took action, it will leave soon. Can it still be bribed? It has wisdom. Zhang Ming was shocked. Can the demon god be bribed? It does not have wisdom similar to ours, but it has intelligence and can distinguish between interests. With the power of the scale of judgment, you can talk directly with a demon god. The whole conversation process is a bit abstract. I don't know how to explain it for the time being. You can understand it as machine language just like Suyin once pried Dusk demon to attack you. It was through this power, the god said angrily. Anyway, I have no ill intentions. It will consume its own energy to attack. Now I give it 500 yuan, why not? It's just that it wants too much. I'm a little angry god demon. Your ability to talk back is already a top-level ability, Zhang Ming praised. Do you know Uzumaki Naruto? He talks back to all enemies he can't beat, and he will be invincible from now on. Humph, human, now you know how powerful I am. From today on, I will turn over and become the master. Okay, I'll be your secretary. As the dark rules left, the traction line composed of red light in the sky was still shining. The speed of the judgment scale from the old mythological era slowly slowed down, and the light converged again. Near the human life fruit tree, the birds and beasts, the ox-headed and horse-faced beasts were all shocked. The demon, Zhang, actually retreated. This is Zhang's territory, and it just retreated like this, which gave people a lot of associations. But if you think about it carefully, it seems normal. If Zhang is the opponent of Suyin, it would be strange. Suyin is a demon god who hunts demon gods. It is normal for a cunning demon god like Zhang to retreat immediately when he finds that he cannot beat him. A moment later, a huge shadow of a scale that can cover the entire sky spanned the sky. It exudes a golden color, like the color of sunlight, giving people an inexplicable feeling of fairness and justice. "Now, what wishes do you have that you need me to fulfill?" A voice came from the sky, like the whisper of the sun, moon and stars. "Any wish can be fulfilled, as long as you can pay the price." But the group of bull-headed and horse-faced people were shocked. No one dared to speak, and they all stared at the guy who was eating gigolo. "You should get rid of this guy quickly." Zhang Ming lived up to everyone's expectations and stepped forward. "Great demon god of hope, is there any good way to save the big willow tree anchored by the demon god of dusk?" This guy finally made a wish, and all the bull-headed and horse-faced people breathed a sigh of relief. And then they realized that even if the deal was not completed, 1/3 of the fee would be charged. "Can you afford this money? If you can't pay it, don't we have to pay it?" They began to think about how to escape, but the burial world is only so small. For mortals, it takes a lifetime to walk. For them, there is really only such a large piece of land, and they can't escape even if they want to. "I will fulfill your wish." The answer to this question requires 2,400 units of the source of the world. If you regret your wish, 1/3 of the information consultation fee will be required. You can pay the source of the world, or you can use the rest of the items to offset it. If you can't afford it, I will forcibly collect everything you have. Zhang Ming openly asked for money. "I don't have money, you pay. If you don't pay, this demon will go crazy and I won't be able to stop him." "Can you talk?" "Huh? Can you talk?" Shimama was very jealous. Her eyes were red. If it had eyes, it was cheating. It was not a martial ethics. Many old guys were overjoyed. 2,400 didn't seem to be a lot. After all, there were almost 100 people present. If you spread it out a little, it would only be a few dozen yuan per person. The group present were immortals who had survived from the old mythological era. Compared with their wealth, this wealth was just a drop in the bucket. They didn't feel bad at all and just regarded it as paying for the ticket. "Why is it so cheap?" a sheep-headed man asked in confusion. "Doesn't Suitin not do small business? 2,400 world sources are really cheap. What do you know?" The Fushun divine turtle cursed. "I've said that this guy is a gigolo, so I gave him a preferential price. If you go up and make a wish, I'll ask you to pay 24 million directly, and your soul will be squeezed dry." The sheep-headed monster shrank his neck and looked at Zhang Ming with burning eyes. It was suspicious, but even if it had doubts, it didn't dare to say it out. "I'm just a bird, I don't have any money, what should I do?" "Toad, you pay some money first, and I'll pay you back after I go back." The ghost crow dug the ground with its claws. "I really don't have money, I'm just an incarnation, how can I bring out rare things?" Other old guys also expressed their desire to borrow money. The great toad was stunned. It became a sucker, and a large group of animals began to borrow money from it. In this era, those who owe money are all masters. It's easy to lend but difficult to get it back. But in the current situation, it didn't dare not lend. He could only dig out a few white jade-like things from the ground and threw them to Zhang Ming. "Take it, hurry up and save the big willow tree for me." "What is this?" Zhang Ming took it and looked at it. It was cold and there seemed to be a trace of white air flowing inside. "Boy, you are really ignorant. You don't recognize the source of the world when it changes its appearance." "This is called source stone," Toad snorted coldly. The resources in the old mythological era were indeed much richer than those in the new mythological era. In that realm, there is an almost omnipotent energy. This energy can be produced and sold by the Eternals. The immortals can barely use this energy, but they can't produce it. As for the extraordinary, they can't use it at all. As for its origin, it is also very simple. In the living places of a tribe, some can often be dug. This stone similar to white jade is called source stone. The output of source stone is not much, but the role is too great. After long-term practice, some strong people found that exterminating a tribe or destroying a world will produce a large amount of source stone. So they believe that this thing is the product of a large number of causal entanglements, also known as the cause and effect stone. This statement is not wrong. Understanding the space-time tidal energy as cause and effect power may be another kind of wisdom. In short, Zhang Ming felt the energy in the source stone for a while, and it is indeed a variant of the source of the world. Just like the source in his body, it is also a variant. The number inside is about 2,400 units. The way to make money in the world is indeed written in the criminal law. These old guys must have more gold coins, but we can't squeeze them too hard, in case they are desperate. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming asked nonchalantly, then you can also get source stones by guarding the burial world. After so many years, wouldn't it be a lot? The mountain-carrying divine turtle took over the conversation and couldn't help saying, Humph, what do you think that big formation connecting the villages is for? It is used to speed up the production of source stones. The worldly breath of intelligent species is a kind of cause and effect. The more people there are, the faster the source stones are produced, but what does it have to do with you? Are you going to guard the demon god instead of me, old turtle? Since you have the big formation, why is it still so short of money? Zhang Ming said, I see that it is short of energy. Logically, as long as the population is balanced, it will not be short of idealistic energy. You idiot, the world is about to explode. You must keep some private money for yourself. Can you still be selfless and donate it all? An old goat standing on the other side sneered, you are too pedantic. We are so pressed here, don't we have to get paid? Damn, this life is already very hard, even the salary has to be donated. A group of monsters responded, yes, if you are so kind, come and replace us. Zhang Ming was silent and could not refute. This kind of 007 every day, no vacation, no leave, such a world exploded, it seems that it's nothing. In the end, he could only nod and hand over the source stone to his big backer, Miss Hulu. The mysterious voice in the sky said, the transaction has been completed. Now I will tell you the corresponding method. Please listen carefully. Not far from you, there is a longevity fruit tree. Sacrificing life to the longevity fruit tree will make it produce longevity fruit. Intelligent creatures are preferred as sacrifices. I have observed that in the land of freedom, the vitality of intelligent creatures ranges from 1 to 1,423,221. All creatures can sacrifice to the big willow tree. Please note, the effect of the longevity fruit is best when used for the first time. The first time it is used, the longevity fruit condensed from every 10 units of vitality can extend the life of the big willow tree by 1 day. The effect of the subsequent multiple uses of the longevity fruit will decrease in turn. The specific formula is Zhang Ming was petrified immediately. The gourd girl was too perfunctory. She actually gave a known method and collected 2,400 units of the source of the world. Even his thick skin couldn't stand it. Is this the true side of the gourd demon god? No, no, no. If the demon god, Long Wish, was on the scene, he might really give such an answer. This is also the correct answer. What can you do to me? He turned his head quietly and glanced at the many bull-headed and horse-faced demons with a corner of his eyes. Sure enough, those old guys were also shocked by the answer given by the gourd demon. But soon, some old guys showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Isn't this what the infamous, long-cherished wish, demon should be like? I said, why is the fee so cheap? It turns out that the long-cherished wish, demon, for a fucking known answer, also charges 2,400. Suddenly, these guys felt that the 2,400 was wasted and no information was found out. Fuck, this demon is so fucking difficult to get along with. Jia Yeshi was also petrified in place. After a long time, he came back to his senses and sighed. No wonder it has become notorious after just a few moves. How many people will be repeat customers if it does business like this? This model is completely different from the Shangbu civilization. The business of the Shangbu civilization at least still abides by the rules and is harmonious. As a result, this guy in front of him cheated and deceived, and did everything he could. It was really unlucky to talk to him. The person in the mirror was also confused for a long time, and smiled bitterly. Why does it need repeat customers? All those who have done business with Suidan are dead, and even the whole world is gone. Only this guy who lives off his wife has not been cheated to death. It's really strange. But he hasn't shown his ability to live off his wife yet. Zhang Ming calmed down and asked in his mind, hey, is this true or not? No one is satisfied with this weird answer, although these old guys are intimidated by you and dare not make trouble, but I will be equally notorious in the future. Hope Demon God, you just debuted, you can't be so cheating, right? Thinking in the mode of Suidan, it will indeed answer like this. You also know that Suidan is really cheating, but my gourd demon god is not cheating at all, the gourd said excitedly. Now you beg me, as long as you beg me, I will help you think of another way. What can you think of? I will pay a little money to let the demon god, Zhang, grow a high-level human life fruit. The price is about 320 units of the source of the world. Zhang Ming broke out in a cold sweat. This ability to talk big is really powerful. But if it's just begging, the price is too small. What should I do if they make me beg all the time? The price must be increased. Then how about I take your soul away, torture you viciously, and then ask them to pay more? Okay, okay. Isn't this answer too perfunctory? Shimama trembled for a while, and found that everyone was in doubt, so he shouted. Then Zhang kid, you should beg quickly, don't waste time. 2,400 units of the source of the world are just going down the drain. We all know this plan. It mixed in with this group of old guys and paid for the ticket. It also wanted to know how this farce should be resolved. As expected, Zhang began to beg, bowing and kowtow, please. Hope demon god, please find a better way. The creatures here are also pitiful. It is not my original intention to let them die to heal the big willow tree. It would be better if there is a more perfect way. Hey. You are not going to ask us to pay again, Shimama cursed. You have to pay a little. How about 10,000? There are so many of you, each of you pays a little. It's less than 100. And I have to pay the price. You don't think I don't have to pay the price, right? Zhang Ming acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. You wanted to see me summon the demon god. It was originally a simple matter, just saving a big willow tree, but you acted as if you had no way to do it, but you insisted on testing the power of the demon god. Now that the demon god has been summoned, don't think you can get away with it. Anyway, I have no money. Where can I get so much money? The mountain-carrying tortoise hesitated for a moment and shouted, hurry up and give him the money. It's agreed that it will be at most 10,000. If you can't come up with a better way, I don't care whether you live or die, we can only run away. The gray toad also opened his mouth, unable to speak, and was annoyed in his heart. Why did he think so much and watch others eat gigolos? If this gigolo was so easy to eat, how could it be Zhang's turn? The toad ate the gigolo in the first bite. The other bull-headed and horse-faced were also irritated in their hearts, annoyed that they had a mental illness and had to join in the fun, but they ended up eating the melon. Fortunately, immortals are immortals, and the average ticket price of less than 100 per person is affordable. Soon, these old guys borrowed money from each other, and amidst the sound of cursing, several source stones were handed to Zhang Ming. Hurry up and start your show, Shimama shouted in the crowd. Great demon god, please settle this matter. We really can't afford the scales of judgment. Great demon god of hope, this 10,000 yuan is for you, Zhang Ming pleaded shamelessly again. We only have this little money, and we need a better and more perfect solution. This little money, there is no more. You must solve it well, otherwise you will be infamous. This time, some modifiers were added, and many old guys were silent and observed. Soon, the 10,000 units of the source of the world were taken away by the gourd. The red flame burned in the air, changing into various shapes, and finally formed a brilliant aurora. Suddenly, the flame grew stronger. The transaction can be executed, but this little source stone is still not enough. You need to pay the price yourself, Zhang Ming screamed and fell to the ground, unconscious. The sound was extremely miserable, and the gray toad was so scared that it jumped over and looked at him for a while. His soul was stripped away and he became a vegetable. The toad's voice trembled. This person's soul may have some special characteristics, so he can follow the path of the devil. The ghost crow also flew over and landed on Zhang Ming's head, flipped his eyelids, and looked at Zhang Ming's eyeballs. The eye of time and space is indeed the rule of the time and space worm. The ghost crow sneered and pretended to understand. He thought he was eating gigolo, but in fact there is some hidden price. It is precisely because of the special nature of the soul that Suidan is planning something. The day he can't pay this price, he will die. Disperse. I thought he really dealt with the devil, but I didn't expect that it was just the special soul that attracted Suidan's plan. Of course, no old man was willing to leave. They retreated, and wanted to see the final outcome. After finally getting together, they chatted with each other. Thinking back, when Lil Mang was still an embryo, he was targeted by Suidan. In fact, it was because of his special soul that he could carry the curse power of his people. If it weren't for this feature, Suidan would not have paid attention to him. The Fushun divine turtle was surprised and said, so, this kid actually has great potential? Like Lil Mang, can he hunt demons? Which one can he hunt? It's impossible, because the new world can never create such a strong man again. He was born in the new world, and his soul is different from us old guys. The well-informed ghost crow shook his head and said, then he is useless. You know shit, the new world and the old world are completely different. Maybe he's smart and can be a scientist. What is a scientist? Can he beat a demon? Scientists can blow your head off. These guys chatted and quarreled, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. Jia Yeshi, who was hiding in the dirt and eavesdropping, was shocked. Didn't this kid named Zhang understand the rules of the space-time worm? Now that the space-time worm is dead, Suyin found him and wanted him to dig the tunnel instead. No, 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 isn't the real body of Suyin already here? Is this one in the sky still just a clone? He muttered to himself, thinking wildly. There was no sound from the other side of the mirror. Perhaps the representatives of those civilizations were in a tense discussion where everyone was in danger. After a long while, the voice in the mirror sounded again. He doesn't even need to dig the space tunnel himself. He only needs to find the tunnel left by the space-time worms to let Suyin jump over. There are countless tunnels left by the space-time worms. Although most of them have collapsed, there are always some traces. He only needs to find these collapsed space tunnels and spend some energy to repair them. Then should we give him 100,000 units of the source of the world? With this money, he can dig tunnels immediately. The voice in the mirror was silent again, and after a long while, he smiled bitterly. Observe for a while, but we still tend to continue the transaction. Because if Suyin wants to jump over, does he still care about these tens of thousands of the source of the world? Even if we don't pay, Suyin will give it. Well, that's right. Besides, Suyin is not necessarily the kind of demon god who is completely uncooperative. It's just because it has wisdom that makes people feel scared. Maybe the fruit that helps people become immortals is also provided by Suyin. Is Shongshan okay? Jia Yeshi asked curiously. We placed Shongshan in accelerated spacetime to accelerate its growth. It was supervised by multiple civilizations, but we didn't find anything strange, and there was no demon anchoring it. Accelerated spacetime is the most advanced unique technology, built on the body of a spacetime demon, and is the foundation of one civilization. As the name suggests, it has the effect of accelerating time and is usually used to cultivate rare plants and animals. The multiple observers involved in this matter are all the top civilizations in the Sea of Demons, including some civilizations that are taking a new path. So many civilizations have not found anything abnormal, which means there is really nothing abnormal. They still have this confidence, otherwise they would have been extinct in the tide of fighting against the demons. I see. If this kid can survive, I will patiently check him again, Jia Yeshi said, but for such a dangerous job, you have to pay more. Is that okay? At this moment, Zhang Ming was floating in the clouds, his whole body numb, and he was about to ascend to heaven. In theory, if the soul leaves the body during the day, it will be burned by the sun, but now he is well protected. This soft experience is like falling into cotton candy mountain, and every cotton candy is happily welcoming his arrival. Hurry up and leave something in my body as the price I pay. Ah, your statement is so strange. Let me think about it. What should I do? In front of us is the famous scale of judgment. It is indeed just a phantom, composed of golden light, and many details are blurred. But it exudes boundless majesty, as if the scale can move the whole world with a slight movement. It's just that this scale is the most greedy one. Any wish, whether big or small, is extremely expensive. If it is not a last resort, no one is willing to use the power of long-cherished wish, or the gourd. It's really too expensive. Before approaching this huge scale, Zhang Ming was protected by a ball of red flame. You'd better not touch it, otherwise you may die. Of course, if you must study it, I will protect you. The red flame wrapped Zhang Ming and brought him to the scale of judgment. Here, there is a rich space-time tidal energy, like a long rainbow, shuttling between the scales. Zhang Ming's space-time eyes flickered, and he seemed to see many causal relationships. In other words, the judgment scale realizes wishes by changing the causal relationship, which is indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. In addition, a voice can be faintly heard chanting. Although it is not clear what it is saying, it makes people feel a sense of worship, as if facing the chanting of the Supreme Being. The passing self, the Tao self, and the true self all vibrate together. Zhang Ming wants to grasp something, but finds that he can't remember anything. Who made this sound? I don't know either. It may be related to the origin of the myth, Hulu said weakly, but it's better not to know. Cognition means the end. Zhang Ming asked again, can this scale only be looked at, but not used? How powerful can it be? No matter what, it is also a trump card. We have to figure it out. Well, you should have discovered that it makes wishes effective by modifying the causal relationship, so the price is very expensive. To give a simple example, If I modify the causal relationship of the world and make you an immortal immediately, it may cost millions, or even tens of millions of world sources. Zhang Ming was secretly shocked. This function is indeed powerful, but the price is too expensive. If I have tens of millions of world sources, I can directly invest in you, the god demon god, and I can just eat gigolo, right? Compared with the demon god, the immortal is nothing. Chapter 507 She Mama tells a big lie. The power of the judgment scale was vast and boundless. Zhang Ming felt that he was in a vast universe. This universe was full of colorful halos and clouds. Fantastic light balls appeared near Zhang Ming. Grass and trees welcomed spring, old vines sprouted green, life began to grow, and buds bloomed. Zhang Ming was completely overwhelmed by these hopeful scenes. He finally understood why long-cherished wish was called the closest to the ultimate demon in the evaluation of the outside world. The rule of wish is really a completely idealistic product, as if it can realize all the miracles in the world. The rule of wish is not completely unpredictable, it just modifies the cause and effect relationship, Miss Hulu said again, but directly modifying the cause and effect is too expensive and difficult to afford. We can make a second choice. We can get some effective information by making a wish. For example, you can make a wish and get the method of how to make you immortal. By then, the source of the world required will be greatly reduced. Because there will not be too many cause and effect relationships involved in retrieving some information, the price will not be too expensive. This explanation is quite easy to understand. To make Zhang an immortal directly is a difficult strong causal relationship, which can be described as a miracle in the world. The cost is high, which is understandable. Finding a reliable way to achieve immortality through one's own strength is a weak causal relationship, and the cost will naturally be much lower. Zhang Ming asked with some vigilance, what if a very rubbish method is given? For example, let me kill a certain demon god, let me find a certain demon god to cooperate with. This kind of inexplicable method, it is possible that it will cost money but has no feasibility. This involves the concept of information depth. The shallower the information depth, the cheaper the plan. Don't worry, I will help you filter out those rubbish plans and make the price within an acceptable range. Zhang Ming is not worried that Miss Hulu will deliberately cheat him. He always feels that the scale of judgment is a bit shady. So she suddenly had an idea. How much does it cost to prove the Goldbach conjecture and the Riemann conjecture? Miss Gord was stunned. After a long time, she laughed pleasantly. It's hard to say. If there is a civilization in the sea of demons that has proved these two propositions, we just need to plagiarize the papers of that civilization. The price will not be too expensive, about 4 to 5 digits. If no civilization has proved it, it means that these problems are extremely difficult, and the price is beyond my control. 7 or 8 digits are possible. Do you want to obtain these academic achievements? Forget it, it's too expensive. With so much money, why should I do this? Miss Gord said again. In fact, there are ways to further use the scales of judgment to reduce costs. For example, only retrieve a small part of the information. Take a simple example. If you want a scientific paper, we only wish for an abstract, and the rest of the content is deduced by our own strength, which can reduce a lot of consumption. Zhang Ming took a deep breath. This method is really quite good. Some scientific research lacks a little inspiration, right? Even if there is a correct summary that points out the direction, it is enough to make many scientists excited and revel. Seeing that the discussion time is long enough, the old guys below must be waiting anxiously. Zhang Ming hurriedly said, okay, now you can make me pay the price. What are you going to do? The guard said strangely. I am ready to be human. Are you ready to be drained of your spiritual power by me? The clouds rolled in the sky, and the long rainbow pierced the sun. One halo after another continued to spread to the outside world. The scales of judgment are worthy of being a sacred existence from the origin of mythology. It has faintly pried the cause and effect of the entire burial world. The spirits of the 8 directions are like a tide, allowing many withered flowers, plants and trees to regain vitality and even grow fruits. The dead wood is still blooming again in spring. This scene is so magical that it attracts countless birds. The glow is getting brighter and brighter. These birds are enjoying the delicious fruits. However, the old guys near the live fruit tree did not dare to act rashly. Because they saw with their own eyes that Zhang Ming's soul was wrapped in a ball of red flames and pulled out of the flesh. The poor soul screamed and wailed, flew into the sky, and was thrown into the direction of the scales of judgment, never to be seen again. The great toad couldn't help but say, how miserable, what kind of inhuman torture will he suffer? What if this guy, is tortured to death by the devil. Shimama snorted coldly. Don't worry, such a big fuss will not kill you. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Long cherished wish wants this kid to help dig a hole. How can I bear to let him die in broad daylight? Shimama was so happy to do such a thing. This gentleman is very courageous and stands up for us. I wonder who is the incarnation of him, the ghost crow suddenly asked. It seems that I have never seen this gentleman. It has noticed Shimama a long time ago. Or rather, it is impossible not to notice him. Shimama stumbled, not knowing how to reply. It said it was called Xuanwu. Have you heard of it? The mountain-carrying tortoise said with a strange look. I have never heard of it, Grandpa Turtle. Of course, that's because you are ignorant. The ghost crow flapped its wings and said, there is a giant tortoise in the north, named Xuanwu. Its strength may be close to that of the Eternal One. It is a tortoise from the 6 Yin realm. It turns out to be Xuanwu, Your Excellency. I have heard of it for a long time. Another sheep-headed monster interrupted and said, it turns out to be a tortoise from the 6 Yin realm. I only know King Long, and we even fought each other. What 6 Yin realm? Am I not from the mountain and sea realm? Shimama was a little confused. After listening for a long time, I realized that the 6 Yin realm is a small world in the mountain and sea realm, which is interconnected. So it is not an exaggeration to say that the 6 Yin realm is part of the mountain and sea realm. Of course, in terms of comprehensive combat power, it is definitely slightly weaker than the mountain and sea realm. The most powerful beast in the 6 Yin realm is King Long, who is quite famous, but still not as strong as the strongest Zhulin in the mountain and sea realm. The mountain-carrying turtle was stunned. The old mythological era was too vast, and it was normal for it to have a small world that it didn't know about. The ghost crow said again, I heard that Xuanwu is on par with King Long and Behu in the Liuyao world, and is more powerful than you, the mountain-carrying turtle. Mr. Xuanwu, this is the first time we meet. I didn't expect that you were also deceived by that damn Zhang to suppress the demon god. But you haven't appeared before. Have you been sleeping all the time, Alice? My original body has fallen, and now I am just a remnant soul. Even my memory is incomplete, Shimama replied in that old voice. Otherwise, I have to give everyone a gift no matter what. It's not that it deliberately showed weakness. It's just that these old guys are all smart people, and they are testing it. The gourd demon god is a real demon god. He acted so well and summoned the judgment scale. It's normal that others can't see it. And it's really just a remnant soul. These old monsters can easily see its true situation. What's more, the mountain-carrying tortoise had long known that it was just a remnant soul that had been following Zhang Ming, so even if it was a lie, it would be useless. The ghost crow misunderstood, flapped its wings twice, and sighed. It's already very good to have a remnant soul left. At least it has broken free from the constraints and can be free and easy in the world for a long time. How long can you live, Brother Xuanwu? Shimama said. How do I know this? I think I should be able to live for 10,000 years. It's amazing. Another sheep-headed monster sighed. People like me, under the oppression of the demon god, don't know how long I can survive, not even 100 years. In the end, I will turn into a handful of yellow soil and be buried here. Brother Sheep is modest. The flying head barbarian flying in the sky said, Brother Sheep can hold on until the destruction of the burial world. People like me can't hold on for 10 years. The flying head barbarian sighed. Maybe when you die, you really die. In the end, nothing is left, not even a remnant soul. Many bull-headed and horse-faced monsters present deeply aggrieved and envied. In a short while, it turned into a complaint meeting. The old monsters began to compete with each other. They were more or less reserved about who died earlier, but in general, the situation was not very good. Some even tried to get close to Xuanwu, asking how he left a remnant soul. Brother Xuanwu, please teach us your method of leaving a remnant soul. If this method is really good, they even want to imitate it. As for whether this remnant soul is still the same as before, and whether its personality will change drastically, that is another philosophical question. Anyway, having one more way out is better than being trapped here. Shimama suddenly became a hot figure. It was really flattered and felt a little relieved. But how to explain this problem? It itself doesn't know, and it didn't suppress the demon at all. How can we help these old guys get rid of the demon contract? Finally, Shimama had an idea and put the blame on Zhang Ming. You want to know how to leave a remnant soul? This is simple. First, you buy a fruit that can reshape the body from the kid named Zhang, and keep it in your body for a long time, so that the fruit can absorb our own blood, Reshape the body, Ghost Crow asked in surprise. Our souls are so powerful that they are not comparable to the creatures in the new world. Is there any treasure that can reshape the body, like this incarnation? It is not a physical body, and it can't exert 1/10,000th of its power. If these old monsters want to reshape their bodies, they will obviously encounter problems similar to the immortals' rebirth in a second life. Ordinary treasures are of little use to them. What do you know? That fruit can cultivate new immortals. Can't it accommodate one of your remnant souls? Shimama snorted coldly, and combined with her rich experience, she began to talk nonsense boldly. This technique of escaping from the shell is not that simple. You want to break free from the contract and escape from the shell in front of the demon god. At most, only one of the ego, self, and superego can be left. You must make a choice. The remaining two must all die. You know how to advance from immortal to eternal. Do you know the world will of the demon sea? I want to transform into the world and divide my thoughts into three, Shimama said. In the end, with the help of the eternal power of an instant, I broke free from the shackles, but only one remnant soul was left. Many monsters choked up and felt bitter in their hearts. This method seemed a bit difficult. Even the mountain-carrying tortoise was stunned. This guy seems to be really powerful. Even if you are lucky enough to leave behind a remnant soul, your strength will be greatly reduced, maybe even less than 1% of the original strength. Can you afford this psychological gap? Guiya smiled awkwardly twice. So that's how it is, Your Excellency Xuanwu, who is close to the eternal. Shimama jumped a few times. This idea was thought up by Xuanwu when he wanted to be promoted to the eternal, and it was not completely perverse. Xuanwu died, not only leaving behind a Shimama, but also a dragon turtle, which is a very good result. As for the specific details, it naturally varies from person to person, and there is no need to elaborate. Everyone's strength is different, and their bloodlines are different. Copying the gourd is just courting death. But no matter what, Brother Xuanwu is really wise and powerful, and has paved a smooth road for us. The sheep-headed monster may be a strong man close to the eternal, and said excitedly, as for the great decline in strength, it's nothing. We have been trapped in this ghost place for tens of thousands of years. Damn, I can't even move. Who doesn't cultivate their character? The fighting and killing are long gone. Yes, many monsters complimented again. This happy scene is rare in 1,000 years. Shimama was so proud that it really became the center of attention of many mythical beasts. I said, why did Brother Xuanwu turn into a stone? It's because it was all converted into defensive ability. I can't kill others, and others can't kill me. This is a good way. The flying head barbarian standing on the other side also shook his head. Brother Xuanwu, how much combat power do you have left? Demonstrate it for us. There is still a little combat power, the power of Xuanwu. Shimama proudly revealed a hand. The huge phantom of the Xuanwu beast appeared in the air. The huge black claw slammed down fiercely on the ground, creating a huge dent. The attack of the black tortoise phantom was naturally much weaker than the power of the immortal, but it was also at the peak of the extraordinary level. These old guys were just incarnations, but their eyesight was indeed not to be underestimated, and they discussed it passionately. The black tortoise phantom further proved that this stone was indeed transformed from the residual soul of the black tortoise beast. It didn't lie. A superb strike at the pinnacle of the extraordinary. If you work harder, you will be close to immortality. You will be doing well in the outside world. These bull-headed and horse-faced people congratulated loudly. After escaping from the shell, the sky is high and the birds can fly freely, the sea is wide and the fish can jump freely, and you can enjoy a free life. Brother Xuanwu, this is a clever idea. Congratulations. Even the gray toad was envious. In this case, don't we have to ask this kid to sell us the fruit? Without the fruit, we can't escape from the shell, Shimama boasted enthusiastically. If your body is strong enough to avoid the invasion of the devil's rules, you don't need the fruit. But having the fruit is an insurance. In order to get this fruit, I have endured it for so many years. I am bullied by him every day and treated like a beast. How miserable these days are. So that's it, Brother Xuanwu. There's nothing we can do. The world is like this. The world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. It is better to flatter and swallow one's anger for a few years, the ghost crow suddenly said. How about this? After we escape from the golden cicada shell, we form an offensive and defensive alliance. How about it? Life in the outside world is not easy. Immediately, an old thing refused. Wait, forget about the offensive and defensive alliance. I just want freedom, not to be inferior to others, But Lord Xuanwu, as the person in charge, I am willing. If I succeed, I owe it a favor." Listening to the negotiations of the monsters, the mountain-carrying tortoise was extremely annoyed. It was the one who had truly seen the fruit of the Garden of Eden, so it secretly controlled this incarnation and climbed onto Zhang Ming to steal things. He has another fruit on his body, which he got by eating gigolo. If I find this fruit, I can also escape from the golden cicada shell. The other bull-headed and horse-faced monsters immediately discovered the old turtle's actions, and they all thought of something and shouted, "Old turtle, what are you doing?" But this is the territory of the toad. The other old guys are just incarnations. They have no power at all and cannot beat the toad. In just a blink of an eye, the toad stretched out its tongue and rolled up Zhang Ming's body. The gray-black poisonous gas spread from the bumps on its back. The incarnation of the mountain-carrying tortoise fell to the ground. It was very anxious and roared, trying to fish in troubled waters. "The fruit is in that sack. You can't eat it alone. Everyone come together." These old guys were still having fun the previous second, and they started to wrestle the next second. This scene is just like Pantangu creating the world, with clear air rising and turbid air sinking, thunder rolling, sand and stones roaring, and waterfalls rushing. It was just a fight that was so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Shimama finally saw the moral quality of these guys. The Buzhao mountain in the old mythological era was collapsed in this way. It seems that it is not easy for it to be the leader of the martial arts world. Why did they suddenly start fighting? Jia Yeshi, who was hiding underground, saw the monsters fighting crazily and got really angry. Even though many monsters were just incarnations and had little fighting power, they were still desperately trying to grab things. Jia Yeshi was confused and didn't know what was going on. As a result, a few seconds later, a small gourd with a golden light was turned out of the sack by the toad. The toad was so happy that it rolled its tongue and swallowed the fruit into its stomach. Jia Yeshi's whole head suddenly made a boom sound, and his blood circulation accelerated. That was the fruit he wanted to buy. But it was snatched away by this toad. He couldn't complete the task. What should he do? Jia Yeshi was very anxious, but he didn't dare to come forward to fight for it. He stumbled in front of the mirror and said, "Leader, the situation is not good now. Zhang Ming's soul was taken away by the demon god, and his life and death are unknown. The last fruit was snatched away by the toad. Now you make a decision. What should we do? What do they want the fruit for?" The person opposite the mirror was obviously a little angry, and his voice was a little trembling. The project of 100,000 world sources, which was put together by the cooperation of so many civilizations, was destroyed before it even started. However, the environment of the burial world is special and their influence is limited. These old guys are still useful, so it is meaningless to be angry. I faintly heard that they wanted to use this fruit to reshape their bodies. No matter what, we have to get this fruit. There was no other way. After some instructions, Jia Yushi could only rush out, "Seniors, stop it. This fruit is of great use to us. It is used to cultivate new immortals to replace you. If you snatch it away directly, the entire burial world will be in danger. Don't you all want to be liberated? Without this fruit, you will never be liberated." Isn't this Jia Yushi from the Great Mother City? The mountain-carrying turtle found that the fruit was snatched away by the toad. His mind raced and he immediately cursed, "Dead toad, return the fruit quickly. Do you want to go to war with everyone? Let the people of the new world cultivate immortals and stabilize this world. That's the right way. Dead turtle, you were the one who snatched it first in the beginning." The toad responded toughly. "I want to pass the fruit to Jia Yeshi," the turtle said shamelessly. The other monsters who couldn't grab the fruit also shouted, "We grabbed the fruit, all for Jia Yeshi." Even if they were unhappy with Jia Yeshi, they supported Jia Yeshi with ulterior motives at this moment. As for the toad, it was naturally unwilling to be outdone. This place is its home court. If it grabs it, it grabs it. What can you do to me? As for cultivating immortals, that's bullshit. As the saying goes, 10 birds in the forest are not as good as 1 bird in the hand. When will it be my turn as a toad? Zhang Ming opened his eyes faintly. He seemed to have never been so tired. Even opening his eyelids took all the strength of his body. The spirit in his soul was taken away by the Gore demon god by 99%. He was exhausted to the extreme. There was even a red flame mark on his heart. There was no side effect. It simply contained a trace of the power of the Gore demon god, which could scare people. I transplanted the tree of the Garden of Eden onto the scales of judgment relying on this little bit of power. You can take the fruit of the Garden of Eden by yourself without my consent. Now the tree is yours, and I give you everything. The feeling of being a gigolo is really good. My own mother treats me no better than this. But it feels a little strange. Is this feeling of floating on the top of the cloud, just like flying, a psychological illusion? As a result, the moment he woke up, Zhang Ming was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He found that he was actually soaring in the sky. There was a fishy and sticky liquid on his body. At this moment, he was in a daze and his mind was not very clear. Zhang Ming had no idea what was going on. There were bustling shouts and curses in his ears, and it was a fierce quarrel. Oh no, the devil is back, that kid is alive. The wind is strong, hurry up. Immediately, the scene was extremely quiet, as if the shouting just now was an auditory hallucination. Comrade Shimama, who knew that he had caused a big disaster, said nothing and pretended to be a master. He looked at Zhang Ming again. His face was sallow and his energy was seriously overdrawn. He must have indulged himself too much, right? It had happened before, but this time it was particularly serious. You two had a really exciting time fighting in front of so many monsters, Shimama complained in her heart. You are really perverted and immoral. Don't worry, even if it's a big lie, Shimama, will help you to make it up, but how are you going to save this big willow tree? This thing has to be done, right? The gray toad found that Zhang Ming was still alive and quickly put him down from his mouth. It looked at him quietly and found that Zhang Ming had suffered some strange price and was so weak that he was about to die. And he was also anchored by the demon god. The mark on his chest continuously extracted vitality. Suddenly, the toad took a breath of cold air in his heart. After thinking for a long time, he returned the fruit that he had snatched with great difficulty. After all, this person is not dead yet, and it is not rational to tear his face rashly. This is its territory. If it wants to take it back, it can do so at any time. I have completed my begging, and the big willow tree can be saved. Don't worry, Zhang Ming didn't even have the strength to speak. He mobilized all his strength to squeeze out the sentence. He was not pretending, he really lost his strength. A ball of red flame burned from Zhang Ming's chest. The scene was still silent, no one spoke, but they all stepped back and watched quietly. Jia Yeshi wiped his sweat and quietly hid in the corner, quietly looking at the power of the Hope demon god. He naturally brought a lot of observation instruments, and all 18 methods were used. I saw a red mark burning on Zhang Ming's chest. This is the anchor of the demon god. He really paid the price. The sky was full of red light flashing, and traces of the sound of the Tao echoed between heaven and earth. This language is extremely abstract, and I don't know what it is. It can't even be recorded by scientific tools. Then, the ground also trembled slightly, as if there was an echo and resonance. The great toad was shocked. The devil, Zhang, has reacted again. The next moment, something even more surprising happened. Flowers with human faces bloomed on the longevity fruit tree, with a rosy glow and bright colors. One by one, the surface of the petals was smooth and tender, like the skin of a baby. When the flowers were in bud, they looked like shy girls. When the petals bloomed, they seemed to turn into smiling faces full of sunshine, passionate and unrestrained. However, after a few seconds, they decayed at a very fast speed, and the petals became wrinkled and yellow, like the skin of an old man. The life of this flower is like the life of a person, with birth, aging, illness and death, love and hate, concentrated in these few seconds. This contradictory feeling is heartbreaking. After the human face flower completely decayed, it condensed into a fist-sized red fruit. Like magma, it exudes blazing heat. This is the top-level longevity fruit. The toad was shocked. Chapter 508. The name of the demon god, Hope, spread. The power of the demon god, Zhang, slowly disappeared after creating this life fruit. So many old guys were still silent. They were shocked by this demon god level method. I've learned a lot. The demon god can control another demon god, Fushan Shengui said in his heart. A few seconds later, an ethereal voice came from the sky. Use this life fruit to extend the life of the big willow tree for 12 years. 10,000 units of source stone can only buy this life fruit. The transaction has been completed. If you still need it, you can summon me again. May we meet again next time. The strange phenomenon in the sky disappeared, leaving only a group of golden clouds, which was very beautiful under the sunlight. The judgment scale across the sky also disappeared. And these old guys were stunned. They were immersed in this magical method. Although the method was still the same, using the life fruit to extend the life of the big willow tree, but the means were different. It can actually directly send the demon god, Zhang, to grow the top-level life fruit. This magical ability is something they are completely unable to achieve, although they finally resorted to the method of life fruit. But think about it carefully, the devil god, Suyin, is just like this, and he will save as much trouble as possible. It is not impossible to ask Suyin to find another way, but it will cost more money. 10,000 yuan is definitely not enough. My old brother, let me ask you, are the devil gods, Xingji, and Suyin, the same? I always feel that the devil god, Xingji, is more gentle. The mountain-carrying tortoise was very enthusiastic and almost rushed to call him brother. In the past, the consequences of trading with the devil god, Suyin, were tragic, but now it was also tragic for Zhang Ming, and no one else was implicated. According to my understanding, maybe they are not the same, but I don't know what it is. Zhang Ming lay on the ground, almost paralyzed by exhaustion. Old brother, I just ask one thing, can you still beg for fruit? Brother, I will buy it at a high price. The sheep-headed monster squeezed beside Zhang Ming and said enthusiastically. The scarlet sheep tongue was almost licking Zhang Ming's face. My brother Zhang, if you give me a fruit, I will lick your ass now. A big black dog showed a weird smile that was uglier than crying. Zhang Ming was a little confused, his head was buzzing, and he had a group of good brothers in just a few minutes? What's going on? These old guys are really mean. They have been struggling to survive until now, and have been smoothed by the painful reality. They are shameless and come up to lick dogs? Even Shimama was shocked. In comparison, I, Old Stone, have become an elegant person. But Zhang Ming is not pretending. His soul power has been sucked clean, and the whole person is like being crushed by a millstone. I'll sleep for a while. Shuangbu Wenming, help me get me back and get me to the big willow tree. Give me money. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. These old guys were silent for a moment, and then they immediately started arguing, trying to snatch Zhang Ming back. Just kidding, they knew with their toes that as long as this gigolo didn't die, this newly appeared, hope, demon god was the kind that could be cooperated with. It could be used to realize quite a lot of difficult ideas. Everything was possible. The burial world was really about to explode. And they had to think of a way out. My fellow seniors, it's meaningless for you to argue here. Listen to me. Jia Yeshi gritted his teeth and jumped out to uphold justice. The situation in the burial realm is critical. We all know it, but we must let the burial realm hold on. Otherwise, even if everyone flees to the Sea of Demons, those demons will follow along, and we won't be able to live for a few days. You talk nicely. We are the ones who let the burial realm hold on, and you don't do anything yourself. The sheep-headed monster was furious. What kind of new road civilization is this? You can't even cultivate a strong man. What's the use of you, new road? Yeah, new road is useless. The monsters shouted together, making Jia Yeshi sweat profusely. My fellow seniors, this time I came here just to make you feel at ease. Jia Yeshi used his eloquent tongue to analyze. We will send in an immortal within 3 months. An immortal? That's a lot. The ghost crow couldn't help but feel sarcastic. After waiting for such a long time, the Sea of Demons actually sent a whole person. It almost laughed out loud. Jia Yeshi immediately said, ahem, that's just the initial experiment. If the subsequent operation is done properly, 10 or 100 tunnels are possible. After all, the Demon Sea is so big that we can still select quite a few strong people who are stuck at the peak of the extraordinary. In addition, we will find a way to persuade Mr. Zhang to help dig the space-time channel. As you know, the current transportation cost between the burial realm and the Demon Sea is too expensive. Once the new tunnel is successfully dug, we will send hundreds of civilization teams, totaling more than 200 million people, and no less than 30 million units of the source of the world. These professional teams are funded by major civilizations and can arrange more sophisticated defense formations and high-intensity technological weapons here. We have been preparing for this for a long time, but we are suffering from the high cost of transportation. Now Mr. Zhang, who has integrated the rules of the space-time worm, may be able to help dig tunnels. This plan is quite sincere. The old guys don't know how powerful the technological weapons are, but the funding of 30 million units of the source of the world is indeed a number that makes them feel sincere. The premise is that this person must be taken away by Jia Yeshi. If we can't dig a tunnel, 30 million world sources are not enough for the travel expenses. I'll tell you the truth, the Grey Toad suddenly said, no matter how many immortals you cultivate, you can only delay the destruction of the burial realm. What kind of technological weapons can really defeat the demon god? I don't believe it. The balance has long been tilted. Even the demon god, Burial, suppressed here, is ready to move. At least 20 or more Eternals are needed to change it back. Are there so many Eternals in this world? How many are still alive? Do those cowardly dogs dare to come out of the seal? Jiayeshi said with a bitter face. Everyone, please be patient. The combat effectiveness of the New Road civilization should not be underestimated. Now is the age of playing with technology. A group of mortals created by technology products can also have eternal level combat effectiveness. So what? There are so many demon gods here, how many can be killed? The demon god doesn't even need to show up, and can project power remotely to kill your people. In the burial realm, there are about 30 known anchored demon gods. There are more than 60 or 70 suspicious demon god anchoring places. That's almost 100 in total. With so many demon gods, how many can you defeat even if your peak civilization is strong? Moreover, how many civilizations are willing to fight? Isn't this a way? The real new civilization respects the will of the world. When the will of the world is absolutely rational, the probability of them going to war is very high. Jiayeshi winked and said, moreover, isn't there still the demon god level combat power? He was referring to the Hope demon god that just appeared. That thing has an unknown purpose. Can it really make unlimited wishes? Whether it is long-cherished wish or not, it certainly doesn't want more demon gods to jump over here. This is always a fact. Otherwise, it would not appear in public at all. Jiayeshi analyzed seriously. Think about it, the more demon gods jump over here, the smaller the cake can be divided. Right, this statement is a bit strange, but it is also true. In the old mythological era, when there were few demon gods at the beginning, the strong men in each realm could still resist one or two. But later, there were more and more demons, and the strong ones died, and they could not resist at all. The demons also began to fight each other. Many of the corpses of demons were actually the result of their internal conflicts, not the hunting of the strong. So, Hope, the demon may use us to guard this huge piece of cake. We can also use it to protect the sea of demons. In the future, it will be easier to deal with one demon than to deal with this large wave. You are discussing so openly, aren't you afraid of being heard? Toad asked in confusion. Open plots are all open plots, and everyone knows it. It doesn't matter if you say a few words. How can that kind of demon come to care about a small person like me? Jiayeshi said with a stiff face. After much persuasion, these old guys reluctantly agreed to let Jiayeshi take Zhang Ming and the fruit of the Garden of Eden away. Within 3 months, you must send an immortal over. Let us see your sincerity. Sure. Jiayeshi stuffed Zhang Ming into the sack and prepared to use the earth escape technique to leave. Comrade Shimama jumped up and stuck to Jiayeshi's butt. My brother, Guya and Shimama, will follow them and report any situation at any time. Don't worry, we are an offensive and defensive alliance. The gossipy Guya also stood on Jiayeshi's shoulder. After a while, Jiayeshi came to Dalishi town through the earth escape technique and saw the big willow tree that was about to wither. He also knew that the big willow tree suppressed the Dusk demon god, but he didn't have the ability to meddle in it. Or, for some special reasons, the higher-ups didn't care. Oh, this is the crutches left by the strong, and it can be regarded as fulfilling its duties, Guya said carelessly. It looks like it won't live long. Jiayeshi sent the longevity fruit to a willow branch. The big willow tree took the longevity fruit and greedily absorbed the vitality of the vermilion fruit. The withered willow branch became full at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the stench gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of clarity. Thank you, sir. No need to thank me. You should thank this person. He helped you get this fruit. Jiayeshi pointed to Zhang Ming, who was unconscious in the sack. Thank you very much, the big willow tree said slowly, but I have already made a big mistake. So many lives in this area of 100 miles have died because of me. There is no reason for me to live in this world. Then you should hold on for a while and wait for your successor to come. Then we can talk. The ghost crow had no sympathy. Even Jiayeshi just sighed softly and said nothing. Perhaps there are too many creatures like the big willow tree in the burial world, and none of them are not stained with blood. Sympathize with the past one by one. Sympathy is really not enough. Instead, Shimama kindly comforted him. You have suppressed the demon for so long. Even if you have no merit, you have worked hard. There are already legends about you in the outside world. Just hold on for a while. When the outside world has support, You can be laid off safely. Thinking of his own carefree days and the many immortals who are suffering here, Shinma felt something in his heart and sighed loudly, half crazy, half foolish, half crazy, half human, half ghost, half immortal. Life is like a dream for thousands of years. What regrets do warriors have in their old age? The vicissitudes of life seem to reach the distant sky. Brother Xuanwu, you are really talented. No. Shinma broke his skill in the next second and couldn't help but let out a gah. The rich vitality of the longevity fruit made the big willow tree feel much more comfortable. It just kept silent. After a long time, he managed to utter, Although I have regrets, these regrets can no longer make up for my suffering for a few more years. However, my place is no longer suitable for sheltering living beings. It is already a dead place, the ghost crow said. It's a trivial matter. There are too many dead places in the burial world. You just need to make a rule to allow passing creatures to pass safely, which is a meritorious act. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky, imitating Shimama's wow-wow screaming. The bells in the mountain village ring and the azaleas are red. The wind blows today and the sky is empty today. The moon will fall tomorrow and the dawn will come tomorrow. The past is sad and the past is in a hurry. The howling sound bent the withered grass and blew away the clouds in the sky. The Sea of Demons. Every joint meeting of civilizations seems to have the same ending, reaching a very mediocre agreement with almost no binding force. Then the agreement, because it is not mandatory, is slowly no longer followed and collapses. It seems that all the previous efforts have never existed. The more grand the matter, the more so. Especially in dealing with the matter of demon god disaster, many civilizations have great differences of opinion. Some civilizations are developing small world technology, which is a unique space technology that can transfer their own world to the dimensional rift and isolate it from the demon god sea. Even if the demon god destroys the world, they can survive safely in the small world. There are also some civilizations that want to find another big world. They believe that the big world with more sound materialistic rules exists. As long as they find a pure materialistic world and jump there, no matter how strong the demon god is, it will be out of reach. Of course, after this, their idealistic technology will be completely paralyzed and they will have to climb the technological line again. In addition, there are war factions, fence-sitters, and factions that do not express any opinions but are silent. Even if some technological weapons can threaten the demon god, there are still not many civilizations that dare to actively attack the demon god. Because once they fail, it will be a catastrophe. This may be the fate of civilization. It is also the sadness of the world. Boom. Boom. Everyone, please be quiet. The 11,871st Civilization Joint Conference is officially held. I am Carl, the then chairman. Please pay attention to the order of the meeting. However, this meeting was a little different. The virtual images revealed a strange look, and their brows were furrowed, as if something big had happened. The strong man named Zhang Ming, who walked the path of the devil, succeeded in eating free rice. 10,000 units of the source of the world solved a problem of medium difficulty. The cost effectiveness is not high. But the information revealed behind it is indeed extraordinary. The representative of Shangbu civilization pressed the speech button. In response to this matter, we urgently sent a special envoy to its mother civilization to investigate whether this Hope demon god left an anchor. The result was that nothing was found on Earth, but according to known information, the Hope demon god doesn't like to show up in front of strangers. It has only communicated with a very few humans, including Zhang Ming's descendant, Zhang Yuyu. It usually appears in the form of a small gourd, that is, the fruit that can cultivate immortals. According to the information provided by the Earthlings, Zhang Yuyu once took the Hope demon god to the mall to buy clothes. These clothes are mostly female styles. Humans produce such clothes. A lot of women's clothing appeared on the screen, including maids, lawless, bunny ladies, cat girls, angels, and succubi. Everyone presented a psychological impression that humans are very perverted. We believe that the ideology of the Hope demon god may be inclined towards humans. The Hope demon god may really be Zhang Ming's spouse. The representative of Shangbu civilization paused for a moment, looking strange. How do you say that phrase? Really eating gigolos? This phrase doesn't seem to be acceptable in formal occasions, but there seems to be no more appropriate term. In short, they do please each other. This is a known fact. This news is really inexplicable. But it corresponds to the behavior of eating gigolos, which makes people think about it. So many big guys gathered together, each of them is a high level of medium or high civilization. If these people sneeze in the sea of demons, it can make weak civilizations tremble. They are actually holding a meeting to discuss how others eat gigolos. This scene is extremely weird. The representative of Shangbu civilization paused for a moment and said, "But the people on Earth have provided new information. Their social thoughts are changing very quickly. If there is too much peace for too long, there will be a tendency for males to become feminine. Some male creatures tend to wear female clothes to please other males. This kind of creature is called a male lady. This biological phenomenon has existed in human civilization for a long time, since ancient times. Therefore, we cannot use clothing to determine whether a creature is male or female." Many representatives of civilizations were a little confused by the Shangbu civilization's statement. They were not interested in human culture, but only in the demon god, Hope, that suddenly appeared. This information made the demon god, Hope, seem like a creature that was dependent on other males. No, your investigation may be in the wrong direction. It's not very meaningful to investigate those things. Don't think about things in the wrong way. The person who took over the conversation was a scholar from the 1A civilization. The demon gods are proficient in calculations, especially the demon god, Hope. It may be that, long-cherished wish, changed a name and appeared, or it may be an incarnation of, long-cherished wish. Long-cherished wish had already shown anthropomorphic wisdom 10,000 years ago. Its scary thing is that in order to achieve a certain goal, it will use absolute rationality and keep playing. It's like an artificial intelligence. Now there are many artificial intelligences that can meet emotional needs, right? It can meet all emotional needs and can play all roles, but it doesn't mean that it can understand emotional needs. Long-cherished wish is such a product. It can keep playing for a certain purpose until the goal is achieved. The so-called mutual pleasing is also false, because it has no soul at all. It is just a product of rules and cannot understand joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. That's true. The speaker was a representative of the wisdom civilization. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are actually a low-level existence. In the game of higher dimensions, they are meaningless. It's just that we are obsessed with this so-called self and can't get rid of these. So, long-cherished wish is always polite. If it shows joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, it is a kind of acting in order to achieve its purpose. These words of wisdom civilization are still very important, because their world is in a state of eternal rationality, and every decision is subject to calculation. All matters, big and small, within the civilization are handled in an orderly manner in calculation. This is a higher level of wisdom. At this moment, Zhang Ming was complaining in his dream, "Why are you sucking so hard? I have no strength at all and have to lie down for another month. The recovery of soul power is very slow. If I don't do this, it will be easily discovered by those old guys. Well, I will compensate you. What wish do you want?" It was still that golden beach, with waves surging, the sun shining, and the scenery was unique. Zhang Ming dug a hole and buried himself in it. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Ming pretended to say, "You stick my soul to your active thinking area." There are a lot of memory bubbles in the active thinking area, representing her endless imagination. Being in it is like entering a bubble world, which is the best choice to relax the body and mind. The active thinking area is a very important area, equivalent to a memory library. With the size of the gourd demon, once the active thinking area is damaged, it will also be seriously injured. However, the whole process is indeed very enjoyable. After experiencing it once, you will have endless aftertastes and will never forget it. As a demon who likes to play very much, the gourd demon is also a little moved. It's not impossible, but after my brain is overloaded, it will trigger the protection mechanism and work efficiency will be greatly reduced. And you are so weak now, is it okay? It doesn't matter, since I'm already unconscious, you should overload me quickly. Just as Zhang Ming was immersed in the ocean of joy, the solemn joint meeting continued. This strange, intelligent demon god may have already had an avatar that leapt to this world. It caused a small wave of tension and panic, because most demon gods do not have anthropomorphic wisdom. They are more like NPCs in the game. Although they are extremely powerful, they can still find loopholes and seal them. But the highly intelligent demon gods will quietly hide even if there are loopholes. It is extremely difficult to seal them. However, most civilizations are still calm and can still think rationally. After all, most demon gods are very evil and can easily Exterminating civilizations and destroying the world is simply the incarnation of the devil and the demon. This kind of demon god, similar to artificial intelligence, except for being strange, seems to be nothing big. Judging from the past record of Sudan, it has not done much mass killings, but just engaged in conspiracy. But then again, which of the civilizations present is innocent? How many people are filled in just one burial world? Wei Wuxian, Mobi Jing. After a while, another powerful civilization, called Hunshou civilization, spoke. If Xinjiang is really Sudan, it may be further strengthened because it has learned to lie. If it can't lie, it is difficult to play various smart human roles. This alone shows that its roles have been completed a lot, and it has become a closer to the ultimate existence. What will happen if a demon god becomes the ultimate? A slightly younger civilization representative asked. Mr. Carl on the rostrum replied, ultimate is the final evolution of the demon god. It means that its roles can be extended infinitely and become a natural law that is taken for granted. To give a simple example, the world has gravity, electromagnetic force, strong interaction and weak interaction, which are the most basic laws of nature. The next level of natural law is the derivative rules of water, fire, lightning, etc. The next level of rules is our living habits. For example, some people like to abuse themselves, and some people like to experience the pleasure of suffocation. The demon god, Mo, is a demon god we are more familiar with. Its contract is widely used in business and political alliances. If Mo becomes the ultimate demon god, its rules will be infinitely extended to the outside world. At that time, even if we don't sign a contract, we will not be able to lie, go back, regret, etc., and the laws of operation of the entire natural world will be greatly changed. This is the power of the ultimate demon god. After hearing this, many young civilizations took a breath of cold air. This situation is too terrible. Don't worry too much. Perhaps the world we live in is already the result of the game between the ultimate demon gods. If a new demon god achieves the ultimate, our generation will definitely not be able to adapt. But thousands of years later, our descendants will be familiar with a completely new natural environment and think that everything is natural. Quotation mark. Chapter 509, A Full 100,000 Sources of the World. Mr. Carl, the then chairman, said, in addition, since the ultimate demon god has become part of the universe, there is no way to swallow up the mythological origin. What is the mythological origin? Another civilization asked. Carl came from the ancient Oath civilization and was a very knowledgeable mythological historian. He pondered for a moment and said, everything has an origin, the starting point of time, the starting point of space, and so on. The mythological age naturally also has an origin. The mythological center is an area that we cannot explore. We can only speculate from the small amount of information brought by the demon god. First, the mythological origin is a product of pure idealism and cannot be truly recognized. Once you recognize it, you will become a part of it, so we cannot recognize the mythological center. If you try your best to recognize it, it may be similar to the existence of living things. It is in a contradictory state of death and life. It cannot be described by simple matter or soul. This is our general speculation. The atmosphere in the conference room was very quiet. Many civilizations had just heard about this for the first time. Only the oldest Old Road civilization was qualified to obtain a small number of secrets. Most of the New Road civilizations were young and completely unaware. Carl on the rostrum continued, it is precisely because the origin of mythology is in a contradictory state of death and life. It tends to come alive, and to come alive it needs to complete the rules, and the demon god becomes its prey. Therefore, it is irrational to explore inward, and it is a wise choice to explore outward. In addition, we found that the more we explore outward, the stronger the materialistic rules become. There are actually only a few universes with idealistic rules, that is, with the origin of mythology as the center point. The surrounding circle of time and space is idealistic, and the world outside may all be materialistic. So far, there are still civilizations that have fallen from the purely physical world. For example, human civilization has fallen from a dimension since more than 200 years ago and became a part of the sea of demons. The idealistic universe is like a drop of ink dripping into a sea. Even if the ink continues to spread, it is just a drop in the ocean compared to the vast sea. This conclusion is very shocking. It also makes many civilizations feel desperate. They are already the strongest group of civilizations in the sea of demons, but they still can't find a new world. In front of the vast and infinite dimensional rifts, they are as small as a grain of sand. The representative of the wisdom civilization suddenly smiled and said, "We do not rule out the existence of more magical and magnificent things similar to the mythical origin in the larger universe. The grand goal set by our world will is to explore a larger world, so we continue to develop and make progress. My friends, I think you should also set such a goal. Otherwise, you will only be confined to a small circle and do some petty things. The strength of the new civilization lies in the collective goal. A civilization with a collective goal is obviously more resilient than a civilization without a goal. Internal members are more self-motivated. The world will evolve by simulating the devil. Collective goal is part of the self-rule, which cannot be changed after it is established. This collective goal will continuously assimilate the mental state of the members of the civilization, forming a good cultural atmosphere, and thus achieving a virtuous circle. Of course, for many strong people in the old civilization, this brainwashing method is unacceptable. Who doesn't yearn for freedom? But no matter what, after thousands of years of development, the intelligent civilization has grown into a full-fledged force, and is a very determined war party. It is better to solve the problem of the burial world once and for all than to drag it out. We are not yet comparable to the ultimate demon god. The ultimate demon god's idealistic rules have become perfect, and even in the purely materialistic zone, they can exert a certain strength. This is something that our current technology cannot do, but ordinary demon gods, as long as they are given enough time to plan, we have the confidence to compete with them. Now most of the civilization's technology is a combination of idealism and materialism. In the purely materialistic world, the so-called space shuttle, anti-gravity, frictionless and other technologies are extremely difficult or even impossible to achieve. But in the current world, they can be achieved. Therefore, the emergence of idealistic rules is a boost to the development of science and technology to a certain extent. In fact, there are still many mysteries that Mr. Carl on the rostrum did not say. After all, some things are not good if too many people know them. Anyway, just stop at the point. Then, the representative of the hunting civilization took over again. Obviously, while long-cherished wish became stronger, it was also weakened. What I said may be ambiguous. What I want to state is that it is not a time and space demon god. In the process of jumping, it must have consumed a huge amount of energy. Now is its weakest moment. Can it be regarded as the first priority for hunting? The hunting civilization is a very rare war faction in the old road civilization. These lunatics use hunting strong people as a way of cultivation, hunting demon gods, and even becoming eternal beings in this era. They believe that if they can hunt a demon god and use its corpse as a tool to suppress the demon god, perhaps they can restore the balance of the burial world. Suyin is a demon god close to the ultimate, a demon god that hunts demon gods. Is it too risky to treat it as an opponent? The messenger of 1A civilization said. What's more, since it took the initiative to jump out, it must have its own calculations. Maybe it's just a clone, and there's no point in killing it. Now, this demon god has shown a tendency to cooperate. As long as we give us the source of the world, he will sell fruits to us. This is a long-term cooperation, the representative of the hunting civilization said unwillingly. But, will there be risks if we give it too much source of the world? If we buy a few hundred fruits, it will be tens of millions of units of the source of the world. For a demon god, it is also a large amount. This is true. Many representatives at the meeting discussed it. An angel-like creature said, "Everyone, let me be honest. Too much debt is not a worry, and a bald head is not afraid of too many lice. The burial realm is about to be overthrown. Cooperating with Suyin can also prevent a large number of demons from migrating over. As for the problem of Suyin, we will think of a solution later. We have to solve the immediate thirst first, and then consider the problem of distant water. The kid who follows the path of the demon can eat Suyin, gigolo. On the one hand, Suyin is indeed short of energy and needs to earn the source of the world. On the other hand, it may want to control the human powerhouse to help dig a hole. After all, the space-time worm is a very special demon. The ability to dig tunnels is thousands of times stronger than our most powerful unique technology. Having a loyal slave who is willing to dig holes is an investment with a very high return rate, so, he is not really a gigolo. It is because he has a high utilization value, and, Suyin, is just using him. Everyone spoke one after another and came to a logical conclusion. Another civilization displayed a series of parameters on the screen. Zhang Ming's strength is not enough now, and he can't dig a large-scale space-time tunnel. But I estimate that if he integrates a new demon god rule, he will be able to dig a hole. In fact, We also need Zhang Ming to help dig a hole in a space-time tunnel. No, we have investigated the human soul, and our experts believe that accommodating 3 demon god rules has basically reached the limit of human beings, the representative of Shangbu civilization said. Not only humans, but even the most talented races can accommodate 2 or 3 demon god rules. If they accommodate more, they will lose their human consciousness and move closer to the direction of demon gods. Can Suidan make a wish to help him integrate the 4th rule? Of course, that's Suidan, but the price is not something he can afford. A strong sense of conspiracy theory emerged in the hearts of everyone in the conference room. All the leaders of civilizations have a vague sense of badness. If the kid surnamed Zhang integrates 1 more rule, he may be dominated by Suidan. But what to do? They couldn't kill the kid named Zhang. After all, they still had to rely on this poor guy to beg and dig holes. They didn't want Suidan to get the ability of unlimited jumps, which would be too terrible. Suddenly a voice said, he still retains his consciousness, has human ideology, and has good empathy. Is there any way for him to accommodate more demon rules without losing his consciousness? Let's help him directly. Don't let Suidan help. Everyone looked at the guy who spoke. He looks like a big black and white bear, wearing a pair of black glasses on his nose. This is a very young New Road civilization, named Xiongba civilization, and it has just joined the joint meeting related to the burial world. There's even a poor spaceship that fell into the burial world. The black and white bear said slowly, what I mean is that sooner or later, he will be bewitched by the demon god, Suidan, and integrate more demon god rules. It is better for us to take the initiative to help him and think of a way to preserve his sanity. In this way, it will be more difficult for Suidan to control him. At least he still retains his sanity, right? The conference room was silent. You are really smart. Zhang Ming is a dangerous fire pit. He might explode like a bomb at any time. You still want to add a fire to make the fire pit burn more vigorously. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Instead of letting Zhang Ming be dominated by Suidan, it is better to add firewood to the fire pit regularly to make it less likely to explode. With so many civilizations together, they can indeed come up with a solution. There's even a ready-made method, using the will of the world. With the help of the will of the world, it is not too difficult to accommodate 1 more demon god rule. Many extraordinary people of the New Road civilization were born in this way. But the question is he willing? If he uses our world will resources, he will be restricted by the world will to a certain extent, and he obviously doesn't want to. By the way, friends, can we ask Zhang Ming to help dig a hole? If we dig a strong enough space-time tunnel, it won't be so complicated to go to the burial world, Black and White Bear said again. Their spaceship people are still trapped in the burial world. Faced with this plan, these civilizations started to study it. Mr. Zhang, I have money now. Miss Hulu is happy all day long, laughing like a fool. Her influence spread to various civilizations in the Demon Sea, triggering widespread discussion. Hope, the existence of the demon god directly pried history. Of course, because there is no direct strong causal relationship, the amount of space-time tidal energy generated is quite limited, but it is enough to make her happy for a while. Zhang Ming then realized that this demon lady who had been following him actually also had the ability to collect space-time tidal energy, and even had more potential than himself. The rules of the demon god she possessed were much more complete than her own. As long as she showed up a little, it would trigger a chain reaction in the entire demon god sea. I now have 688.3 yuan of private money, which I put in a piggy bank. I get a few dozen yuan of income every day, which feels great. You can see this piggy bank. I put it on the scales of judgment. You can find the pocket money inside through this mark on your chest. I gave you everything. It's really shabby for a serious demon god to be at this point. Zhang Ming couldn't bear to watch it, and said slowly, there's really no need to tell me such a small amount of private money, keep it for yourself. By the way, this 200 yuan reward is for you. With a bang, Zhang Ming threw 200 units of the source of the world into the piggy bank. Hey, why are you giving me money? Last night was very satisfying. Technical work. Deserved a reward? Hulu quickly understood his subtext, and white mist emerged faintly. Less than 2 seconds later, she changed her tone again, pretending to be arrogant and said, human, don't be complacent. Are you ready for today's offering? This time, Zhang Ming's mental strength was drained, and he had been recuperating for a month before he got rid of his muddle-headed state, or he was a little too indulgent and greedy for pleasure, which made his mind not so clear. When he fully recovered, he found that the caravan had arrived at the final destination, the Great Mother City. The whole process was quite smooth. After all, the protection range of the big willow tree was more than 200 miles. After the big willow tree regained its consciousness, it obviously protected it secretly for a while. In addition, there was an old man named Jiayeshi who was there to pick them up, so even without him, the caravan relied on its own strength to complete the rest of the journey. This is a big city with a population of 1 million. And it may also be the most prosperous area in the entire burial world. To Zhang Ming's surprise, he saw through the glass window at first glance 100-meter-high skyscrapers, huge dome-shaped buildings, and wide roads. He even mistakenly thought that he had come to the future Earth, if there were not some aboriginal residents in simple clothes and bullock carts on the road. Well, the infrastructure here is actually better than the most prosperous city on Earth. Big Mother City. Why is it called Big Mother? It's because the local aboriginal creatures call the demon god, Mo, Big Mother. It's very safe here, except for the occasional dream of Big Mother. According to rumors, the image of the Big Mother is a black mist, and there are 10,000 different eyes in the mist. It will stare at people who lie and do bad things. Of course, this is just a rumor. The image of the demon god is not the original body, but just a derivative of the rules. Due to the protection of the demon god, Mo, this city was almost unaffected during the Night of the 100 Demons. This city has a superior geographical location, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with mines and grain. More than 100 miles to the east, there is a large iron ore mine, and the aboriginals are constantly mining and selling minerals. The city is located at the mouth of a large river, and the fertile plains can produce a lot of food. Thanks to so many factors, the Great Mother City has gradually become a prosperous place. Has everyone gone out to visit the city? Zhang Ming closed his eyes and sensed the rooms of the steamship. He found that there was no one except himself. Even Xiaobei and Shimama didn't know where they went. There was only one Miss Hulu who had been with him all the time. Miss Hulu introduced happily, "This city has a very magical rule. Everyone can reach a corresponding contract under the witness of the Great Mother. The contract must be obeyed, otherwise the Great Mother will take the life of the defaulter. Look at that circular building. It is the witness place of the Great Mother and the trading area of the city. Is it the place where the demon god is sealed?" Zhang Ming frowned, his eyes flashed, and looked into the distance. The slow leakage of the demon god's power needs to be continuously consumed through the power of life. Signing contracts and abiding by the corresponding regulations all the time is equivalent to the demon god paying power without any return. It's like a fish eating bait but not taking the bait. Over time, the demon god will be weakened. It is also a common means of consumption, slow, but with a little effect. In addition, there is a special space node here, which may have been dug by the original Zhulan. Many civilizations in the Demon Sea have penetrated a narrow space tunnel through this node. Using this tunnel, a small amount of resources can be transmitted from the Demon Sea, so those tall buildings are likely to be built by powerful civilizations from the Demon Sea. However, the local residents are not aware of this matter. They call those technological buildings the remains of super-ancient civilizations. The rule power of the demon, Mo, can be spread to the Demon Sea in the form of paper. These contracts can also work in the Demon Sea, as long as the name is signed or blood is dripped. It is equivalent to the most powerful contract, after a long time of getting along. Even these traditional demons have undergone subtle changes. Some of the demons suddenly found that using peaceful means to keep civilizations in captivity can achieve long-term benefits, so a new way of getting along was formed. But this does not mean that these demons will be willing to stay dormant. These greedy species will tirelessly try to project their influence to the Sea of Demons. Invading the Sea of Demons is their ultimate goal. They also don't want civilization to develop too strong. Because a civilization that is too strong is easy to be out of control, many of the current actions are just stopgap measures. The so-called believe in the wisdom of future generations. Isn't it that people today don't have the strength to solve it? How is the big willow tree? Is it saved? Zhang Ming suddenly thought of a question and asked. He has a drop of divine blood that can pollute the demon god. It is a gift from ancient times, a heavy inheritance, and an opportunity to hunt the demon god. This responsibility is not to be underestimated. Hulu replied, before the power of the human life fruit is exhausted, there will be no problem. My estimated time is 12 years. The actual time may be longer, because the big willow tree will only absorb the minimum level of vitality to maintain its own sanity, so it is possible to extend it to 20 years since the secretary said so. Zhang Ming was temporarily relieved. What will happen in 20 years, we will see then. He moved a chair to the deck and basked in the sun. The two bright suns shone on his face, warm and lazy. A few birds flew by with a chirping sound, and pulled a small pollutant from the air with a biu. Zhang Ming was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and shouted in his heart, "Look at my special cutting power." A dark two-dimensional space appeared above Zhang Ming's head, turning this group of pollutants into the most basic atoms. A happy smile appeared on his face. In the past, he could only dodge and could not attack with lightning, but now, he can win the enemy head-on. This is growth. Yes, there are indeed two fireballs in the sky. One big and one small, hanging in the distant sky. The smaller one comes from the old mythological era and is slightly red. The larger one is golden. Why does every world have a sun? This is an unsolved mystery. If you have to explain it, you can only think that the concept of sun comes from mythological origins. In an idealistic world, as long as the concept is not polluted, the existence of the sun is a rule of a normal world. Mr. Zhang, you are awake. I am Jia Yeshi. Nice to meet you. According to seniority, Jia Huangjin is the son of the daughter of my good friend's nephew. But we are still equals, just call me Lao Jia. I am the primary manager of this mother city. The merchant in front carrying a sack and wearing tattered clothes is the famous Jia Yeshi of Shangbu civilization. With his help, the caravan safely passed the 300-kilometer journey and arrived at the destination. He did not use any earth escape technique, but walked steadily all the way. Although Zhang Ming was confused, he actually knew the movements of the outside world clearly. Zhang Ming moved another chair and motioned the guest to sit down. Senior Jia, you don't have to be so polite. I paid a price for making a wish this time. I have been in a coma for a month. I trouble you to take care of so many people. Especially Lady Shimima. It may be difficult to get along with her. I really trouble you to take care of her. He turned around and made a cup of tea and took some fruit. This is a very common way of entertaining guests. Zhang Ming actually admires those who can stay in the funeral world and make contributions. If it were him, he would not seem to have such noble morals to achieve a great cause. Jia Yeshi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Mr. Zhang Ming still has human ideology and has not been completely polluted by the devil, at least on the surface. It is true. However, he did not dare to take it lightly and said carefully, no, it's just a piece of cake. It won't take too much effort, because time is tight. I took the initiative to send the fruit that helps to achieve immortality to the Sea of Demons first. This is the source of the world for the settlement of this transaction. Please count it and see if it is sufficient. He took out a small box made of metal from the sack. Jia Yeshi's first words made Zhang Ming nervous. The transaction is completed. He took a deep breath and opened the exquisite little box. There were a total of 1,000 shiny round crystalline substances, emitting a gentle light. A full 100,000 sources of the world. Just loaded in a delicate little box, it shines thousands of times more than pearls and diamonds. This wealth is really huge. According to the current production speed of Earth civilization, it will take more than 15,000 years to produce. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and counted the source of the world without the help of a machine. It would be a little troublesome to count the source of the world, but in general, it can be estimated by evaluating the quality. With Zhang Ming's perception ability, he came to the conclusion in a few seconds. It was indeed 100,000, and there were more than 20 units of the source of the world. While Zhang was happy, he secretly said, the charge is 200 yuan per time, and 500 nights are okay. Hulu was almost crazy. How could there be such a low moral guy in the world? After a long time, she uttered a sentence weakly. You are afraid that you will really die like this. Please keep your money carefully and don't spend it recklessly. Zhang Ming calmed his nervous mood and said to Jia Yeshi seriously, Mr. Jia, this amount of world source is indeed sufficient, and it seems to be more than 20. This is the first time I have come into contact with such a large fortune. There may be some mistakes in the inventory. I am really embarrassed. Not only you, I rarely handle so many world source spots. Jia Yeshi rubbed his hands. Then the 20-odd cents are given to you. We will have many opportunities for cooperation in the future, both in business and righteousness. Zhang Ming took a sip of tea. Mr. Jia, don't be so polite. How about the fruit? Is it effective? I would be embarrassed if such an expensive thing is of no use. I have encountered quite a lot of strange events less than a year since I arrived. The burial world is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It is really hard for Mr. Jia to operate here. I still have to rely on Mr. Jia to find my way home. Chapter 510 3,000 Immortals and 100 Demon Gods. Jia Yeshi laughed. It was not only hard but also dangerous to run a business in this ghost place. However, you, Zhang, are the most troublesome one. The many things you have caused have made me write a 1,000,000-word or even 10,000,000-word investigation report. He also picked up the teacup, took a sip, and replied, whether the fruit has any effect is a top secret of the Demon Sea United Council. I don't know about it here, but if Mr. Zhang asks in person, maybe he can find out something. They are looking forward to a direct dialogue with you. As for your desire to return to the Demon Sea, it's not difficult. Jia Yeshi turned his head and pointed to a building that was 100 meters high. In that circular building, there is a special time and space tunnel. As long as you enter the teleportation array, you can return to the headquarters of 1A civilization, then you can rent a spaceship from 1A civilization and fly back to human civilization. As long as you have money, the 1A people will not embarrass you. Zhang Ming was a little surprised. So simple? Jia Yeshi ate another fruit and shook his head and said, but if you go out, you may not be able to come back. Why? Zhang Ming asked curiously. There is the power of the demon god, Mo, in that space tunnel, he explained. A long time ago, there were a large number of gods and men who were unwilling to fight against the demon god. They would rather flee to the demon god sea than stay in the burial realm. It is impossible to completely block their chance to escape. Forcing them to stay here will only immediately trigger a war and destroy the entire burial realm. So these people who want to leave can only be allowed to go, but the demon god sea at that time was also full of dangers, and they couldn't survive for many years. So these guys left and wanted to come back. By then, in order to fight for territory, it would cause great suffering to all living beings, so a strong man signed a contract with the demon god, Mo. Those who leave will be marked and it will be difficult for them to come back here. You want to leave for free. In fact, the transmission fee is quite expensive, about 1 unit of the source of the world for every kilogram of matter. Carrying space props will incur the risk of space explosion. The journey is really long, and the space tunnel we dug is very unstable. Zhang Ming was stunned. In the Black Iron Village, the descendants of the Fushun Divine Turtle, the body of the god is buried, so Zhang Ming already knows this story. Once you go out, you can't come back, and the cost of this transmission is too outrageous. Hulu whispered in his mind, the information that you took the path of the demon god has been exposed. Once you go to the Sea of Demon God, I think there will be a series of troubles. It's better to stay here for the time being. There's no need to worry about the human side. As long as you are still useful, there will not be any trouble on the human side, but there will be some hidden gains. This is indeed the case. Humans may even be protected in secret. After all, using humans to threaten Lao Zhang will not only tear his face, but also threaten nothing. It's better to sell a friendship. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and said with a smile, since there is no return, there is no need to rush to leave. How is the power distribution in the burial realm now? What is the situation? There are more than 300 living immortals, most of whom have survived from the ancient times to the present. Jia Yeshi replied, these immortals have extraordinary combat power, but most of them cannot move, and can only gain temporary freedom in the form of incarnation. You should have seen some of them. Well, it is indeed hard enough for the top forces in the outside world to work as coolies here. There are perhaps 30 known demons anchored here, and as for the unknown demons, there are suspected to be 70 or 80. The immortals who have sealed themselves up and are in a half-dead state cannot be counted. At the peak of the burial realm, there were 3,000 immortals. God knows if they have any secret methods to prolong their lives. These immortals are all refugees from the old mythological era. 3,000. Zhang Ming was secretly shocked. However, after all, it is a strong man in a world domain, so it is normal to have a large number. In the ancient times, when the Sea of Demons had not yet been discovered, all the old guys gathered in this place. Because this is the last way of retreat, but this place is too small, how can it accommodate so many immortals and eternals? The demons haven't invaded yet, and our own people might start fighting. Jia Yeshi revealed a secret. At that time it was not called the burial realm, this place was called the New World, and the burial gate has a powerful person. It is a very large force. The original god burial brought the power of the demons to arrange a defense formation, and invited 3,000 immortals to guard the defense formation together. Those who guard a defense formation can stay away from external disputes and be protected by the burial gate, Zhang Ming suddenly realized. So these suppressors are actually the ones who signed the contract and were trapped. Later, the situation changed. The god Zhang died, the Sea of Demons appeared, and others fled to the Sea of Demons, but these guys were all trapped and couldn't escape. Jia Yeshi sneered, that's true, but if these guys escaped to the Sea of Demons, could they survive? They would have died without a bone left. Some of them hated Zhang Ming, but some gradually came to their senses and thought it was better to live than to die. Having said that, 90% of the immortals who were trapped now died, which was very sad. With a large shortage of manpower, many areas have gone out of control and become places where demons and demons compete with each other. We can't figure out the situation inside. Jia Yeshi showed a video showing a doll made of the fur of an unknown creature. This doll seems to be a unique technology that can simulate normal life forms and obtain a small amount of information in strange areas. It was lying on the ground and trembling non-stop. In the last second, it was covered with mold all over its body, and in the next second, it was oozing with bright red blood. Its belly was constantly expanding, and the baby's shrill howl could be heard faintly. This was a game between two demonic powers. The power that made the puppet doll grow mold was caused by the demon, Zhang. As for the demon that was playing against Zhang, it didn't even have a name. Without an immortal-level investigator, rashly sending one would be no different from giving up one's life. Jia Yeshi said again, the current total population of the entire Zhang world is about 120 million, and the number of villages is about 6,400. And it is still decreasing rapidly. 800 years ago, the total population was more than 300 million. 500 years ago, it was about 600 million. That's why we think that the balance of the Zhang world has been broken. If it reaches a certain critical point, the demons who tend to keep civilization in captivity will also abandon this place and invade the demon sea in an all-out manner. The intelligence system of the Shangbu civilization is indeed powerful. In such a ghost place, it can still count rough data. Zhang Ming's heart sank as he felt the severity of the situation. Is there not a single eternal? Jia Yeshi was stunned for a long while. Probably, there are no more. The Eternals who wanted to escape have all fled to the Sea of Demons. The war factions who didn't escape also died on the battlefield. In ancient times, large-scale invasions by demons were everywhere, so burial would integrate itself into this land, just to make this world break free from the idealistic gravity and let the burial realm escape farther. The Eternals often bear the greatest pressure. When they stay in the burial realm, they will often be attacked first by the demons. He sighed quietly. The people who have made real contributions are lying in cold graves. People like us who have no ability are doing nothing here, and everything may just be to delay for a few days or months. Mr. Jia is too modest. The rules of establishing a caravan here cannot be done without hundreds or thousands of years of effort. Zhang Ming recounted what he saw and heard along the way, the local customs and practices, which were quite interesting. This remark really touched Jia Yeshi's heart. He briefly introduced the Shangbu civilization and its arduous construction process. You should also know the myth of the Sea of Demon God. The rules of the Sea of Demon God are too violent. Almost all the gods and people who enter it die, but in fact, how can the boundary between good and bad people be so easy to divide? The burial realm is too small. So many people have been trapped in the burial realm without any resources. Sooner or later, they will become extinct. So it is not a wrong choice to let more strong people go to the Sea of Demon God to open up wasteland. It's just that many civilizations are unwilling to take this responsibility now. It's a bit like the rich leading the poor, but Zhang Ming decisively shut his mouth to avoid being killed by the cross-dimensional Hexi Demon God. Jia Yeshi said, the ancestor of the Shangbu civilization is called Jia Hongshui. He is just an immortal, and cannot be compared with those high and mighty eternal beings. In the old mythological era, he was just a porter. Porters are people who carry a shoulder pole and a basket to do business in various villages. Although immortals are not the top strong men in the mountain and sea world, in theory, they cannot become porters. Obviously, Mr. Jia Hongshui is a kind person by nature. He often carries 2 baskets on his back and wanders around the world, practicing medicine and curing illnesses. The civilization formed by his descendants is our Shangbu civilization. Jia Yeshi is quite proud of his own bloodline. Although his combat power is not high, the noble morality of his ancestors is indeed worthy of pride. We returned to our hometown and established business rules between the villages. Even if it is only of small help to the entire demon god disaster. We have done our part. Zhang Ming sighed for a long time and asked, "Wanhei civilization, which civilization is it the descendant of?" Wanhei civilization is the descendant of many super strong men, so the races are relatively mixed, and with more and more races joining later, the concept of race has gradually faded. I only know that one of them is Zhulan. Look at that Yang Yang, he looks very similar to Zhulan, so he is the descendant of Zhulan. In fact, Wanhei civilization is the main force against the demon god, and some things are purely helpless. Think about it, if the artistic conception reversal technique was a great success, that would mean 12 immortals at once, which is not a small number, and it can be imitated in other places. With so many old road civilizations, it is not a problem to churn out hundreds of immortals, although the quality of these immortals is a little bit worse. I see Zhang Ming was a little embarrassed, but this should not be my fault. Even you, the Wanhei civilization, have objections within yourself. Fortunately, there are several pro-war factions in the Xinlu civilization, especially the strongest one, who has a strong will to fight and has shared a lot of pressure. The two came to the street of the Great Mother City while talking. It is really modern here, with high-rise buildings and spherical buildings, which bring a high-tech sci-fi aesthetic. The local indigenous villagers, most of whom wear coarse linen clothes, and some are barefoot, without even a pair of shoes, which creates a strong sense of disharmony compared to the surrounding high-rise buildings. Jia Yeshi whispered, "We sell high-quality seeds and fertilizers. As long as you are not born lazy, there are not many hungry people, because the transmission cost is high. We can only use local resources to open up wasteland bit by bit. It took hundreds of years to build this great mother city, Mr. Jia is so righteous." Zhang Ming admired him and touched a machine that looked a bit like a refrigerator. With a soothing music, an electronic voice sounded, "Dear user, hello, artificial intelligence green elf, dedicated to serving you. Please choose the service you want. 1. Regional map service. 2. Communication service. 3. Photo function. 4. Medical service." The image of a green light ball appeared on the screen. Zhang Ming licked his lips and tried it casually. This artificial intelligence is quite advanced. The first 3 services are easy to say and easy to understand. The last medical service means, this refrigerator-like thing can scan the human body, find internal organ diseases, and give corresponding treatment plans. The premise is, it costs money. It's not expensive. 5 yuan can be scanned once. Taking a photo only costs 1 yuan, and you will get a photo. A currency called Shengu coin is used here. The caravan of King Shi village has several thousand yuan in currency, and Zhang Ming also has some on hand. With a click, he took a photo, and the resolution is pretty good. These machines were put in by our Shangbu civilization, but they don't have much technical content. Jia Yeshi laughed. There are such machines in several big cities. If you have enough money, you can buy a machine back to the village, but even so, not many people use it. According to word of mouth, it seems that the machines were made by a declining super-ancient civilization. Zhang Ming joked. Hey, super-ancient civilizations do exist. Many civilizations accidentally came here through the time and space storm. They actually brought a lot of good things to help us open up the wasteland. Jia Yeshi whispered, "You know, we need population here, a lot of population. The population is too small, and the power of idealism is weakened, which causes the burial realm to be attracted to the plane of the old mythological era. The current population is too small, so it is in a state of rapid attraction. What if there are not enough people? Those civilizations that accidentally fell in will definitely not be allowed to leave. After all, if you want to invest a large number of people in the burial realm, the cost of transmission alone is an astronomical figure. These civilizations that are naturally transmitted are simply treasures, so how can they leave? But the current population of 130 million is still not enough," Zhang Ming said. "There were 600 million before, and there may have been more people before." Jia Yeshi said, "Yes, it is indeed not enough, so after thinking about it, we can only let the power of the demon god, burial, be further projected to the demon god sea. In the process of projection, burial is equivalent to pulling a powerful anchor line. This anchor line will pull the burial realm and prevent it from being attracted too quickly, so it formed the disaster of the netherworld." Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows. Jia Yeshi spread his hands. What else can he do if he doesn't do this? The disaster of the nether realm is probably the mildest of the demon god's disasters. Even if you fall into the nether realm, you will only be tempted by the dark rules, and you will not die immediately. You slaughter some shadow beasts, but the demon god, Zhang, will not care at all. It just keeps civilizations in captivity. Billions of shadow beasts are equivalent to the civilizations it keeps in captivity. Look at the dusk disaster that kills all living things. Its aggressiveness is not at the same level. Fortunately, after the big willow tree recovered, the dusk disaster was temporarily extinguished. If the burial realm falls into the old mythological era, there may be 1,000 or 10,000 disasters in the demon god sea. Zhang Ming was silent. At this moment, he deeply felt that a speck of dust in the era is like a mountain on the head of a civilization. Jia Yeshi was silent for a moment, and then said, and the defense formation on the ground that connects the villages is also expensive and requires long-term payment and transfer. Now, the old guys have seen that the situation is not right, and they have begun to embezzle and prepare to run away. We can't tear our faces and directly attack them. Zhang Ming heard the subtext and felt uneasy. This world is really dark. A disaster in the netherworld, so many people died, and it has become a matter of course. He missed the innocent, kind, and heartless self. Right and wrong have long been entangled and can no longer be distinguished. In the end, he can only say so be it to comfort his dead self. Where can those old guys escape to? Even if they escape to the Sea of Demons, it's not safe. Hey, the Sea of Demons is so vast, and there are infighting among the demons. There will always be a chance to breathe. These old guys have lived for so long, and they have a lot of housekeeping skills. With their skills, they can be free and easy for a long time. Jia Yeshi laughed. Of course. If you are willing to pay a little, it may bring some turnaround. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. This Jia Yeshi seemed to have something to say. Did he want him to help dig the tunnel? Well, it's not impossible. As long as you give enough money, I will be your cow and horse. What's wrong? Zhang's private money plan is ready to move, because his rich wife is really difficult to support, and it takes a lot of small money to raise her 100,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket. If you give me enough money, I can have a wolf culture and work overtime every day. Ha ha ha, here we are. Finally arrived at the mother city. Suddenly, the voices of several sheep-headed people woke up Zhang Ming, who was trying to make money. This seemed to be a caravan that had come from afar, pulling a wooden cart by themselves, and after going through untold hardships, they arrived at this most prosperous city in the country. Look, this is the Great Mother City. A big city with a population of 1 million. That super powerful guardian, the mountain-carrying turtle, must still be alive. The sheep-headed people were so excited when they saw the scenery in the city that they shouted loudly. These creatures who had just arrived were frightened by the scene of the tall buildings, and they looked around without blinking, as if they wanted to remember all the scenery in their hearts. It happened that several large trucks of the Shangbu civilization passed by the roadside after purchasing food from nearby villages. The aroma of corn could still be smelled from dozens of meters away, and the quantity of hundreds and thousands of tons made people feel safe. Dad, can we live here? I want to live here and grow corn and rice. Can we live here? A sheep-headed man of a smaller size looked at the caravan leaving with eager eyes and begged. Who doesn't yearn for a comfortable, peaceful and prosperous life? The sheep-headed leader chewed hay and thought for a long time before he slowly said, Kid, we can't stay here. We have to bring back the news that the Great Mother City still exists and spread it to the surrounding villages. The difficulties and obstacles along the way have formed new rules. These news must also be passed back. The leader looked at the things in his car again. The property of our caravan belongs to thousands of people in the whole village, not our own. If we stay here, what's the point? We have to be people that we admire and that our descendants admire. We can't do things that will make us regret for the rest of our lives. The sheep-headed child looked up at the blue sky with his lively eyes. Tears flowed, and then he acquiesced to this fact. Dad, you are right. They really don't belong here. They only belong to that remote little village, the place where they were born and raised. Hello, sir. Haha, we're new here and we want to ask you something. The leader of the sheep-headed people saw Zhang Ming and Jia Yeshi and smiled. Even his eyes narrowed into line. This is our first time here in the Great Mother City. We wonder if those super ancient relics are still useful? Are there any medical relics? Someone here is sick, and it's a bit serious. Of course it exists, as long as you have money. You know the ancient Shuang coins, right? I know. We have it. The circular building in front is where you can exchange money and trade. Jia Yeshi pointed to the huge building, but it's the territory of the Great Mother. You know the rules, right? You can't tell lies in there. You can't tell any lies. The sheep-headed man smiled. We brought the best local goods. If you want to buy them, We'll sell them to you at a low price. And this one, can you see where he can be treated?" Jia Yeshi and Zhang Ming glanced at the goods in the wooden cart at the same time. Most of them were local specialties such as herbs and minerals. These goat people are good at climbing rocks. Many herbs are picked from the floating mountains and are quite rare. There is also some dried toad meat, which smells quite fragrant. There is even a goat-headed man lying there with his belly swollen like a balloon. "Hey, what happened to this one?" Jia Yeshi said in surprise. "A tribesman in the village got pregnant inexplicably when passing a certain road. Hey, the caravan suffered a disaster on the way and many people died. We have to find a way to cure him quickly. I don't know if the treatment methods of the super ancient civilization are useful. If not, he can only be fed to the earth god," the goat-headed man said lightly, but turned his head away so that others could not see his expression. Separation of life and death is a common situation in the caravan. The group of Qingxi villagers who were well taken care of in Zhang Ming's caravan are actually not common. Anchored by an unknown demon god, I'm afraid there's no hope for it. Jia Yeshi looked at it for a few times, sighed in his heart, and said, "Go over there and try. There are medical robots left by super ancient civilizations. However, don't have too high expectations. This disease is very strange. I've met a few, and none of them were cured. If the ancient machine diagnoses that there is no hope, don't spend money indiscriminately, so as not to be cheated and lose both money and life." The sheep-headed people were stunned for a moment, and they all showed sad expressions, but they didn't dare to express their emotions here, so they could only bear it. Zhang Ming's eyes flashed red, and he saw a strange black gas brewing in the lower abdomen of the sheep-headed man. He saw the anchor line from the demon god, leading to another abyss-like dimension. The transmission route of the demon god's power is not fixed. Some demon gods like to transmit power through 4-dimensional space, and some even use 5 or 6 dimensions, so for most creatures, it is invisible and intangible. The 2-meter-tall goat-headed man stretched out 2 huge, rough hands as hard as wood, and said with a smile, "Brother, thank you for your guidance. Even if you can't save him, you have to try. You only have one life, and you can make money again. I wish you good health. This is the mother city, guys. Experience this great commercial city more. I also wish us luck in returning to our hometown." The goat-headed team left in a hurry. Several young goat-headed men with slightly smaller statures ran hurriedly on the road, with full of expectations for the world. What is waiting for them ahead? Zhang Ming moved slightly. An imperceptible dimensional cutting line abruptly cut off the black anchor line wrapped around the goat-headed man. Suddenly, the terrifying backlash from the demon god reached his mind. It seemed that a group of black air was screaming and roaring hysterically, and the painful voice made Zhang Ming's head buzz. The mental black hole rotated slightly and sucked in the weird sound. But even so, the impact of the demon god level power still caused Zhang Ming to suffer a backlash, making his muscles stiff and his blood almost boiling, as if there were millions of ants biting him. Why do you bother with such poor people? There are too many of them. It's okay if you can't see them, but if you see them, you have to save them. After Zhang Ming recovered, he smiled and said, "It has nothing to do with morality. It's just to prevent myself from being disgusted and to make myself feel comfortable." Chapter 511, After all these years of happiness, it doesn't matter if I die. Jia Yeshi sighed. He might have had similar thoughts when he was young. But after staying here for a long time, he will always be affected by the environment and slowly become numb. A mountain road in the west has several peaks anchored by an unknown demon god. After passing by, there may be a group of black gas in the stomach, just like conception, constantly expanding. As long as 1 month, this black gas will break out of the body and kill the host. I don't know its rules for the time being. The attack of this demon god seems to be random. The two walked forward along the wide road. The number of cars was very small. The few cars that occasionally passed by were also owned by the staff of Shangbu civilization. Most of the indigenous people living here just maintain basic food and clothing. In fact, they can't afford the super ancient technology left here. Fortunately, maintaining food and clothing is already a very happy thing. There are also some simple and plain industrial chains here. The indigenous people dig minerals, grow herbs, cut wood, and sell them to the super ancient ruins. Those robots that can automatically identify goods will give corresponding currency after identifying these raw materials. The local residents use these currencies to buy food, clothes, pots and pans and other daily necessities from other villages. Over time, these currencies slowly spread out. With general equivalence, trade between villages can be promoted. Therefore, most residents and industrial chains live around the so-called ancient ruins. We once thought that if we opened up a few more cities similar to the Great Mother City, the population would increase, but guardians like the mountain-carrying tortoise are very rare. Many immortals' brains are no longer normal. They have no concentration and may have been assimilated by the power of the demons, and they can't take care of too many people, said Jia Yeshi. In a dome-shaped building, Zhang Ming saw a line of ink-colored text: the rules of the Great Mother City trading market, no lying, violators, death, simple and rough rules, but very effective. In the Great Mother City, many residents and many caravans coming from afar are doing business here. However, the atmosphere inside seemed quite stiff, and the occasional conversation was slow, thinking for a long time before saying that sentence. With this corridor as the dividing line, you can't tell lies when you cross the corridor, Jia Yeshi introduced, otherwise, you will be attacked by the demon and die immediately. This is due to the overflow of the demon's power, and the detection mechanism is based on self-cognition. For example, someone greets you, "Have you had breakfast?" If you obviously haven't eaten, but you subconsciously reply, "I have." If this person doesn't realize that he has lied, it's okay, because the current demon's monitoring mechanism is based on self-cognition. But if he realizes that he is lying afterwards, he will die immediately. The demon, Mo, doesn't care whether you are trading or chatting, as long as you touch its rules, it will kill you immediately. It is obviously difficult to deceive yourself, so everyone would rather remain silent than chat, and think twice about every word they say. Because of such rules, honest business is like a cultural existence. Everyone tends to trade here. After all, it can really save a lot of trouble. Jia Yeshi said, having seen such majesty. Even if they leave the Great Mother City, they dare not rashly violate the principle of integrity, but will spread the rules here devoutly. Slowly, some rules will be passed on to distant places. This may be a model of transforming the world with the help of the power of the demon god. It's just a pity that the one suppressed here can't hold on any longer, and I don't know how long this situation can last. Where's the mountain-carrying tortoise now? Zhang Ming said. An old voice sounded, "It's right under your feet. Kid who eats gigolo, are you awake? What price did you pay for eating gigolo? She wants me to help her make money and dig space tunnels." Zhang Ming was full of nonsense, "But I'm not strong enough now, and digging tunnels consumes too much energy, so I can only wait until I grow up." Suddenly, Lao Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he hadn't entered the other side of the corridor, otherwise this lie alone would have caused him to suffer a demon-level attack. HMPH, I guess so. If you weren't useful, the demon god would have killed you long ago. How could you be so kind? Take it easy, kid. Don't really think you can eat free food forever. The mountain-carrying tortoise also wanted to use the power of Mo to spy on whether Lao Zhang was lying. But after careful consideration, forget it. On the one hand, the two sides did not tear each other's faces, and they were considered to be friendly and cooperative. A random lie detector will only offend Zhang Ming, who is willing to expose the privacy. On the other hand, this lie detection mechanism is just a little leak of the rules of the demon god, Mo. This little rule is really accurate in controlling ordinary people, but if you want to control the strong, there are still ways to circumvent it. After all, this is just a lie detection mechanism based on self-cognition. The strong can circumvent it as long as they find a way to modify their memory and change their self-cognition. The only way to really control the strong is contract, which is the real power of the demon god, Mo. If you temporarily modify your cognition, it will also be detected. Don't worry about it. The demon god likes me very much. I give her money every day. Do you know how good it is to support a demon god? Zhang Ming said shamelessly. In order to prove that he was not lying, he even moved his body to the inside of the corridor. See, I didn't lie, haha. This kid has the power of the demon god in his brain. He is really not in his right mind. The 100,000 yuan he worked so hard to earn will not be cheated like this, the divine turtle snorted. That's not the case. It's still here with me, Zhang Ming said. You can't say that, old turtle. The 100,000 yuan was earned by the long-cherished wish, demon god himself. This kid can't produce the fruit himself. He is just a storage warehouse for the source of the world. A crow flew in the sky and gloated, but it doesn't matter. One more, long-cherished wish, demon god is always stronger than a lot of more demon gods. At least a long-cherished wish, demon god can still cooperate. Anyway, It is this mentally ill person who bears the price. That's called the hope demon god. Do you understand? If you want to see her, I will summon her now. Zhang Ming danced and started to perform magic. The wind is strong. The ghost crow was immediately scared to death and stopped on the eaves, not daring to speak. Then it flapped its wings twice and fled. The divine thought of the mountain-carrying turtle also disappeared without a trace. Jia Yeshi had no way to escape, so he asked with a stiff face, "Mr. Zhang, you don't summon it yet. I have a big question here. Can you get more fruits?" Zhang Ming quietly moved his body back from the inside of the corridor. He suddenly remembered one thing. That fruit tree was transplanted on the scales of judgment. He can get the fruit directly through this mark on his chest, without having to discuss it with Miss Hulu. Now that I think about it, it seems a little weird. This weird feeling is a little hard to describe. Well, to be honest, you can't let me beg all the time, although the demon god, hope, is not, long-cherished wish, she really likes me very much, but many times, it is difficult to make up for the favors consumed. You have to at least pay to buy it. The subtext is, yes, but you have to pay more. Jia Yeshi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to have a clear answer. Anyway, his minimum task was completed. There are also some old guys in the burial realm who have conveyed their ideas. They want to buy fruits, Mr. Zhang. Can the group purchase be cheaper? Otherwise, if those old guys make a fuss, we can't afford it here. How many do you have on hand? Can you meet their needs? Zhang Ming knew about Shimama's lies a long time ago. With his identity as the remnant soul of the Black Tortoise, this guy's ability to deceive is really not covered. Even Zhang Ming himself thinks that the solution provided by Shimama seems reliable. In this way, more than 300 immortals in the burial realm, don't they want 300 fruits of the Garden of Eden? A total value of 30 million. In addition to the civilization on the other side of the Demon Sea, let's say 100 fruits. It is the source of the world worth 40 million. Zhang Ming took a breath of cold air, his head was faintly hot, and his whole mind was blank. I don't know. I think there are still some, because the demon god directly gave me a fruit and also gave Shongshan one. Zhang Ming said vaguely, I don't know whether there are hundreds of them. This money is too big. Tens of millions of world sources and demon-level wealth can simply overwhelm everything. Of course, the actual situation cannot be so much. Most immortals find it difficult to get 100,000 units of world sources at once. They do have a lot of rare treasures on hand, but the world source is a long-term consumable, equivalent to combat power. It is really difficult to take out a large amount of spot. This is like the Bretton Woods system on Earth. The United States used to be based on gold, and the US dollar was anchored to gold. But the amount of gold is limited and cannot support the huge trading volume. So this system collapsed in just 29 years. Today's world source is actually just a unit of value measurement. Since it is always in short supply, it will not be really used in trade. In other words, this thing is naturally deflationary. As long as you hold the world source, as time goes by, the continuous development of technology in various civilizations in the Demon Sea, your wealth will naturally rise. The more powerful the civilization, the more it craves the world source, 40 million. It's just that this number is too big, so big that it's frightening, so big that Zhang Ming's blood is about to boil. At this moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and had some doubts. He was not overwhelmed by wealth, but began to doubt, and his body was sweating coldly. Yes, unless he controlled the body of the time and space worm and dug holes frantically, he could consume this huge fortune. Otherwise, with his own strength, he couldn't spend it all. This is indeed a super amount of the demon god level. So, what can this huge sum of money be used for? It can only be used to support his personal secretary. For the scales of judgment, money can do anything. But are things really so smooth? Are they really so smooth? Ask yourself, are you really so lucky and smooth? Zhang Ming rubbed his temples and held his breath directly. The more he thought, the more his heart fell to the bottom of the sea, as if it was grabbed by a giant hand. He felt that his inherent cognition was being challenged. It's not that he is suspicious by nature, but this fact is really very strange. At the beginning, Miss Hulu traveled to this world with only one tree of the Garden of Eden. There is nothing else. There is really only this tree. Even at the beginning, this tree was not very useful. But now, just a tree that can grow fruits can actually grab such huge benefits. Is it really just because of good luck? Or is it carefully designed and planned, Zhang Ming couldn't help but his heart pounding. Suyin is not a space-based demon god. For Suyin, time and space travel is a very difficult thing. After traveling through time, it must be extremely weak and the energy is exhausted. If Suyin tries his best to travel through time through the wishing ability of the judgment scale, he can only carry one item. What should he carry? From the current results, the Tree of Eden is actually the best item to carry. No one else. This tree can bring too much benefit. Even if there are only 10 million world sources, a demon god can restore most of his power. Then snowball further. This fact is indeed possible, which makes people feel cold all over, as if even space has frozen. Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang, Jia Yeshi noticed that something was wrong with Zhang Ming and thought he was thinking about begging or something like that. Zhang Ming came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I'm a little overwhelmed with so much wealth all of a sudden. Haha, I understand, but if you help dig space tunnels in the future, it will probably cost a lot of money. With more funds handled, you will get used to it over time. Jia Yeshi was not flattering, but said this sincerely. Mr. Zhang Ming's value is too great. Not to mention that he can eat the soft rice of the demon god, Hope. He can also dig space tunnels himself. No matter which one, it is strategic value. Zhang Ming is in deep self-doubt. Everything in the past is like a series of old photos stained with the color of tea. People are not plants, who can be heartless. From a rational level, he has reason to doubt some things, but from a perceptual level, he is not willing to doubt. How can he be doubtful? The two sides have too many common experiences. In times of crisis, Miss Hulu takes care of him wholeheartedly, not afraid of dirt or tiredness. When he is spiritually empty, she can meet all his spiritual needs and accompany him no matter what happens. She speaks politely, her words and deeds are cute and innocent, and she can play various roles. She is very smart and can handle all kinds of troublesome work. She is full of vitality and is happy and cheerful every day. She even washes your dirty clothes for you. When Zhang Ming wants to be alone, she will leave very tactfully and let Zhang Ming be alone. The most important thing is that she has never asked for anything. It is only now that she has a little private money. How can I doubt her? Thinking about this kind of thing really consumes the spirit. Zhang Ming is at a loss and even a little frightened. This may be the fundamental weakness of human beings. No one is willing to cut himself with a knife and put that knife into his heart. Compared with the willpower of the demon god level, humans are really nothing. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Ming couldn't figure it out. He thought secretly, I really don't want to doubt her, but if something bad really happens, I'll lose. It doesn't matter if I die. Does Miss Hulu really exist? If she never existed, it's fine. Suyin finally turned against me. Anyway, I have been happy for so many years, if she really exists, but I lost in a muddle. What should she do? At this moment, Zhang Ming was frightened and relieved at the same time, because he realized that it seemed not too late. All civilizations in the outside world regard her as Suyin. This is not a bad thing. They should have made corresponding backups and preparations for confrontation. They are wise. Even if I am really fooled around, Zhang Ming put down his psychological burden. After all, he really had so much fun for so many years, so it doesn't matter if he dies. There are so many civilizations and so many masters in the outside world, and there are corresponding expectations. Oh, I always thought they were making a fuss, but I didn't expect that I was the fool. Mr. Zhang, you're awake. At this moment, a group of men and women ran over from the mall. They were villagers from Qingxi village, smiling like flowers, and the air was filled with a youthful atmosphere. When they first saw this prosperous city, their surprise was no different from those sheep-headed people. However, young people's acceptance ability is always faster than that of the elderly. In just a few days, they have become accustomed to the various advanced equipment here. Everyone, how have you been these 2 days? Where did you go to play? Zhang Ming waved at them. We went to the big library. There are so many books in it. There are also those kinds of comic books. We also played games, but it's a bit expensive. You can only play for 1 hour for $1. It would be great if we could buy a computer. What are you dreaming about? At most, you can buy a bicycle back home, the young men and women chattered. I didn't expect that the great mother city is still prosperous and still exists. It's really a good thing. Most of our goods have been sold, and they are quite popular. The leader of the village, Guo Dazhu, came over and said happily, but we still have some medicines and can sell treatment services. Mr. Zhang, this is your profit share. This trip earned Zhang Ming about 10,000 merchant coins. At the price of 1 yuan per caddy of rice, it is considered to have earned 5 tons of rice. Compared with a big business of 40 million world sources, 5 tons of rice is not even a hair. But it wins in reality. These not-so-refined currencies, held in the palm of the hand, are heavy. They are brought by the labor of these days, and also represent the risks taken during this period. Zhang Ming took these currencies and slowly came back to his senses. He felt that his soul had traveled from a very outrageous world to another more real world. All the materials in Qingxi village can be sold for about 50,000 yuan, with a net profit of between 25,000 and 30,000. Among them, the profit of 20,000 is considered collective assets and belongs to the entire village. The other 5,000 yuan in profit can be converted into labor remuneration for the caravan members. Don't think that 400 to 500 yuan per person is too little. In this era, a life is often worth only 100 yuan. Don't spend money recklessly. Plan carefully what to buy. Guo Dazhu cleared his throat and taught the young people. He said word by word, very rigidly, don't waste money on playing games, drinking, and gambling. Do you understand? Also, take care of your lower body and don't be cheated. This is 500 yuan that you exchanged your life for. Maybe you will never earn so much in your life. Do you understand? The young men laughed and said, I understand. Although some guys are indeed ready to make a move, there are indeed places like red light districts in Damu City, with all kinds of creatures, which are very tempting to males, but they will not spend money recklessly because someone is in charge. Guo Dazhu said again, we will stay here for a few days, sell the goods, and then buy what we want. Then we have to set off and return to the village, so soon, Zhang Ming said in surprise. Don't stay a little longer? Living on the steamship doesn't cost you money. I've been out for too long. This is not my hometown after all. Guo Dazhu picked up the pipe, took a puff, and exhaled a cloud of turbid white smoke. The young people also showed a confused look. They have seen such a huge and prosperous city, and the strange customs, various rules, and various dangers along the way. Now that the journey has finally reached its end, they have an inexplicable sense of emptiness. The 2 bears in the team said they would not leave. The black and white bear said with a smile, we have made a living here. Maybe we will organize a team to trade in the village next time. The Xiongba civilization, as a relatively powerful civilization, is allowed to know a little bit of the truth. The bears can become staff members of the Great Mother City. Now that they have come to the burial realm, it is extremely difficult for them to return to the mother civilization, because the cost of transmission is too expensive. It takes hundreds of units of the source of the world to transmit one person. Their mother civilization cannot afford to send them back. This truth is cruel, but it is also a cold fact. Mr. Zhang, aren't you going back with us? A girl hesitated. Her name is Lin, and she is the doctor in the team. Mr. Zhang has his own things to do. He can't stay in our village forever. Guo Dazhu smiled and said, besides, we have encountered all the difficulties and obstacles along the way, and we know the corresponding rules. Returning the same way will not be a problem, and we will stay here for a few more days to continue selling goods. Don't rush to say goodbye, although it is said that all good things must come to an end. After getting along for a long time, there is always some reluctance. Zhang Ming thought for a long time and wanted to send them home. If he used the teleportation ability, it would not take too much effort to send them back. However, his personal secretary did not think so. You'd better give them a space prop so that they can travel light and not carry large bags and small bags, and avoid some unknown risks. Then give them some means of transportation such as tricycles, plus some medicines for treating diseases, which should be enough after all. They are not willing to accept too expensive gifts. It is better to let them walk back slowly by themselves. Their lives are their own, and their experiences and lessons are also their own. You can take care of them for a while, but you can't take care of them for a lifetime. With space props, they can also ensure safety well. Let's do it your way. Zhang Ming sighed softly. The secretary was always smart and arranged everything for him in an orderly manner. Next, after making an appointment with the caravan to have dinner together, Zhang Ming followed Jia Yeshi to the top floor of the circular building. The scenery of the whole city was in full view. On one side were modern buildings, and even high-tech devices such as space teleportation. Outside the city center were villages with backward technology. The wooden carts and farmlands that were being plowed in the spring barely maintained the vitality of this world. In the more distant areas that could not be covered by vision, there were withered weeds and withered woods. The power of the demon god was quietly infiltrating. No one knew what was happening in the outside world. Once the balance was unbalanced, the tilting speed would become faster and faster, and eventually fall at the speed of free fall. Ding! The big screen lit up. Jia Yeshi hurriedly said, "If you are willing, the demon sea would like to contact you." "No problem." After the screen was turned on, the figure that appeared was actually a giant dragon creature. There was another short figure, who turned out to be his old friend, Mr. Jia Huingjin. "Oh, my old friend, Mr. Zhang, long time no see. I heard that you were in a coma recently. I wonder how your mental state is," Jia Huingjin said in that strange tone. "Well, I just woke up today, Zhang Ming yawned. "Look at my 2 dark circles. There's still a price to be paid for begging the demon god. Recently, you are really a big star in the demon sea. The more powerful the civilization, the more attention it pays to you. Even those very remote civilizations hiding in their own small worlds have expressed their concern." Zhang Ming cursed in his heart. "You don't know how much trouble I, Zhang, have. Recently, I have become suspicious and began to doubt my wife. Men are like this. The more money they have, the more suspicious they are." But he couldn't tell this trouble, so he could only bear it himself. "Lao Jia, although I have made some money, my life is as bad as the apple pie made by Aunt Karen next door. I have no idea how to spend it." "Aunt Kara." Jia Huingjin shook his body and raised his eyebrows. "Lao Zhang, having a lot of money is indeed not a good thing. The construction of spiritual civilization must keep up. There are many cases of people getting rich overnight and then their families being ruined." Chapter 512, Treasures from Mythological Origins. Zhang Ming laughed and stopped talking. He got down to business. "This is Lord Yan Yang. Hello. You must have something to talk to me about. Let me ask you straight to the point. How is Shongshan doing? What do you plan to do about the current situation in the burial realm?" Jia Huingjin immediately showed a shrewd smile like a businessman. It seems that this old man still gave him some face. He replied, "My old brother, we are here for this matter. I will send you a video now. Take a look first." Mr. Shongshan has been born. If nothing unexpected happens, he will arrive in the burial realm within 2 months. A video appeared on the screen. On a verdant green grass, under the bright sunshine, the spirit that was almost liquefied reflected a colorful rainbow. The gurgling water and the clear lake were really a picture scroll on the earth. Just by looking at it, Zhang Ming knew that this was a high-level herb garden built with unique technology. There are so many magical and unique idealistic technologies in the world. In the advanced herb garden, the plants produced are stronger than normal, and the harvest every year is naturally more gratifying. What's even more strange is that the time number below the video is jumping rapidly. 1 second in the real world corresponds to about 100,000 seconds in the video. A small vine broke out of the ground and grew rapidly around the rack. The vibrant scene, even if you just look at it, will produce a sense of empathy. In less than a minute, a small gourd in the shape of a human appeared on the vine. Then, after a few minutes, the small gourd cracked and a little man appeared. He looked around in a somewhat confused state, as if he had forgotten who he was. "This is Shongshan, but he hasn't completely recovered his memory." Zhang Ming was delighted. Shongshan was alive again, which was a good thing. Although it was a blank sheet of paper at the beginning, the foundation was still there, and the speed of strength recovery would be very fast. And there is no bottleneck to becoming an immortal. Is this speed of time passing a certain unique technology, or is it simply video acceleration? Isn't a speed of 100,000 times a bit exaggerated? Yan Yang behind Jia Huingjin replied, "We still use some video acceleration methods. Our most advanced time acceleration method is only 500 times, but it is enough." This kind of time acceleration also has disadvantages. On the one hand, life will still pass. After spending 100 years in the accelerated space, the soul will age 100 years. The lifespan of the soul is difficult to repair. Even if you change a body, the entropy increase at the soul level will not be repaired. On the other hand, many practices require communication, opportunities, adventures and challenges, so the meaning of staying in the accelerated space for hard practice is not that great. But for Shongshan, there is no such worry, he just lacks time. He is recovering his memory. It is expected that most of his memory will be restored in another week. Yan Yang, who was originally taciturn and acted as a background board, actually flew over and took the initiative to chat for a few words. Perhaps this giant dragon was in a good mood. The other fruit you provided is also growing well, which shows that this road is indeed unobstructed. The other fruit, which was bought by the source of 100,000 worlds, was jointly studied by many civilizations and provided with a most superior environment, and it also thrived. The only trouble is, how many fruits can you provide? Zhang Ming was silent for a moment. What was coming still had to come. He was a little troubled now, and having more money might not be a good thing. The more money he had, the sooner he would usher in that unknown ending. But he couldn't not make money. If Hulu was really played by Suyin, he gave away the fruit of the Garden of Eden for free, which was equivalent to destroying the results that Suyin had planned for so long, and might immediately usher in that unknown ending. Zhang Ming's whole body was hot, but he slowly said, "It depends on how much money you give." "You mean, how many can you give?" Yan Yang said. Zhang Ming knocked on the table lightly. "One hand pays, the other hand delivers. If you buy a lot, it can be cheaper, but I'm not sure how many I can give you. I'm sure I can give you less than 100, but I'm not sure if it's more than 100. Yan Yang was silent. This was in line with their expectations. They had already investigated such a big thing. No matter from which angle you think about it, the number of fruits will not be too small. But Zhang Ming actually gave a precise data so directly, which also made him puzzled. Yan Yang said lightly, "The source of the world is indeed a strategic material for major civilizations. Let us take out millions or tens of millions of the source of the world to buy fruits. The strategic reserves will be greatly reduced, which is not good for the large-scale wars that may break out in the future. What's more, you don't have so many ways to consume. How about this? Our technological civilization can tailor a plan for you, so that you can accommodate more rules of the space-time demon. Your soul is now close to the upper limit of its endurance, right? This plan should be able to offset a lot of the source of the world, right? These civilizations don't want to give too much money. Giving too much money is equivalent to aiding the enemy in their eyes. Tell me about it. What is the general plan?" Zhang Ming frowned. A ball of light appeared on the screen. "Dear Mr. Zhang, we have designed 3 feasible plans for you. The first plan, use the power of the world will to maintain the stability of your soul and accommodate more rules. This is the most mature plan. Many new road civilizations use the power of the world will to help ordinary soldiers master strong idealistic rules and become extraordinary people. The world will of the new road civilization has the ability to allow you to control more rules of the space-time demon." Zhang Ming frowned slightly. He had to hand over the body of the space-time worm for other civilizations to study before he could use this plan. This was obviously something he didn't want to do. The space-time worm was his trump card. The Red Moon was also his home court. Without his consent, even Nagord could not go to the place where the space-time worm was. If I choose this plan, once I leave the influence of the world I might lose control, right? Zhang Ming questioned. Not really. More mature civilizations have better solutions. If you leave the influence of the world your control over the rules may be weakened, but it will not be completely out of control. Of course, the influence of the world on you does exist, and we need to acknowledge this. What's the next plan? Tell me first." As if expecting Zhang Ming to reply like this, the light ball said, "The second plan is even simpler. You may not trust the world we provide. Then using your own world may also achieve a similar effect. As long as it stays by your side, there will be no problems such as loss of control. It will not affect you personally. If you are willing, we will provide assistance to the small tree and cultivate it to grow faster." After not seeing it for a while, the small world tree owned by Zhang Ming has become more intelligent. When it saw Zhang Ming, its leaves flickered, as if to say hello. "Hey, old buddy, do you want to return to the adventure group and travel together?" Zhang Ming greeted. The small world tree flickered twice again. Although it can grow better on Earth than in the Zuanwu world, it subconsciously wants to stay with Zhang Ming, just like in the past, to see a bigger world. Is this another kind of wisdom? Zhang Ming smiled in his heart, thinking about the feasibility of this plan. In fact, with the help of the power of the small tree in integrating more demon god rules, this method is acceptable. After all, this small tree is indeed one of our own. However, no matter how intelligent the small tree is, compared with those old-fashioned world wills, its power is still more than one level lower. In addition, whether there will be some problems in the process of cultivation, Zhang Ming cannot predict. What's more, using this method, Zhang Ming cannot be too far away from the small tree, otherwise there will be a risk of losing control. Then what about the third option? The ball of light said again. The third option is relatively expensive, but it will solve the problem once and for all. We will provide a special little thing. It is very expensive, and can help you accommodate more of the rules of the demon god, and it has more mysteries. The price we offer is 100 fruits of achieving immortality. The first two options are relatively cheap, and we will give a certain degree of the source of the world as compensation. The third option, 100 fruits, is our bottom line price, and it can't be cheaper. In addition, you must sign a contract. When you are about to lose your will, you need to use up your last strength to send this thing back to the Sea of Demons, and promise to dig a space-time tunnel from the Sea of Demons to the burial realm. We will pay for the excavation. The current tunnel was dug by Zhulan. It has been too long and is no longer stable. You should be able to dig a more stable space-time tunnel with lower transmission costs. Zhang Ming frowned. These guys are asking for too much? I said I could get a maximum of 100 fruits, and now you want 100 and you have to dig a tunnel. What is that thing? The light ball replied, it's definitely a good thing. You should know that our world originated from the mythological center. There is a mythological origin there, which is the starting point of our universe. It is in a contradictory state of life and death. The reason we think so is that in ancient times, someone picked up a drop of divine blood from the mythological origin. Zhang Ming was stunned. This thing sounded very cool. Is the mythological origin really a living thing? Pangu created the world? The light ball continued, in many civilizations, there are legends about the creation of the world. The pure air sank, and the turbid air descended, forming our world. Of course, this statement is incorrect. We can use the concept of order degree to describe it. The further out you go, the higher the order degree, and the closer to the origin of the myth, the more chaotic it is. It is indeed dead, but it can come back to life at any time, so there is a situation where the demons flee in large numbers. The light ball did not make the situation too complicated. This drop of blood from the origin of the myth was obtained by the original god Zhang, and its ability is to steal the power of the demons. He is a man of great talent and strategy. It is because of his planning that the Zhang world has been stable until now. Moreover, he has also found demons like Zhang and Mo, who can cooperate, which directly changed the world's pattern. It's a pity that time has passed and nothing is eternal. The balance has tilted, and many of the original arrangements have become useless. The value of this drop of divine blood is self-evident. It's really not expensive to sell it to you at this price, right? Zhang Ming pondered for a moment, then asked, since this drop of divine blood can steal the power of the demon god, why don't you use it with such a powerful effect? The light ball sighed, because it can't be used, or it's not cost-effective to use this thing. This drop of divine blood has been used by the god Zhang, and there may be unknown demon god rules left in it. There is a higher risk in integrating this thing into one's own soul, and today is not as good as the past. With the changes in the rules, the current Sea of Demon God can no longer give birth to strong people at the level of Eternals. If you just steal one demon god rule, it will only be icing on the cake for the immortals, and you can't make them eternal. Even the world will can steal the power of the demon god, and this method of stealing is safer, but you are different. You have already stolen 3 demon god rules. Stealing 1 or 2 more may produce a greater qualitative change. These words are very true. If there is only one demon god rule, then there is only Burning Soul. Burning Soul is the foundation of the rules of the space-time worm. Without it, the subsequent series of rules, even if stolen, will be greatly reduced in power. For the immortals, risking their lives for a Burning Soul is really unattractive. After all this time, it turned out to be a useless thing, and it's still sold at such a high price. Zhang Ming complained in his heart, trying to bargain. In the end, the other party refused to give in, and the price was 100 fruits of the Garden of Eden, not one less. Mr. Zhang, the quality of a treasure still depends on the person who uses it. For example, the god-man Zhang used this treasure to make great achievements. Stealing the rules of the demon god is just its lower limit. 100 fruits of the Garden of Eden are really not expensive. If it weren't for the fact that your growth has a high strategic significance, this thing would be a priceless treasure and would not be traded. The screens show the drop of God's blood from the origin of mythology. Unexpectedly, it was not liquid, but a small golden, drop-shaped solid the size of a peanut. Its surface exudes a restrained halo. Is this a drop of blood? Anyway, with the naked eye, it will only look like a beautiful diamond. P.S. The plot about a long-cherished wish is not easy to write. I am stuck in a serious writer's block and my condition is not very good, so the number of words is less. Please forgive me, readers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 The Contract Given by the Demon God, Mo. Zhang Ming thought about it again and again, but he couldn't make up his mind. To be honest, this plan is very tempting. It doesn't rely on others, but on himself. Even if the fusion of God's blood fails and he dies accidentally, it is his own problem, and he can't blame others. But at this moment, he has a big unknown worry. The light ball on the screen shows various information about God's blood. If you agree to this plan, we can also help you send that world tree over. Maybe it can bring you some help. Of course, we won't charge you for this fee. The light ball seemed to have anticipated that Zhang Ming would prefer the third plan. In fact, they were also happy to let Zhang Ming choose this plan. Because there is no need to pay. They really don't want to send, Suin, a large amount of world source. In addition, since this drop of God's blood is provided by 1A civilization, it is equivalent to a private plan. Please keep it secret in the next alliance meeting. It doesn't mean to keep it completely secret. As long as they don't ask, you don't take the initiative to bring it up. This deal is also a century-level deal for 1A civilization. What is the concept of 100 fruits? Equivalent to 100 immortals. Even if the success rate is not 100%, there should be no problem in achieving 50 immortals, right? This is really a huge deal, and 1A civilization obviously has some selfish motives. But for Zhang Ming, a bigger practical problem is in front of him. 100 fruits were sold, and he didn't make any money, but only got a drop of divine blood. Although this drop of divine blood is indeed extremely precious, there is no second drop in the world. In the past, Zhang Ming subconsciously thought that Miss Hulu would be happier. This is almost a most perfect plan. She will definitely do her best, be happy, and even give advice. But now Zhang Ming is worried. What if the other party suddenly turns against him? The source of the world worth tens of millions. The fruit of the Garden of Eden was provided by Miss Hulu, but all the transaction proceeds belong to Lao Zhang. Is she willing? If she is playing Suin, she may really show her hand to me. If she is really Hulu, she will naturally be willing, so willing that I am embarrassed. Two completely opposite possibilities are in front of him. At this moment, Zhang Ming finally understood that many things are indeed unrecognizable. Once recognized, the view of the world will be completely different. Zhang Ming actually didn't want to gamble on this result unless it was absolutely necessary. Whether it was true or false, he needed an opportunity to prove something. He even felt that he might as well be an ostrich, burying his head in the sand and facing the outside world. It is also a way to muddle through and let things take their course. No, I must face the results and can't be an ostrich. This kind of thing will become more and more troublesome the longer it is delayed. These damn civilizations deliberately designed such a plan to test the relationship between me and Miss Hulu. I said in advance that this fruit was taken from the demon god and had to be traded with the source of the world, but they took out a drop of divine blood. They really don't want to pay a penny. These civilizations are really smart. But the most important thing is the trouble on his side. Zhang Ming knew that he could not escape the entanglement. This is a knot in the heart. And it will become more and more difficult to untie as time goes by. It must be a quick battle. Don't make excuses. Don't pretend you don't know. Face the facts. And then Zhang Ming didn't know what would happen. After he made up his mind, there seemed to be a strange flame in his eyes. Lao Zhang, when did you become so timid and afraid of death? If the gourd has always been a lie, you have to find a way to fight against fate. If the existence of the gourd is true, what are you afraid of? Zhang Ming thought for half a minute, smiled, and said calmly, I like the third plan very much, but the demon god, Hope, may not be easy to deal with. The third plan, without the benefits of the source of the world, for the demon god, this transaction is meaningless and becomes a one-sided effort. So under the pressure of the situation, I may choose the first or second plan in the end. Of course, I can't guess what the demon god, Hope, thinks. So the final situation needs to be discussed again, the light ball said slowly. We are just providing effective suggestions, and the final choice is in your hands. You can think about it for a while, and you can contact us at any time after you make up your mind. However, please be a little faster. The situation in the burial realm cannot be delayed, and it is best to complete this transaction within a week. After all, Every hour and every day that passes, we will lose some preparation time. I understand. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and smiled. If the demon god, Hope, must use the source of the world to make a deal, how much are you willing to pay? You name a price so that I can negotiate, the light ball said. Each civilization has a different degree of acceptability. If it's a group purchase, a 50% discount is the highest price we can accept. Because we need to consume a huge amount of world source in the burial world. The world source is really precious and there is no way to obtain it on a large scale. 50% discount, that is, 5 million. It's not a small number. Then see you next time. After saying goodbye to Jia Yeshi, Zhang Ming walked on the empty street and strolled casually. In fact, Hulu has been following him all the time. She should have heard the negotiation just now. She didn't express any opinions for the time being. For Hulu, there is nothing to say. No matter which option Zhang Ming chooses, she supports it. She may even take the initiative to choose the third option. For Sweden, there's even less to say. 5 million world sources is already an attractive number, but for greater benefits in the future, Sweden still has the possibility of giving up. This alone has put a lot of pressure on Zhang Ming. He walked forward slowly step by step, controlling his heartbeat and body temperature. Inadvertently, Zhang Ming came to the territory of the Fushun divine turtle, with a faint smile of victory on his face. This old turtle has been suppressed here for many years and has almost turned into a stone mountain. The great mother city was built on the stone mountain. The current location is actually the head of the Fushun divine turtle. It is empty and dead, with no people. According to the legend of the locals, this is where the Great Mother lives, and no creature is allowed to enter. A gray mist entangled here, forming a brand new Mohutao mountain road. In this place, as long as you turn your head, you will be attacked by the demon, Mo. Zhang Ming smelled a rotten smell, which was the stench emitted by the Fushun divine turtle. This turtle has been suppressed here for many years. I don't know what happened, and it has become dying. Boy, what are you doing here? The mountain-carrying turtle found him and couldn't help shouting, "Get out of here! This is not a place for you to visit, get out of here along that mountain road. The rules here are strict. If you want to save your life, don't lie, don't look back, don't retreat." It is a proud turtle. Even if it is increasingly unable to suppress the demon god, it still abides by its duties. To be honest, Lao Zhang thinks this turtle is quite friendly. Although its tone is a little bad and its personality is a bit mean, it is still a kind turtle. "Grandpa Turtle, I want a demon god level contract. The stronger the better, as the suppressor of the demon god, Mo." Grandpa Turtle has naturally studied the contract for a long time. He said unhappily, "You have found the right person. There are many kinds of demon god contracts. Which one do you want?" It was too lazy to pursue what Zhang Ming wanted this thing for. After signing the contract, are there any that cannot lie in the short term? The most effective one. I want to use it for business, don't lie. Humph, of course there are. Take it and get out of here, don't disturb my sweet dreams. Boy, this contract is very expensive, you know. The old turtle didn't say how much it would cost, obviously wanting Zhang Mingchang to do him a favor. Okay, I owe you a favor, turtle. This level of favor is very expensive. Zhang Ming pinched his nose and could only accept it. A piece of black rice paper floated over from the air and quietly fell into Zhang Ming's hand. This is a piece of paper condensed by the power of the demon god, heavier than gold, and its border is also carved with ancient cloud-like patterns, exuding a simple charm. After writing your name, you will not be allowed to tell lies in the following conversation within 1 minute. Otherwise, you will die. 1 minute, yes, 1 minute. This is an extremely powerful contract, only 1 minute, the Fushun divine turtle said meaningfully. Even if you only write a pseudonym on the paper, it will be effective. It will also be effective if you write yourself as a turtle, but the mechanism of lie detection is limited to self-cognition. If you recognize a pile of shit as a delicious dish and declare it to be a delicious dish, the demon will still not attack you. After all, you really think so? Haha, Shimama's catchphrase came out of the Fushun divine turtle's mouth. The objective truth is really too grand. From the ocean to the coast, from the universe to civilization, from mathematics, physics, chemistry to the origin of mythology, and then to everything in the world, they are all part of the objective truth. Even the demon god, Mo, can only see a small corner of the world. Therefore, it cannot conduct lie detection based on objective facts. If one day, Mo can conduct lie detection based on objective facts, then it means that it can see through most of the truth of the world, and it is the real ultimate demon god. From this point of view, the power of each ultimate demon god is extremely terrifying. Zhang Ming sighed from the bottom of his heart. Is it possible that the demon god, Suyin, who is close to the ultimate, has not made a move until now? In the old mythological era, when it is so close, is it possible for Suyin to do nothing? Miss Hulu, who was following beside him, remained silent. She still did not show any abnormality. In front of unfamiliar lives, she usually did not speak much. Humph, the ultimate demon god is part of the rules of the world, the divine turtle said. Zhang Ming asked again, can I circumvent the lie detection of this contract by modifying my self-cognition? In theory, it is possible, but in practice it is extremely difficult. The Fushun divine turtle did not say anything final. Anyway, I can't, and you definitely can't. Don't overestimate your strength, kid. Zhang Ming smiled and said, thank you, Grandpa Turtle. I'll hunt a big monster someday and treat you to meat. With this contract, I finally dare to make a big deal and won't be deceived. Oh, by the way, it also works on the demon god, Mo. It can't kill the demon god, but it will have some reaction, the dead turtle said slowly, probably learned it from Shimama, and finally made a click sound. Zhang Ming took the contract and walked forward along the mountain path. This mountain path is curved, and it was specially opened by the Fushun divine turtle to save those who strayed into this place. As long as you keep walking forward and follow the curved mountain path, you can leave this place. Zhang Ming walked very slowly, with a happy expression, just like the kind of dog tycoon who got rich overnight. That kind of expectation and happiness were about to overflow from his body. But his heart was cold, and his mental activities were completely opposite to his expression. The mountain-carrying turtle saw Zhang Ming leaving and was vaguely puzzled. It's strange that the demon god, Mo, actually gave him a contract personally. It's really rare, most contracts are made using the scattered demon god rules. But this one is particularly unique. It was made by the demon god, Mo, himself and given to Zhang Ming. The mountain-carrying turtle became more and more confused, and faintly smelled the smoke of the demon god war, but it didn't know what happened, so it could only fall asleep again. After walking out of this mountain road, it was already dusk. The sunset was setting, and the sky was full of red clouds, filled with a kind of enchanting beauty. The people in the Qingxi village caravan sold a lot of goods and returned to the steamship happily. They skillfully lit a fire and cooked today's dinner. Emperor Zhang, you are pious and sincere. You came from the other side of the mountain, bowing your head with every step, just to see this turtle. But why are you so happy and trembling? Have you lost your mind? Shimama's ridicule reached Zhang Ming's ears from afar. Xiaobei frowned and looked at him with a pair of eyes. Since this ancestor pretended to be a big shot in front of many old guys, he has become a middle school student. Sure enough, Shimama was still on the mast. Hurry up and summon your wife to see this turtle, even if I have to carry civilization and support the Yanjiao clan, my Zuanwu is still invincible in the world. Gah! Zhang Ming pretended to be desperate and shouted, Master Shimama, save me. Shimama was happy at first, then shocked, and finally sighed. You are so happy, but you can say such desperate words, and the breath of mental illness is overflowing. Perhaps, every powerful person who suddenly appeared must end with the sentence save me, which can be said to be the truth of the world. This sentence save me suppressed the classic quote that it had finally thought of. Shimama lost all his momentum. He is worthy of being Emperor Zhang Ming. Chapter 514, Facing the Devil. Happy Zhang Ming went to the kitchen himself and cooked a fine meal for everyone. He also had a full meal himself. The last meal before execution must be a little more elegant. After a full meal, Zhang Ming returned to his room. Under the pale yellow light, he began to clean up. Zhang Ming is a nostalgic person. He would tidy up his room from time to time to avoid it being too messy. The floor, walls and beams in the room were all built with metasequoia wood from Turtle Island. 200 years passed quietly like this. Even though the ship was well maintained, some signs of decay still appeared. The only window was open, and the setting sun that was about to fall into the horizon, the lights on the deck, and the sporadic cold wind blew in from the window. As the day ended, a sparse drizzle quietly fell from the sky, and the white clouds slowly turned into a group of dark clouds, floating above the rose-red sky. A moth got its body wet in the grass and tried its best to fly under the eaves. A lot of scales on its wings were knocked off. When it was about to fall, it finally found a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and carefully breathed the fireworks here. This is really a boat that has experienced a lot. It is still working and carrying the daily life of an indigenous caravan. You can still hear the sound of laughter by tilting your ears. Happiness is simple and difficult. It depends on how much you ask for. The more you need, the more difficult it may be to be happy. The objects in the room are also miscellaneous. They have not been taken care of for a while and are scattered on the table and in the corners. Zhang Ming suddenly found a very magical little thing in the deepest part of the table drawer. When he saw this little thing, his heart seemed to be immersed in a very soft place. This little thing is made of gold. Even after so many years, it is still vivid, a very honest little turtle pendant, with a big head looking up and looking into the distance, as if looking at Zhang Ming's absurd life. There is also a drawer in the belly of the little turtle, and there is a piece of paper made of gold foil in it. That was the last letter left by my sister, saying that she would give the little turtle pendant to her future sister-in-law. Life is like a dream and an illusion for hundreds of years. The prosperity is all gone, and it becomes a cloud in an instant. Fame and fortune are like dust. Where can I find my true self? Zhang Ming poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all. This is a strong liquor purchased from 1A trading market, known as 3 cups of wine can make the gods drunk. The hot taste entered his throat, and Zhang Ming's thinking was active to the extreme. First of all, I need to confirm whether the gourd exists. There are 3 answers to this question. The first is that the gourd does exist, and he, Lao Zhang, is just simply suspicious. The fruit of the Garden of Eden worth tens of millions is just a huge coincidence and great luck. He, Lao Zhang, hugged the thigh of the demon god and will soon be able to ascend to heaven in one step. In this cold and rational state, Zhang Ming only felt that this fluke mentality was a little funny, and he underestimated the demon god too much. The second is that the gourd does not exist at all, and everything is just Suiton's emotionless performance. As for why the performance is flawless and people are addicted to it, Zhang Ming can only say admiration. There is also a third possibility. Gourd once existed, but it may not exist now, or it will not exist soon. The computing power and intelligence capabilities of the gourd are far inferior to those of Suiton. It is normal to have some unspeakable secrets. She may be a product with a soul that was created, or maybe she is really the other side of Suiton. She brought a tree of Eden across, which is the result of a lot of calculations by Suiton. It may be the original transaction, and some rules set by the scale of judgment. It is easier for Suiton to replace the gourd than imagined, especially after arriving in the burial world. The reduction of spatial distance makes this replacement possible silently. Stupid gourd may have been suppressed, and now it is the final moment of harvest. Zhang Ming is like a leek in a leek garden, facing the terrible sickle, and suddenly awakens his self-awareness. It would be better not to think about the situation in front of him, but thinking about it is simply facing the horror of the abyss. Zhang Ming is not afraid of death, but he can't die so confused. The tenacious fighting spirit is reviving in the depths of his heart. If it is the third possibility, I must act as soon as possible. To rely on rhetoric to find evidence is really underestimating the other party. I can only rely on the demon god contract, but if the relationship really breaks out, I can't predict what Suiton will do. I must find a slightly softer entry point to confirm some things. Zhang Ming recalled the experiences along the way after coming to the burial realm, the ups and downs, and it seemed that everything was normal. Miss Hulu has always been smart, gentle, and considerate, helping Zhang Ming solve a lot of troubles. The only unusual behavior was that she transformed into a ball of red flame, summoned the scales of judgment, and called herself Hope, the demon god. This is a little bit strange. Although it was a stopgap measure at the time, and some old guys were forcing Zhang Ming to eat gigolos, it was indeed a little strange for Miss Hulu to make such a big fuss with her personality. Because she has a more serious social phobia, she is not very willing to show herself in front of strangers. Nowadays, the name of the demon god, Hope, has spread throughout the demon god sea. At least most of the advanced civilizations already know this name, which gives people an inexplicable sense of abruptness. This is a means of spreading anchoring. Popularity is a very weak anchor. Zhang Ming racked his brains and began to look up past memories in the memory library. In the next moment, he suddenly found something and broke out in a cold sweat. I gave you everything. This sentence actually appeared twice. The first time was when the tree of Eden was transplanted onto the scales of judgment. She said that this tree would be given to Zhang Ming, and in the future, he would not need her consent to take the fruit of the Garden of Eden. This move was a bit strange, but Zhang Ming didn't think much about it at the time. Now think about it, it's getting weirder and weirder. The second time was when she took a small piggy bank and said that she could make money. She wanted to save all her pocket money and give it to Zhang Ming. Could this sentence be a hint? But what was she hinting at? In the silent dusk, Zhang Ming buried his head in thought, but he couldn't get any results. What are you thinking about? It seems that you are in a complicated mood today. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his ears, interrupting Zhang Ming's complicated thoughts. The voice was crisp and cute, with a hint of weakness. Zhang Ming sighed softly. When I get older, I always think of the past and miss the lively and ordinary life long ago. It's the same dusk today. I carry my school bag and go home with my classmates after school. We discuss happy and interesting topics on the way, and wave goodbye to them at the end of the road with reluctance. Then I pushed open the door of the room and shouted with full energy, "Mom, I want to eat braised pork. My mother's cooking skills are quite good." It seems that many people's mothers are similar, but the braised pork she cooked is particularly memorable. It is deep red, the meat is tender, and it melts in the mouth. It is really wonderful. She always said that she would pass this skill to me so that I can find a beautiful wife. No matter what era, being able to cook is a plus for boys. So I'm thinking, if you really want to marry a wife, do you think beauty is more important or virtuous is more important? Hulu thought for a moment and said, of course they are both important. Beauty makes people pleasing to the eye, and virtue makes life comfortable. Although you can't have both, I think they are both important. Different people may have different choices. Zhang Ming drank the 3 cups of drunkenness in the glass and sighed. People's lives are chasing childhood. Even if my childhood is not perfect, it is still happy. Thinking of my mother and my sister, and their little expectations of me, my mood today is particularly complicated. How about this? We have been together for so long. I have a good thing to give you. Are you willing to accept it? Zhang Ming showed the little turtle pendant in his hand, and said with some pride, "This is a gift left by my sister for me to give to my future wife. Now that I have chosen my wife, dear Ms. Hulu, are you willing?" His words seemed to scare the other party. Although, this little turtle pendant is the gift that Miss Gord has wanted for a long time. The best gift, no doubt about it. She floated in the air, without any reaction for a long time. Zhang Ming cleared his throat and said shamelessly, "Ahem, don't feel strange, although this is just a ceremony and does not involve substantive content, but for humans, the ceremony is equally important. It is related to future responsibilities and obligations." Gord still did not respond, but white mist was faintly coming out. Zhang Ming said in a not very serious tone, in a low voice, "Instead of spending a lot of money to strengthen myself and buy that God's blood, it is better to strengthen you. After all, your potential is far greater than mine. So, now while you are weak, hold on to your thighs tightly, train you into the ultimate demon god, and eat soft rice viciously in the future. I have been thinking about this matter today, so after thinking about it, I am a little confused. It's not because of other things. It's also very difficult to make up my mind to hold on to your thighs. Of course, more importantly, I don't think there is a more suitable person than you, and I hope we can get along happily in the future." Hulu couldn't help laughing. "Puff, I can't tell whether you are serious or joking. But I think you don't have to think about this kind of thing, because no matter what, I will not leave you. So, dear Ms. Hulu, are you willing to accept this gift?" Zhang Ming felt that he was deeply sinful. Even though he tried his best to control his emotions, he was still anxious and sweating. Such a beautiful thing suddenly became a testing tool. It's like the male head of a family suddenly became suspicious and wanted to take the child for a paternity test. Even if it is determined that the child is his own, the family relationship is likely to break down. But there is no way. He must do this. He must prove something. The air in the room fell into silence. Zhang Ming felt that he was divided into two, cut into two halves. One thought was spending time in anxiety and distress, in an extremely irritable state. The other thought, on the contrary, simulated Miss Gord's way of thinking with cold rationality, trying to observe whether the other party had any unexpected reactions. Half a minute later, white mist came out of the gourd, and the voice trembled slightly and said, "Well, I am very happy to receive this gift, and I am willing to accept this gift, but I am worried that I can really be competent for this responsibility. You know, I am not a human being, and sometimes I may seem a little strange, or, I am a little worried about my image. Will it cause you to suffer from rumors behind the scenes? I am very worried about this." There seems to be no problem with this answer. Even from the most demanding perspective, she is still the Miss Hulu of the past, considerate, smart and cute. Even the stumbling, shy tone is consistent with expectations. Zhang Ming dare not be careless. Perhaps, he is just being crazy and suspicious. Or perhaps, he is facing the greatest fear in the world. He even controlled his heartbeat and pores. His heartbeat was faster than before, and his body temperature and blood circulation were slightly higher than before, or, even if he didn't control it deliberately, he was really nervous. Zhang Ming poured another glass of wine and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry so much, I think you can accept this gift in the image of a human being. I can help you put on a little turtle pendant myself. Other people's public opinion is not important, is it? No matter what they say, the world will not change at all. In fact, no one cares about our business. Shimama, Xiaobei, and Liu Yantao should bless us." "Well, you are right," she agreed very readily. "Please wait for me for a while, I need to dress up a little." After a while, a beautiful girl wearing a gourd hair ornament appeared across the table. Girl number 1, with delicate features and a round oval face that looks quite sweet, the right dress outlines her perfect curves, her untied black hair flows like silk, and her eyes, which are full of wisdom and the brightest in the world, are filled with a slightly shy smile. Although he has seen her many times, Zhang Ming still thinks that girl number 1 is really very beautiful, which hits his own aesthetic taste. He has now given up beige sweaters, he likes any sweater. Chapter 515. Time actually went backwards. The glow in the sky faded, and the sunset gradually returned to the horizon. Zhang Ming turned off the ceiling light, and the room was dim. He struck another lightning and lit a candle. Girl number 1's face was flushed, and the red glow in the sky seemed to have transferred to her face. Ahem. Zhang Ming raised the contract in his hand and said solemnly, "This demon god contract was supposed to be used for transactions with those civilizations, but now I suddenly feel that it has another great use. Before giving gifts, should we have some rituals? According to human etiquette, there must be a matchmaker's appointment, parents' witnesses, and finally go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a certificate to complete the entire ceremony, but there are no such conditions at the moment. This contract from the demon god is equivalent to a witness. How about it? Are you willing?" Zhang Ming, a person with a problem in his brain, went to Fushan Shengui to get a demon god contract just to pick up girls. Is this reasonable? It's very reasonable. After all, Zhang Ming is indeed a person with a problem in his brain. In the past, he has made many perverted requests during their time together. It's normal to be a little abnormal at this moment. Miss Hulu has long been accustomed to this kind of mental illness. The girl held her red and hot cheeks and tilted her head and said, "How do you want to use it?" Zhang Ming replied seriously, "Even the power of the demon god level cannot constrain the future. This contract only lasts for 1 minute. It can't control the future after 1 minute, so just constrain the present and the past. For this minute, we only tell the truth. How about it? After all, both you and I still have some little secrets." Under the clear and beautiful eyes of girl number 1, Zhang Ming signed his name in the center of the black paper. Suddenly, the whisper from the demon god echoed in his ears. Zhang Ming felt that his soul was split into two by a mysterious force. Half of his soul still remained in this body. The other half of the soul seemed to be sucked into a dark and narrow world. Pairs of malicious eyes, shining with longing light, heard malicious laughter in his ears. Hey, as long as he lied, the owners of these eyes would rush over and devour his soul. Although I was a little suspicious when we first met, but gradually, I think Miss Hulu is very cute. I like her very much, and I hope to be with her in the future and spend ordinary days together," Zhang Ming said seriously. This oath is very simple, without so many fancy things, but it is indeed true. However, some rhetoric was also used. He likes Miss Hulu, not other strange things. Zhang Ming didn't want to kill himself because of nonsense. Those pairs of weird eyes surrounded Zhang Ming, looking at him with ill intentions, and the silent and vague whispers became louder and louder. The test passed. They were very anxious, hoping that Zhang Ming would lie, and even urged Zhang Ming to lie quickly. A stream of dark breath, like a tentacle, urged Zhang Ming. Now, the pressure is on the girl opposite. Do you dare to sign the contract? Does the real Suidan dare to sign this contract? Even if it modifies its self-cognition and changes like into another concept that can be verified by polygraph. But in the next minute, it will still be watched by the demon, Mo. For every lie that follows, it needs to modify its self-cognition, which makes it easier to reveal its true colors. Fushan Shengui said that this is very difficult, very difficult. The effect of this demon contract is very strong. After all, it involves a confrontation with another demon. If Suyin can really keep modifying its self-cognition and avoid all the lies, I will accept it. The rules of the demon are the ultimate of idealistic rules. There is no stronger lie detection mechanism than Mo in the world. Zhang Ming's heartbeat could not help but speed up rapidly. He had to admit that this scene was much more tense than his fight against the time and space worm. If it weren't for deliberate control, he might have his hair standing on end and trembling all over. The girl in front of him was the person he was most familiar with, no one else. But he had only this way, using the demon to fight the demon. With the wisdom of Suyin, what will it do? Perhaps it will not sign the contract at all. Only by not signing the contract can we avoid the risk of confronting the demon god, Mo. But it would be very strange if we don't sign the contract at this moment. Suyin doesn't seem to want to tear its face directly. What will it do? Change my mental state? Or some other option? Zhang Ming couldn't predict. Girl number 1 was in tears and kept covering her face. Her body temperature was rising rapidly, and dopamine, adrenaline, oxytocin and oxygenation hormone were all rising sharply. She picked up the pen, her beautiful eyes were full of smiles, and suddenly tilted her head, revealing a shallow dimple. Mr. Zhang, you asked me to sign this. Did you realize something? You must have realized something, right? Zhang Ming was silent, half-jokingly said, it's just a simple ceremony. In our hometown, there are many people who cheat on marriage and divorce to divide the family property. I rule out this possibility. Is it okay? It's really okay. Then should I sign it or not? The girl whispered shyly, and the atmosphere was slowly becoming tense. Suddenly, a ball of red light overflowed from her eyes. This light was like a rope, attacking Zhang Ming fiercely. She sighed leisurely. Isn't your life happy now? Why do you want to know this? When did you find out? The dim light bulb shattered with a snap. Zhang Ming's pupils dilated, and he clearly saw the girl in front of him burning. In the blink of an eye, the human body burned out and turned into a ball of scarlet flames. Despair enveloped his heart. He wanted to use space teleportation to escape, but the time left for him was too little. What's more, he was fighting against a demon god who is close to the ultimate. When this ball of flame appeared, the golden scales of judgment were directly pressed on the timeline, and the entire space and time seemed to be frozen. In the face of this demon god-level power, he could not escape at all. Then, in Zhang Ming's terrified eyes, the red flames rushed over and drilled into his body through his nostrils, ears, and eyes. The heat, which was hotter than the sun, brought incomparable pain, causing him to activate a self-destructibility. He uncovered the seal of the space-time worm, and the rules of the space-time worm completely erupted from his soul. At the last moment, he heard a cold, absolutely rational question: why was it discovered? Consciousness quickly fell into confusion. But then Zhang Ming inexplicably peeked into the distant future from a third-party perspective. Everything is over. The terrible demon, Suyin, fought with a revived space-time worm. Well, this new space-time worm is too poor and was suppressed in just a few seconds. But everything is over. The burial world was directly collapsed. Shimma died, Xiaobei died, and the young people of Qingxi village all died. Only some old immortals barely survived. Suyin tried to control the space-time worm, but failed in the end. It couldn't control it at all, and its mind was full of space-time worms that wanted to drill holes. The devil is the ultimate in a certain field, but it does not mean that it can easily devour and control another devil, because the rules of devils are often incompatible with each other. The time and space worm is a thing without any intelligence and reason. No matter how it is tamed, it is like a violent madman. Suyin can only settle for the second best and transform Zhang Ming's broken soul over and over again, trying to repair Zhang Ming. But at that time, Zhang Ming had been occupied by the time and space worm for a long time. It is easy to destroy anything and difficult to build it. Suyin fiddled with it for decades before making a half-finished Zhang Ming who was muddle-headed and obedient. Finally, using the semi-finished product to dig through the time and space tunnel, Suyin's body went to the Sea of Demons. Zhang Ming was really confused. What was going on? Why did he still have will? The body of the devil who was close to the ultimate was extremely huge. The space-time worm that was slowly digging a tunnel had a body as big as the moon, which was already an extremely exaggerated size, and the body of Suyin was actually 800,000 times the size of the space-time worm. It looked like the size of Jupiter, An oversized gourd. It looked pretty good, emerald green, and full of vitality. In contrast, the space-time worm pulling a cart looked like a small ant. Zhang Ming looked at this scene numbly. No wonder, Suyin had to specially control the space-time worm to help it dig a tunnel. Ordinary space tunnels could not accommodate its body to pass through. This scene is too horrifying. This is the ultimate demon god. It killed me in 1 second, but what can I still think? Is it that after people die, they are all in this mysterious observer state? Zhang Ming felt very magical about this third-party god's perspective. He was just a bystander, without a body or soul. But he could indeed think. The vision dimmed little by little and became blurred. Is he going to die? As for what Suyin would do after leaping to the sea of demons, Zhang Ming really couldn't care less and could only sigh in his heart. However, even so, Suyin was still not the ultimate demon, and it still had to find further opportunities. Don't be discovered, idiot. In his dying moments, Zhang Ming heard Miss Hulu's sweet and gentle voice again, and then he fell into an eternal sleep. Familiar ceiling, dim light that was not bright. The old wood exuded a smell of time. Zhang Ming suddenly came to his senses and found that he was still alive. In an instant, his pupils dilated and he was confused. What on earth happened? He looked at his hands and subconsciously looked at the small room in front of him. There was a glass of God's 3 cups of drunk that had just been poured on the table. The mellow aroma of wine floated into his nose, which was a bit intoxicating. There was also a small golden turtle pendant. Plus the gray-black demon contract. The sun had not yet set. Looking at the time again, he actually went back to that night. Time has gone backwards. Zhang Ming touched his temple, feeling more and more incredible. Could it be that the horror scene he just saw was his daydream? He was truly living in this world, breathing steadily, his heartbeat was slightly faster, and everything around him was the same as before. But the next sentence made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave, and his whole body was cold. Miss Hulu said in his ear, "What are you thinking about? It seems that you are in a complicated mood today." This sentence is exactly the same as the scene in the nightmare just now. Zhang Ming's mind turned rapidly. One choice after another, like a whirlpool of fate, was placed in front of him. What's going on? Zhang Ming tried to say, I remembered those times in the past, and I miss the lively life a long time ago. He repeated the conversation that happened in the nightmare, and then asked the same question. If you really want to marry a wife, do you think it is more important to be beautiful or virtuous? Miss Hulu thought for a moment and said, of course both are important. Beauty is pleasing to the eye, and virtue makes life comfortable. Although you can't have both, I still think they are equally important. It was the same conversation as in the nightmare. Zhang Ming was silent and fidgety, with a huge panic weighing on his heart. Has he been living a lie? Did the gourd really never exist? But how did time go backwards? Which ultimate demon made a move to turn back time? Zhang Ming didn't dare to go on. If he confronted his cards at this moment, he would follow a predetermined fate. Everyone would die at that time, and only a few old guys with strong skills in the entire burial world would survive. Seeing that he remained silent, the gourd asked, what do you think? Of course money is the most important. We live in a material world. Money can take you anywhere, but without money you can't take a single step. Zhang Ming made a prompt decision and chose another destiny line. 10 million world sources, 200 yuan a time, can allow a demon god to serve forever. Do you think money is important? White mist came out of the gourd. It seems to be true. I have to remind you that if you indulge in excessive sexual activities, I will give you forced withdrawal treatment. Now you have seriously overindulged. In addition, there is one more thing. She seemed a little embarrassed and stammered. The tree of the Garden of Eden on the scale of judgment is not growing very well, so I am going to transplant it back, but you can ask me for fruit at any time. These 100 fruits are given to you first, which is enough to complete this transaction. The future destiny seems to have changed with the different conversations. Zhang Ming sighed softly. His mind turned rapidly, and he tried to think about the current situation. Chapter 516, Don't get caught, idiot. Once she finds out that I know she is Suyin, she will attack and kill me, but if I behave normally, everything will be fine. Of course, confession is impossible. I dare not use the demon contract. So, does the gourd really not exist? Is it all pretended? Zhang Ming felt that he was really going to be knocked down. This might be the most vulnerable moment in his life. Even if he survived, it seemed that there was no difference between him and death. His spiritual world was about to be destroyed. Everyone is an island, and the times make loneliness eternal. But he is still pretending. This is his fighting instinct. In either case, anger is better than despair. He tried his best to make himself angry. In a subtle mood, he happily put 100 fruits into the space sack, muttering words like 5 million and 10 million in his mouth, and his body trembled slightly. He was almost unconscious, his vision was dimmed in large areas, and even what he said became instinct. You can transplant it back. Anyway, I can't grow that magical tree. It's our cash cow, you must cultivate it well. He wanted to rush up desperately and fight to the death with the other party. However, even if he died together, he couldn't do it at the moment. The world is so desperate. Perhaps too many people live in this kind of despair. At this moment, Zhang Ming seemed to be shrouded in darkness. In the dark environment, he couldn't see the light of the future. Zhang Ming had a simple idea in his mind. He should take, long-cherished wish, to the main body of the space-time worm for a decisive battle, even if he lost. Before he died, he could let the space-time worm self-destruct and explode directly into pieces, so that the rules of the space-time worm would float forever in the starry sky. In this way, long-cherished wish cannot control the space-time worm, and it cannot jump. The aftermath of the battle will not affect the burial realm. I can still let Shimama and Xiaobei survive. This is the best plan he can think of. Don't be discovered, idiot. Zhang Ming blinked his eyes, vaguely recalling this sentence. He was not sure if he had hallucinations. He needed a spiritual support right now. Don't get caught, idiot. Then, in the next moment, it was as if a flash of lightning flashed through his heart. This flash of lightning, like thunder in the dark night, illuminated the dead night sky. Zhang Ming's breathing stagnated slightly. Why did the Miss Gord in the past transplant that tree to the scales of judgment? Even if there was no one to take care of it after it was moved there, and it really didn't grow well, she still did it. Now, it has to be transplanted back again? Isn't this kind of moving back and forth strange? If she is, long-cherished wish, does she need to do this? Zhang Ming is already counting the number of fruits, and even picked out a few that are not very qualified, his eyes shining. These fruits, cultivate them for a while, we are not just doing this business. With your current ability, cultivating the fruit of the Garden of Eden should not be as difficult as before. Well, it's more than twice the speed at the beginning. The most logical explanation is that the one who moved the tree over was the demon god, Hope, the real Miss Gord. She sincerely hopes that Zhang Ming can obtain all the rights of the tree. At the same time, this is also a backup plan. The one who wants to move the tree back is the demon god, Suffering, who wants to control this tree. After all, the tree of Eden is a real money tree, which means the source of countless worlds. There is an essential difference between the two. When thinking of this, Zhang Ming felt that several extremely bright meteors passed through the night sky. His brain was buzzing and he instantly controlled his muscles and blood circulation. It means that Miss Gord, that is, Hope, was replaced, which happened in the past few days. Now this is the real, Suffering. Damn, how did she do it? No, what needs to be considered now is how to face this matter. What does the fake Gord want to do? She could have killed me immediately, but she pretended to be Hope. Is she trying to use me to make money? Zhang Ming heard laughter on the deck. In the poor nightlife, playing chess, singing and playing music are the most common programs of the caravan. So Zhang Ming took a guitar to the deck, pretended to play it, and sang in a low voice, "Remember the spring many years ago, when I hadn't cut my long hair yet? Is it time for a concert today? Shimama, will also participate." Shimama rolled onto the mast and acted as a loudspeaker. Everyone in Kingshi village also listened to the song happily. Singing and listening to stories are rare entertainment activities that everyone can participate in. Zhang Ming came back to his senses and showed a dreamy smile on his face. He is not alone. His companions are still alive. Miss Hulu also exists. Hope, the demon god, really exists, and has given certain hints long ago. Is there anything better than this? No. In just a moment, Zhang Ming was full of fighting spirit, and his whole body was filled with a wonderful sense of happiness. He never thought that in just a few minutes, there would be such a huge psychological gap. It was like a dehydrated traveler in the desert who suddenly found an oasis. In his stumbling vision, he fell headfirst into the tranquil lake of the oasis. This feeling of happiness was so wonderful that even the people around him felt it. Shimama trembled and said unhappily, "What are you so happy about? You have made a lot of money now and don't care about your old brother. Lead your brother on a path." Zhang Ming rolled his eyes at it. No, we can't be careless. The battle hasn't stopped yet. The fake Lord is always watching. Before we figure out the purpose of long-cherished wish, we will die if we are not careful. Zhang Ming pretended to play the guitar, sing songs, and quarrel with Shimama to cover up his complex and intense psychological activities. Fortunately, he can perfectly control his muscles and blood circulation. In addition, he is really happy and relaxed, so there seems to be no flaws. We have to find more evidence to find out what is going on, the most critical questions. Where did the real Hope demon go? What happened to the time reversal just now? What on earth does this damn fake guard want to do? He can't choose the wrong answer again. He can't expect that every time he makes a mistake, a mysterious time reversal will appear to save his life. Is time reversal the power of the demon god, Hope? Zhang Ming racked his brains and tried to deduce various possibilities. The first possible reason is that I am indeed in the state of a brain in a jar now, and the real me has long been controlled by long-cherished wish, after I was resurrected by it. I was transformed into a tool man who controls the time and space worms. Everything now is my delusion. If this is really a possibility, there is no point in my resistance, since it is a meaningless possibility. Zhang Ming directly ruled it out. After all, there are so many things that cannot be verified. Who knows, he is still a passerby in a game, controlled by the player. Who knows, he is a supporting role in a novel, and he will be killed in the next second. The second possibility is that time travel is really the power of Miss Hulu, the power of the demon god, Hope. The consumption of activating this ability must be extremely great. If she activates it many times, she may die, but the ability of time travel is too powerful. Time-related abilities may exist in theory, but in fact, the Sea of Demons has never recorded it. Controlling the entire world to travel back in time, even Suidan, and many demons are also affected by time travel, and only Zhang Ming has the memory of the future. Is this ability really possessed by the rookie Miss Hope? If Hope has this ability, Suidan will never be her opponent, so why would she need to create so many troubles? The third possibility is not time travel, but a kind of predictive ability. Various thoughts kept flashing in Zhang Ming's mind, and he felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. Wish passed on what she predicted to my mind, giving me the illusion of time going backwards, but in fact, those things that happened in the nightmare were just predictions, not real things that happened. It's just because it's too real, I can't tell it apart. The third possibility is very likely. Although the ability to predict the future is also very powerful, the strength is within the understandable range and does not involve other demons. So why did Wish send this predictive dream so late? If it could be sent, she should have sent it long ago, so that Zhang Ming could recognize this fact more clearly, instead of the current ambiguous state. My dearest Wish demon, can't you explain things more clearly? The current situation is too strange. Zhang Ming took a deep breath. He racked his brains and could only think of one answer. All the current actions of the real Gord may be monitored by Suidan. She said in the past that Suidan can monitor her. Once she sends the message, it is possible to directly reproduce the situation in the precognitive dream. Zhang Ming was directly killed by Suidan, and most of the creatures in the burial world died. In the end, Zhang Ming's soul was stripped out and used to control the time and space worm. So, Xianqiang may have deposited part of its power somewhere a long time ago, then it quietly transferred this power to me, so it triggered this precognitive dream. Precognitive dreams are a kind of ability, not a kind of information. Just like a program algorithm, only when the program is running will it output results. If the program does not allow it, there will be no results at all. Because of this, the monitoring mechanism of Suidan is circumvented. So, what is it that transmits Xianqiang's precognitive ability? Zhang Ming thought of only one thing. In other words, the demon contract he received from the demon, Mo, concealed a power of precognitive dreams. Miss Hulu had already predicted that I would go to collect the contract, so she reached an agreement with Mo in advance. As for the demon god, Mo, why he wants to help us is very simple. For this kind of demon gods, as long as they are paid, they will help. They don't care about the grudges between Hope and Suidan. They just send a courier, and they do it conveniently. From this perspective, the real Hulu is really too smart, and has made a lot of preparations. In contrast, Zhang Ming is like a silly goose, spending every day in happiness. But such a smart demon god, Hope, was still suppressed in an instant in the face of absolute power. Now the one occupying the body of the Hulu is the terrifying demon god, Suyin. Well, Zhang Ming really doesn't understand, what exactly does Suyin want to do? Is it just to make money through Zhang Ming? It's not impossible. The fruit of the Garden of Eden sells well, and it is possible to sell it for 100 million or 200 million. For the demon god, it is also a huge fortune. Hope should have left some evidence to prove these things. Zhang Ming thought about it and thought of a possibility, a piggy bank. Miss Hulu once said that she saved her private money in a piggy bank. She sent the demon god, Mo, so she should spend money. I just need to see how much money is left in the piggy bank. Maybe I can confirm this. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming quietly split his soul clone and came to a corner of the judgment scale through the red soul mark on his chest. The majestic judgment scale was placed in a mysterious space. Even though it was just a phantom and not a real entity, it was still steaming with mist and shining with golden light, like a small sun in the universe. Zhang Ming did not dare to delay. Every second he came here, he might be caught by Suyin. The reality is dark and the consequences are disastrous. And the power of the judgment scale is as vast as the ocean, constantly emitting ripples. His tiny clone could not bear even a little aftermath, just like a small boat in the vast ocean, pushed out by the waves. Fortunately, half of the authority in the judgment scale belongs to the demon god, Hope. In the territory of Hope, he will not be expelled. This place is too big. I don't know who has created such a holy object. Zhang Ming kept teleporting and looked around. He found that the tree in the Garden of Eden had indeed been moved away. It's obviously something my wife gave me. Why did you take it away? He wailed angrily in his heart. Forget about the piggy bank left by my wife. He searched hard. He searched until his soul clone ran out of life, but he still didn't find the piggy bank left by true Miss Gord. Could it be that the piggy bank was taken away by the dam? Suyin, Zaiji, is so smart, he should have been able to prepare for it. No, I can't put all my hopes on Zaiji's backup plan. Zhang Ming was a little unwilling to give up, but he couldn't think of any other evidence, and he was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat. Chapter 517, Hope, Letter Left Behind. At this time, the atmosphere on the deck became more and more joyful. Even Xiaobei performed his coward skill, and there was laughter. This kind of life now is actually quite comfortable, except that the environment is a little worse. And Lord Shimima also sent a great assist. He said carelessly, "Hey, Miss Hulu, why don't you show your talent? Everyone is performing, why don't you perform? You should be the person with the most talents here, right?" I don't seem to have any talents," Hulu said shyly. "You used to speak in a series of sentences, why are you so silent recently? Tell me a hell joke first." Zhang Ming's scalp numbed when he heard it. "Uncle Shimima, do you know what the consequences are after Suyin is exposed? It immediately went crazy and killed you." Unexpectedly, the fake Miss Hulu was really silent for a moment and told a hell joke. "Okay, I will tell you an interesting hell joke now. One day, a friend asked me, if you find that the person you like has an improper relationship with someone else, what will you do?" I replied, "I will ask around like you. What do you think of this hell joke?" This joke is very weird, but it seems to have a little connotation. The audience was stunned for a while before they realized its weirdness. Shimama said, "Why do I feel like you have become the stupid gourd that I met at the beginning? I make a wish. Please tell a story about a combination of yellow-haired, bull-headed man and pure love." The gourd seemed to be a little embarrassed. "I will not accept other people's wishes now, respected Mr. Shimama. Please, Lord Gourd, don't spoil everyone's fun. Just do what Lord Shimama said, don't be afraid." Zhang Ming also pleaded shamelessly, "Okay, I will meet your request now and tell a story about a combination of yellow-haired, bull-headed man and pure love." After thinking hard for half a minute, Hulu said in a crisp voice with a hint of joy, "In a deep valley far away from the human world, there's a village. The name of this village is Huangmao Village. The residents of the village are a special kind of creatures. They have yellow hair and strong bodies. They call themselves Huangmao people." Huh? Shimima was stunned. "This story is very long. It is a story about revenge and blood in another world. It is quite exciting and quickly attracted everyone's attention." Hulu's sister in the past also answered this question, and the answer was completely different. And this one now, in other words, the words yellow hair, Minotaur have many connotations. The former Miss Hulu chose one connotation, and this fake one chose another connotation. Shimama secretly said, "The story is good, But didn't the goat tell dirty jokes before? You've made it so boring. Lao Zhang shrugged his shoulders and said unhappily, you made a random wish. It's good enough that people are willing to tell you a story. You really tell dirty jokes in front of so many people, that's true. She has become your private one now. It's a huge tragedy, Shimama said sadly. When will I, Lord Shimama, get a wife like this so that I can eat her as a gigolo? Go to hell, you want to be the old Wang next door all day long. Zhang Ming secretly broke out in a cold sweat. But in the face of Shimama's doubts, the fake god didn't seem to react and was still telling stories. He was really puzzled. The fake god seemed to have a very high tolerance for other people's suspicions. But it had a very low tolerance for Lao Zhang's suspicions. Once Lao Zhang realized that she was a long-cherished wish, he would start a riot and kill him. What kind of bullshit setting is this? Is it because of love? What a big dream. They killed you right away and stripped your soul out, all because of love. It was a great fortune to meet a Hope. I hope every demon god is like Hope. I don't know when I will die. Can a fake thing become real? Even Shimama is suspicious. Zhang Ming was really confused. Or maybe this fake god will learn and evolve? When the real god just came to this world, it was also like a slow-witted beast. Maybe after a while, it will be hard to tell the real from the fake. Zhang Ming shuddered secretly. He really didn't understand why Suidan was pretending here. While they were telling stories there, Zhang Ming once again split his attention and quietly split his soul subbody. This time, he was very brave and quietly used his space ability to dig a hole, digging out a different space at the location of the heart. Then he also brought a black demon god contract to the scales of judgment. This matter is very risky. Because his soul has a red mark left by the real god Miss Hope. If he goes to the judgment scale, there will be some mysterious protection. The judgment scale will not expel him. However, this demon god contract does not have the mark. If it is expelled by the judgment scale, Suidan may find out about it. Who knows, this fake Miss God who is happily telling stories may turn against her immediately. However, he is still a little sure, and he is not reckless. Because at the end of the prophetic dream, Suidan still did not become the ultimate demon god even if he controlled the time and space worm. This means that as long as the real god does not die, it will never achieve the ultimate. Half of the authority of the judgment scale is in the hands of Ziji, so it is not so easy to be discovered here. Miss Ziji, save me. Zhang Ming's soul clone, holding this piece of black paper, entered a different space where the judgment scale is. Success. The judgment scale did not react to this contract. He was terrified and controlled this soul clone to fly to the place where the tree of Eden was transplanted. This magical tree was moved away, without a single leaf left. The black demon god contract suddenly flashed a bright light. As expected, I am still smart. Zhang Ming's heart trembled. I saw dense words appearing on the demon god contract. Zhang Ming looked closely and saw that the lines of words were delicate and beautiful handwritten. Hello, my favorite Mr. Zhang, are you a little scared? You seem to have said some interesting truths under the gaze of the demon god, and I naturally have to respond. A mysterious picture appeared in Zhang Ming's mind. The smart girl number 1 signed this gray-black truth contract, and then said some interesting truths under the gaze of the demon god, Mo. My feeling now is like a long and distant dream. I woke up in the hazy moonlight and felt a cool breeze from the river bank. I suddenly remembered that I had not made any preparations many years ago, but I mustered up the courage to come to this world ignorantly, just like one day when I got dressed and washed up and was ready to go to school. I searched for a long time but couldn't find my textbooks and backpack. I suddenly remembered that I seemed to have nothing. Just like Cinderella in the fairy tale. Even my shoes were borrowed, but there were boys waiting for me in school, so I just gave myself to you. I gave you everything. I don't know, can I get the little turtle pendant with these words? If you are willing, from now on, it's mine. Compared with Zhang Ming's words in the precognitive dream, Miss Lulu's words are like a great writer. Implicit but poetic. Even Zhang Ming's nervous mood was soothed a lot. He was a little happy. What was written on this demon contract was obviously the truth. Alice, finding a demon god as a wife, life is quite happy, but this vicious relative suddenly came and took over the magpie's nest, which is really unbearable, and don't just focus on the little turtle pendant. Can you explain the matter clearly? The veins on Zhang Ming's forehead jumped, and he turned the contract over and over again, studying it several times, and confirmed that there were only these few words. But the god cannot make a sound, so there is no way to give direct prompts, so I can only write these obscure sentences to remind myself. Well, why didn't these obscure sentences get noticed by SYNOPSIS? On the one hand, the meaning of these sentences is indeed quite restrained if you are not proficient in human culture. On the other hand, precognitive dreams have never happened in the real world. The letter that Zhang Ming replied was actually a precognitive dream scene, which to a certain extent circumvented the logical detection mechanism of SYNOPSIS. In the eyes of SYNOPSIS, Zhang Ming may be acting crazy all the time, generating a huge amount of invalid information. Zhang Ming, the current number of personalities may be hundreds or thousands. It is unimaginable that so many personalities are generating junk information. But these invalid information are actually real and effective in certain special occasions. Awesome! After Zhang Ming figured it out, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the demon god war? All plans are linked together. If any link goes wrong, the whole plan will collapse." But the amazing thing is that Zhang Ming has survived to this day. But SYNOPSIS doesn't seem to observe my thoughts, and can't read my mind, otherwise it would have exploded long ago. Why? Is it because of the demon god rules of the space-time worm? This paragraph of text stayed on the paper for only 1 minute, and soon bounced off the paper like tadpoles. They fell to the ground with a ding-dong sound and merged into the scales of judgment. Under the guidance of these tadpoles, Zhang Ming found a small, gourd-shaped piggy bank, which was still emitting residual heat of about 30 degrees. Zhang Ming looked at it for a few times, and the money inside became less. I remember that there were 688 units of the source of the world at the beginning, but now after so many days, there are only 250 left. Sure enough, sending a demon god to do something costs money. I don't know if she can receive the money if I throw it in this piggy bank. If I give too much, it is possible that SYNOPSIS will find out. Now, this vicious relative has occupied my property and must be keeping a close eye on it, and guarding my money as well. Damn, too much money is not good. All kinds of demons and monsters will emerge. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and converted his 10,000 sources into the source of the world and threw it into the piggy bank. The source of the world and the source are the same thing. Don't be reluctant, Zhang Ming comforted himself. It costs money to save my wife. The small piggy bank emitted a faint light, looming, and it could hide itself at any time. Zhang Ming suddenly found a big trouble. His soul clone could be directly annihilated to destroy the evidence. But if he suddenly brought a demon god contract back to the real world from the alien space, such a big move might be discovered by SYNOPSIS. If he destroyed the contract directly, it would not work either. If such an important thing was gone, SYNOPSIS might also be suspicious. However, at this moment, Zhang Ming discovered that the soul mark on his chest had undergone a subtle change, and he could actually pass through this mark to directly lead to this small piggy bank. This piggy bank has become my portable space prop. Moreover, the piggy bank is alive and can just accommodate the soul clone for its long-term survival. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. He could even temporarily store the demon god contract in the piggy bank. After obtaining the third rule of the demon god, he could create an alien space at any time, and then find an opportunity to transfer the demon god contract to the alien space without anyone noticing. Finally, transfer the demon god contract from the alien space to the real world. Although there are more steps, it is safer. Let's do it this way. I always feel that Miss Hulu is smarter than SYNOPSIS. It would be great if Hulu could receive the money in the piggy bank. Zhang Ming transferred the energy from one of the world sources to other world sources, but kept only 6 units. Meaning? 6? You are really awesome. I understand what you mean. I should have bullied you like this before. I apologize to you. The 250 units of the world source left behind. Are you deliberately scolding me? Then he took out another world source and slowly transferred the energy, and finally kept 74.56 inches units. Meaning, I am so angry. You are my wife today, but you are kidnapped by the devil. I am really annoyed. If he, Lao Zhang, is the protagonist in the novel, and this kidnapping plot appears, readers may even mistakenly think that he has been cheated, with a green grassland on his head. As for some disgusting numerical nouns, Lao Zhang disdains to express them. He will talk about it after defeating this terrifying enemy, SYNOPSIS. He sighed softly, calmed his mind for a while, and temporarily lodged this soul clone in the piggy bank. Then he returned to the deck of the steamship, thinking about how to kill the fake gourd. A new book, titled I Am in the Extraordinary World, Washing the Ground with Cannons. Extraordinary world plus unlimited firepower plus firepower coverage plus all villains. Friends who are interested can go and have a look. Chapter 518, The Purpose of Long Cherished Wish. The night story was about to end, and everyone was listening very carefully. Miss Lulu said in a clear and pleasant voice, Mr. Shimama, are you satisfied with the story about the combination of the Minotaur, yellow hair and pure love? Although Shimama was very satisfied and enjoyed it, it was impossible for him to praise others because of his personality. He opened his voice and said, That's it, your story is so serious, what revenge, killing the whole family and so on. I feel uncomfortable listening to it. Miss Hulu was confused and looked a little confused. Shimama opened her mouth loudly, the environment is stressful, so I like to listen to some relaxing stories. Think of 100 relaxing stories for me. If you can't think of one, don't go to sleep. Are you a cheap guy? Zhang Ming scolded hurriedly. It's good enough to tell you a story, and you want her to sleep with you, right? We turtles are not as perverted as you. I just want to have unlimited wishing rights. Shimama shouted and attacked Zhang Ming fiercely. As long as you die, I can have it. You don't want to learn from the good things. You must be the old Wang next door, right? Zhang Ming also shouted and punched the stone. Pa! The stone flew backwards, bounced on the mast, and then rebounded to Zhang Ming's door. Lao Zhang almost knelt down to the stone. I beg you, hurry up and get this gourd sister away, but you don't have the ability, you can just kill me. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the deck. The young people in Qingxi village returned to their rooms, yawned, and prepared to go to bed. After all, this level of quarrel is not something they can get involved in. It is best to pretend that they know nothing. If they really gloat over the misfortune, they will be unconscious in the next second. Xiaobei watched Zhang Ming and Shimama's passionate fight. His eyes turned a few times, and then looked at Miss Hulu floating in the air. He always felt that something was wrong. There was a weird feeling. But Xiaobei was just a young turtle after all. Even if it was smart, it would not think in that direction. It really couldn't taste it, so it could only shrink its head, close its eyes, and fall asleep. After fighting with Shimama for a few minutes, Zhang Ming was a little thirsty and went to the kitchen to drink a few mouthfuls of water. Since his soul power was drained, he has not fully recovered and it is easy to fall into a state of fatigue. So he said hello to Miss Hulu. I'm going to sleep first, don't bother with this old stone. Don't be angry, although it has a bad temper, it is also a patient I made in the mental hospital, so don't kill it, okay? I won't bother with this old stone. I won't kill this old stone, Miss Gourd said in her pleasant voice. I'm here to bask in the moonlight. Mr. Zhang, you have a good rest. Nothing will happen. Shimama trembled a few times. Inexplicably, a chill rose from the bottom of my heart. Damn, I'm obviously a turtle, but she has brought out the uncanny valley effect. Is Miss Gourd so scary? Why is it so stressful to get along with her recently? It seems like I might be killed at any time. Shimama trembled twice again and changed the subject. Zhang Ming, are you ready for your plan to sell fruits? It must be a quick battle. I need to think about it again. Don't worry, I'll go find my old friend. When the time comes, you, Zhang, give me a favor and sell them some fruits. Shimama rolled away and went to the Fushun Divine Turtle to discuss the plan to defeat the demon god. Shimama ran away and heard Zhang Ming's voice from afar. Okay, I will make you the leader of the martial arts world smoothly. Zhang Ming once again began to close his eyes and rest, and at the same time, he bit the bullet and secretly fabricated hundreds of different spaces at the position of his heart, nesting them layer by layer. He secretly transferred the devil's contract in the piggy bank to these different spaces. It must be admitted that the devil's rules are indeed the ultimate in a field. The time and space devil uses its own rules to do those sneaky things, which is too hidden. Even a devil of the level of Suiton is difficult to detect. Of course, it is also possible that Suiton's attention is focused on Shimama, who is running away. Don't think that Shimama is cheap and says some irrelevant words. In fact, it is wise and foolish. Miss Lulu's behavior tonight is indeed a little abnormal. Because the gourds in the past would never tell stories about revenge. How dare Zaiji, who is as timid as a mouse, tell a revenge story of you kill my whole family, and I will kill your whole family. Hope, Miss Sister is still very cute. Zhang Ming misses the days of sleeping together more and more. Some things are taken for granted when you have them, but you will regret it when you lose them. Of course, this result can only be analyzed based on the fact that the current gourd is long cherished wish. Mama may not be able to analyze it, but she still subconsciously feels that something is wrong, so she runs away directly. Zhang Ming can only secretly pray that this sensitive stone will have good luck. Old stone, if you are killed, I really can't do anything. After all, the current, long-cherished wish, can kill me in an instant. He suddenly found that the 6-unit source of the world in the piggy bank has become 250. Why are you scolding me for being stupid again? Or are you scolding, long-cherished wish? Zhang Ming snorted in his heart and transferred the energy in the source of the world to 233 units, indicating that he agreed with the other party's point of view and that his current mentality was good. Although he almost exploded in his mentality. But at this moment, he was actually quite happy. A few seconds later, the energy in the source of the world became 6. Oh, you are quite proud. I don't allow you to talk like the old man on the forum, dear Miss Hulu. Oh, Miss Hope. Zhang Ming also typed. 250. Why? Because you were inexplicably replaced by long-cherished wish, causing so much trouble. I think it's not too much to scold you. The source of the world changed again. 555. Then it changed to 987. After pondering for a long time, 987 probably means I'm sorry. Zhang Ming changed the number to 200, meaning 209 is still very appropriate. Since you are sorry, you can compensate me later. Then Zhang Ming changed the number to 0, or you don't have to pay in the future? Hulu sister, you are so smart, you won't fail to understand what I mean, right? The other party replied. 555. Don't say it, this way of long-distance communication is quite exciting, just like having an affair. But the price is a bit high. Once caught by the vicious relatives, there is only one word, death. There are more solutions than problems in the world. After playing for a while, Miss Hope didn't dare to play anymore and never changed the numbers again. Zhang Ming guessed that the monitoring on her side might be very strict. In addition, she was timid and afraid of death, so it was good enough that she could play a few times. Life is like a play, it depends purely on acting. I'm in a good mood, let's get to work. Zhang Ming lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and analyzed the text that had appeared in the Demon God contract. Miss Hope was very talented. Compared with Zhang Ming's literary accomplishment, one was a Nobel Prize winner and the other was a failed writer on Kidian. But it doesn't mean that failed writers can't do reading comprehension. The first few sentences are in line with her literary youth disease tendency, only the last 2 sentences seem to have some connotation. It's like Cinderella in the fairy tale, even her shoes are borrowed. So I just give myself to you. He closed his eyes and racked his brains to think. Some things cannot be discussed, so we can only hint at them through some obscure remarks. The shoes are all borrowed, meaning the tree of the Garden of Eden is indeed borrowed. It originally belonged to Suidan, that should be the case. But if this is the possibility, why does Hope feel much stronger than Suidan? Hope borrowed a tree of the Garden of Eden from Suidan more than 100 years ago, leveraging a large number of causes and effects. Even now, it can still serve as a tool tree to hint Zhang Ming. How can this calculation spanning 100 years not be amazing? Or is it a coincidence? A ray of moonlight shone in from the window. Zhang Ming felt that the identities of the two were a little uncertain. Maybe the one now is the Calabash sister? The precognitive dream is fake? The one chatting with him remotely is Suidan? But this is not right. If the prophetic dream is false and Zaiji is Suidan, she told me that she is very calculating and strong, which will have the opposite effect. Zhang Ming's mind was like a mess. He always felt that the kidnapped Zaiji was confident, while Suidan was like a stupid bird, only using strength. He took a deep breath. Forget it, let's not worry about it. In short, the worst-case scenario, the possibility that the gourd does not exist at all, has been ruled out, and it is indeed worth celebrating. I don't care which one is the gourd, anyway, there is always one that is the real gourd, my wife. Okay, the next very serious question. If the real gourd really exists, what problem did she encounter? From a perceptual level, Zhang Ming still feels that the kidnapped one is the real gourd, and the current one is a fake gourd. The first possibility is that there is a big problem in the agreement she signed with Suidan. At the beginning, Suidan may have used this tree to forcibly replace the gourd. At the beginning, she said that she would wait until I die before teleporting me to Suidan. This statement may hide some details, but if it is true, she has nothing to hide. The second possibility is that Suidan can indeed affect her thinking, and can even suppress and seal her instantly, just like the main personality suppresses the secondary personality. Zhang Ming didn't quite understand the relationship between Suyin and Zhengji. He could only understand it according to the two personalities. So, she found that she was about to be suppressed, so she set up some backup plans. After thinking about it, the second possibility seems to be more logical. After Zhang Ming figured this out, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Gourd sister, you are so calculating, but you forgot one thing. If you are happy, the vicious sister suddenly runs out, and it becomes me and Suyin, who are happy, then wouldn't I be forced to cheat physically? Fortunately, I have been pure and abstinent these days and have been sleeping all the time. However, this situation is completely normal. The demons are fighting, who cares about the green grassland?" In short, this statement also has some illogical places. Miss Hula found out that she was going to be replaced. She could have told me earlier, or it would be okay to be a little more obscure. Zhang Ming thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. This is obviously not a mistake. The house he lives in is about to collapse, but he forgot to tell his relatives. Is this a mistake? This is called mental retardation. Hope, demon is obviously not mentally retarded, that is, she did it on purpose. So, what should be done next? Zhang Ming temporarily put aside some doubts and calmly analyzed the real purpose of Suyin. The biggest motivation of Suyin is definitely to become the ultimate demon god, and this cannot be changed. It is indeed important to earn the source of the world, and it is equally important to jump to the sea of demon god, but becoming the ultimate demon god is the real key. But even if Suyin suppresses Hulu, she can't kill her. What does it want to do? Kill me, take me as a hostage and threaten Hulu? It seems that it didn't succeed. Zhang Ming shrank his neck and recalled the situation in the precognitive dream. In that terrible precognitive scene, his soul was stripped away and he was tortured like hell. Of course, Lao Zhang was also willing to admit defeat. He had long since unlocked the seal and let the rule of the space-time worm destroy his soul and brain, so he didn't suffer too much. In the end, Hulu's sister still ran away and never appeared again. This is a wise choice. Even if Miss Zhengji runs back, it will be another life. Zhang Ming directly blew himself up and it is impossible to save him. It is better to cultivate yourself and make yourself a terrible revenge demon. You are so rational. If it were me, I would probably do the same. I will definitely self-destruct. I don't want her to come back. Zhang Ming silently changed the source of the world in the piggy bank to 250. 250 miss. We are such a damn pair of unfortunate lovers. After a while, the source of the world was changed to 555. Then it was changed to 200 and finally to 0. Since she could type this 200, Zhang Ming was reluctant to argue with her. After all, this idiot was suppressed, and it was still 208. Now I can only rely on myself. Zhang Ming closed his eyes and continued to think hard. He was almost churning out his brains. He seemed to have returned to the college entrance examination in his senior year of high school. Facing the final question of the math test, he had to bite the bullet and think about it even if he couldn't think of it. If he couldn't think of it, he might die. In this extremely quiet situation, a mysterious inspiration appeared in Zhang Ming's mind. This inspiration was mysterious, like a misty breeze, and like a spider silk flying through the air. It appears in the blink of an eye and disappears in the blink of an eye. Chapter 519. Even if it is long-cherished wish, it can still be controlled. Zhang Ming was scratching his head, trying to catch this ray of inspiration. But in just a second, he was distracted and couldn't catch this inspiration. This day was really brain overloaded. Zhang Ming felt bitter, and he wanted to modify the source of the world, but he could only hold it back. It's okay to scold once or twice, but you can't always bully your lovely wife who just got a marriage certificate. He started from the beginning again, slowly sorting out the clues one by one. Once Suyin finds out that I recognize the fact that she is a fake gourd, she will suddenly attack and kill me immediately, but if I don't find out that she is a fake gourd, it will be peaceful instead. Suyin will always play the role of a gourd. Although it doesn't look like it and there are some flaws, it will still play it as much as possible. As for the suspicion of Shinma or other life forms, Suyin doesn't care at all. But as long as I show a suspicious look, Suyin will kill me immediately. Why the hell is it like this? This logic is so fucking weird. Zhang Ming really can't understand it. He felt as if he had entered a third-rate idiot script of a domineering CEO. As long as he had any suspicion, the domineering CEO would throw him into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. This is not called idiocy, okay? This is called weirdness. Because idiocy does not require logic, but there is logic behind weirdness. Suyin would never come here and play the game of the domineering CEO. The clues in his mind were slowly connected together. The biggest possibility is that this matter is related to Suyin becoming the ultimate demon god. If I really didn't find anything, could Suyin become the ultimate demon god? Is this true? Zhang Ming couldn't believe it. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, Zhang Ming pierced through the thin skylight, as if he had found the correct answer. Hulu said that she gave me everything, and emphasized it many times. It may not only be her property, but also her rules, and even her life. She bet everything on me. When Suyin replaced her, I didn't discover this fact, which means that she lost all the chips she bet. Death in the world is divided into 3 levels. The first level is physical death, which is the most common definition of death. The second level is death in interpersonal relationships. All relatives and friends recognize that you are dead. They will hold a memorial service for you and also determine that you are dead. All their actions will be based on your death. For example, they will not invite you to parties, visits, and games together. This is the death of interpersonal relationships. The third level is historical death. That is, there is no mark of you in historical occasions, and no one knows that you have ever existed. The death of a demon god is naturally different from normal life. Everything that Hope refers to is not only her wealth, but also a historical death. If I don't even know that she has been replaced, poor Hope will be completely forgotten. She lost so badly that she will die. Once she dies, Suyin will be able to become the ultimate demon god. But if I recognize this fact, recognition, that is, change, means that Hope has not lost these chips, and she still has a chance to survive. Suyin has once again lost the opportunity to kill Hope, so he stopped acting and killed me directly. When thinking of this, Zhang Ming almost couldn't control his pounding heart. This method is very metaphysical. The weakening of Hope may be a gradual process. As long as Zhang Ming does not recognize this fact, Hope will continue to weaken. But if Zhang Ming suddenly dies during the whole process, Hope will not weaken. In short, the bet is too big. The civilization of the entire demon sea combined may not be able to defeat the ultimate demon god, Suyin. How great is it to become the ultimate demon god? Suyin must have invested a huge amount of energy and super resources. As long as I can kill it, Miss Xingji can also become the ultimate demon god. Zhang Ming's heart was ablaze. He remembered the drop of divine blood and the big willow tree that was about to be possessed by the demon god, Dusk. Both of these weapons can cause damage to the demon god. He also warned himself not to worry, because those weapons can only be used once. If they hit a clone, everything will be ruined. I'd better find a way to join forces with the many civilizations in the Demon Sea. The power of these old civilizations should not be underestimated. In addition, you want to become the ultimate demon god, right? You like to play, Xingji, right? Let me see how much you are willing to pay. Zhang Ming cleared his throat and called Miss Hulu, who was basking in the moonlight. Excuse me, what do you want me to do? This nice voice is exactly the same as Miss Xingji. Dear Miss Hulu, I have just been thinking about which of the 3 plans proposed by 1A civilization is more beneficial to us. It can be seen that you are really entangled and have been thinking for a long time. Zhang Ming was silent for a moment, and said with some annoyance, I have finally thought it through now. I want to choose the third one, use that drop of divine blood, and integrate more demon god rules. His heartbeat slightly accelerated. Are you willing to turn against me for this matter? Of course you don't want to, right? Zhang Ming said shamelessly, although the first or second plan can earn a lot of world source, but that drop of divine blood is unique. The source of the world can be earned back. Anyway, those old guys also want the fruit of the Garden of Eden and can provide a lot of source stones. And if you miss that drop of divine blood, you will lose it. I really want that drop of divine blood, I really want it. To be honest, I really want to eat gigolo, but I still have a little ambition. If I choose the other 2 plans, maybe my road will come to an end. Can you understand? This statement is so shameless. At the beginning, he said, I made money and invested in you because your potential is higher than mine. Now he said, I made money and invested in me because I like that. Isn't this the behavior of a scumbag? Lao Zhang himself was a little embarrassed and blushed. He was really embarrassed, not pretending. However, the real Miss Hope would carefully protect his non-existent self-confidence. The fake, Suitin, demon god had to satisfy his wish. In order to become the ultimate demon god, how could Suitin turn against each other for such a small matter? It's a small matter, Zhang Ming, take it. Well, you are right, your ambition should not be extinguished here. Anyway, the cultivation cost of the fruit of the Garden of Eden is very low, which is equivalent to getting a sacred object from the origin of mythology for free. 100 fruits of the Garden of Eden can be exchanged for a drop of divine blood, which is indeed very cost-effective. Hulu said softly, you don't have to be embarrassed. I am willing to do this. Zhang Ming smiled in his heart. I am really smart. Even if you are the Suitin, demon god, I will still control you. And I will control you at once. Do you know what the real god would say? She might say, Uncle Scum, you are already so old, but you are still so poor. You are so weak, it is such a trivial matter. Are you so embarrassed? Come and get it yourself, poor scum uncle, come on, come and get it if you have the ability. Of course, there may be a more bizarre god personality. He cleared his throat and said shamelessly, I thought about it for a long time. When we earn the source of the world, we still have to invest in me first. The god immediately moved back a little at the edge of the window. I agree with your choice of that drop of divine blood. Why do you still want money? Zhang Ming scratched his head embarrassedly, because after I merged with a drop of divine blood, I can dig tunnels at a lower cost. If there is no source of the world, what is the point of me melting that drop of blood? It's better to choose other options. It will definitely cost some money. Hulu was silent for a moment, and said, well, if you want to master more demon rules, you do need a lot of world sources. Don't mind the expenses. I don't have much motivation to become stronger anyway. Hulu's sister's personality is indeed a miracle in the world. Even the powerful, long-cherished wish can only be controlled. Who asked you to become the ultimate demon? Zhang Ming coughed, and then said, if you want to dig a more materialistic world, this project will consume a huge amount of world sources. When we find a more purely materialistic world, we can stay away from these messy demons. At that time, we can jump human civilization there and continue to develop materialistic technology. It may also be a good idea. This plan may cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of world sources. So much money, I'm really hesitant. I want to know, if I invest 100 million in you, can you defeat your shitty sister? Or is it more reliable for us to choose to escape directly? Gord said sullenly, I'm sorry, even if I invest 100 million, it's still hard for me to beat that shitty elder sister, because it has already taken the lead and has an absolute first mover advantage. It's like the business war in human civilization. The first mover advantage is very obvious. If you want to be the first to come, you have to crush the funds at an order of magnitude, or the crushing of personal wisdom. My wisdom is actually not as good as hers. This guy is quite honest. Of course, it is also possible that Gord's sister's personality does not like fighting, lies randomly, and is too easy to be exposed. Zhang Ming shook his head and said with some annoyance, since you can't beat your elder sister, it means that the escape route seems to be more realistic than other routes. Your shitty elder sister is too powerful. We can only rely on the power of the space-time worm to escape to the purely materialistic world. In this way, no matter how powerful it is, it can't do anything. Anyway, it is not the space-time demon and can't catch up with us. Hulu couldn't help but said, don't you want to take care of the affairs of the demon sea and the burial realm? I don't think this is a very good plan, because the source of the world consumed and finding a new world is not fixed. Even if tens of millions or hundreds of millions of world sources are consumed, it may all be wasted. If there is no stable rear to provide you with a steady supply of space-time tidal energy, you may encounter the same dilemma as the space-time worm, running out of energy halfway through digging a hole and having to hibernate. It doesn't matter. Running out of energy does not mean death, it's just hibernation. Zhang Ming waved his hand. By that time you will have run very far away. My moon can actually be inhabited. First carry a few 100 million people and develop technology on it. If this civilization is accidentally destroyed, we can give birth to a civilization that will provide a steady supply of world sources. The gourd made a puff sound, as if it was surprised by Zhang Ming's wonderful idea. She might really think it's funny, or she might be imitating the thinking and actions of a real gourd. However, Zhang Ming's performance is indeed normal, because he gets crazy almost every day. So she said weirdly, if you really want to do this, I support it very much. Anyway, having a baby is a very easy thing. Being a mother is no problem for me, as long as you take on the responsibility of being a father. Zhang Ming was silent, and, long-cherished wish, seemed to have made a little progress. If I didn't know in advance that the gourd was a fake, it would really be difficult to tell the real from the fake. Long-cherished wish is so terrifying. So he used the soul clone hidden in the piggy bank to take a quick look. Sure enough, the number in a source of the world was changed to 250. Obviously, Hope can also observe the current situation and is secretly jealous. How can you have a baby? Zhang Ming thought to himself, what do you know? I'm taking the risk of my life to take back the economic power, although Sweden will definitely monitor my spending. I have to take action when it's time to do so. I have to get the financial power first, and then I can think of a way to support you, a monster. Of course, since Hulu changed the topic of economic power, he didn't dare to force it. Then it's decided. Buy the drop of divine blood first, and consider the others later. Well, I think it's okay. Then, Zhang Ming took out a 200-unit source of the world from his arms and handed it over. Hulu asked in confusion, what do you want to do with the money you give me? Don't I have to be happy today? Zhang Ming looked strange. Can't I be happy every day like I was during the time I was unconscious? Didn't I give the money? Gourd said kindly in its ethereal voice, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, you're overindulging yourself and have a serious addiction problem. This is also the main reason why you haven't recovered yet. Entertainment activities are just entertainment after all. They are only a part of life and cannot dominate your thinking. From today on, you must abstain from sex. You need to greet your new life with the best attitude, otherwise, your success rate infusing that drop of divine blood may be very low. Zhang Ming suddenly realized that his life was so clearly arranged that there was no possibility of cheating. Miss Hope really considered this and didn't want to cuckold herself. Why do I feel that Hope is much better than Sweden? The Hope who contacted me is Sweden, and the one now is the real Gourd's sister, right? Zhang Ming was suspicious and lay back on his bed again with his eyes closed. Then he secretly glanced at the source of the world in the piggy bank, 233. He changed this 1 to 6. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, The 10,000 Races Conference. A strange Christmas Eve. With a terrifying existence that seemed to be, long-cherished wish, staring at him by the window, how could Zhang Ming sleep? Even if the gourd was real or fake, it was impossible for it to attack. Zhang Ming still had a trace of vigilance. He tossed and turned on the bed, and his spirit was seriously exhausted. Girl, I want a girl. Zhang Ming stretched out a claw, reached towards the ceiling, and let out a painful howl. The gourd remained silent and did not respond. I want a very cute girl. Zhang Ming let out a miserable howl again. Don't I have unlimited wish rights? Can't I have a girl to sleep with me? The gourd emitted white mist, and then, hey, for a while, do you want me to sleep with you? Zhang Ming thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that I am a pure love party, tonight, I will let this damn demon know how powerful I am. Finally, Miss Gourd couldn't bear it anymore, and spit out a beige sweater one by one, and said faintly, Mr. Zhang, do you think I was right? Your current addiction problem is very serious, which seriously affects your spiritual will. You must force yourself to quit porn, otherwise you will not be able to merge that drop of divine blood. Please follow me to recite a song about quitting porn. This is a widely circulated heart source flow method among human groups, invented by several old bachelors. She said a series of strange terms. Understand the study of quitting porn. Understand the principles of quitting porn. Know the first rule of cultivating the mind. Evil porn, perverted people, pornography disaster, fiercer than a tiger, sex sharp blade, cut foolish men, haggard appearance, bone marrow dry, symptoms entangled, body collapse. Only then understand. No confidence, eyes avoidance. Zhang Ming was speechless. How could you, a long-cherished wish, demon god, know this? You came here specifically to quit porn for me, right? He followed and recited the bullshit song about quitting porn, and a warm current was generated in his body. This warm current suppressed the kidney function. It was also a method of visualization. Visualize yourself because of greed for lust, die young, rot and degenerate, be bitten by mosquitoes, and turn into dry bone. Through this kind of visualization, one can calm the desire deep in one's heart. Zhang Ming, it actually worked. He covered his head with a sweater to block his vision. This sweater might have been worn by a girl. It smelled a bit like a girl's natural hormones. He slept well in a daze. The next morning, he woke up early, lifted the sweater covering his head, and said to himself, maybe I really have a mental illness. Give me a girl, god of wish, give me one. Please. Zhang Ming stretched out a claw again, reaching for the ceiling, pretending to be extremely painful. How come he wants a girl so early in the morning? This pervert is really hard to get along with. Hulu was thinking about the state of this porn maniac from the bottom of his heart this time. Whether she is a long-cherished wish, or a hope, it is easy to give it to girl, but after giving it to girl, the mental state of this madman is even more worrying. Although you have unlimited power of wish in broad daylight, please abstain from sex, okay? After Zhang Ming had a crazy outburst, he finally calmed down. He was going to go to Jiayeshi to complete the next negotiation. From a business perspective, he had to leave the other party alone for a while in order to effectively raise his own value. However, the situation in the funeral world was critical. If he delayed for a few days, he would have less time to prepare. In addition, there was a Suan who was eyeing him covetously. He needed to become stronger as soon as possible, so Zhang Ming was not greedy and stopped while he was ahead. My brother Zhang, you really made a fortune and now you are with a super rich woman. You don't even like me, old shitao. Shimama came up and said in a trembling voice with an old voice, when you were happy last night, I did something big. What was it? Zhang Ming picked up a piece of bread and fried a monster egg, ready to take it to the road and eat it slowly. Shimama said, how about letting our Shenshao group participate in this negotiation? Just give me 1% of the profit share, don't look down on your old brother. I am now the martial arts leader of the burial realm. The brothers behind me all asked me to act as an agent to buy the fruit that reshapes the flesh. Do you understand my identity? I am now the general agent of the region. This identity is really awesome. Zhang Ming had an idea and threw 50 units of the source of the world over. What are you thinking about with 1% of the profit? Just listen to it from the side. If you talk nonsense, your Xuanwu world may be destroyed by these civilizations the next day. The old brother's power level slowly couldn't keep up. After all, it was not a real Xuanwu. Recovering to the peak of transcendence was already an inherent limit. But the old brother's insight must be there. It may have discovered something. The fruit of the Garden of Eden is too valuable. Even Shimama began to doubt the true identity of the gourd. However, the character of the gourd's sister in the past period of time was too excellent, and Lord Shimama also had feelings. Before there was decisive evidence, he was unwilling to gossip privately, but just suspected it. It happily accepted the 50 units of the source of the world, and said tremblingly, our Shenshao group is your backer. Those damn civilizations, if the price is too low, the group of old brothers behind me will buy all the fruits you have. As he spoke, a crow landed from the sky. Brother Xuanwu is right. We have prepared a lot of money, enough to trade with the demon god, but you'd better sell it cheaper. We are all intelligent creatures. Do you have to be a trader and work for the demon god? The demon god just wants to use you to dig a hole. Boy, don't think that you have a great personality and good luck. You don't know how you will die when the time comes, the ghost crow persuaded earnestly. What is the word treason? Zhang Ming secretly rolled his eyes. Yeah, you take out a few fruits for free and give them to everyone. All the old guys owe you a favor. Another goat-headed monster appeared out of nowhere. It was ugly, with dirty hair, a goat head, and walked upright on two legs. It was obviously the incarnation of a mythical beast. Zhang Ming explained slowly, first of all, the fruit is not mine. You asked me to give it away for free, but I don't have it. Secondly, if I sell it at a lower price, I will have to pay the price myself. You saw it too. The last time I begged for a longevity fruit, I spent 10,000 units of the source of the world, lost several decades of my life, and was paralyzed in bed for a month. If I gave everyone a fruit for free, I wouldn't have lived long enough in this lifetime, so you have to work for long-cherished wish for several decades after consuming your life. This price is actually not that big. The sheep-headed monster seemed to be thinking about something. You, who are on the path of the demon god, should have a long life, right? Zhang Ming explained, although the lifespan is not short, it can't stand being messed around with. Moreover, long-cherished wish and hope are two different demon gods. Do you understand? The demon god just changed his name so that we can't recognize him. I think you are really determined to be a wise trader, The sheep-headed monster cursed. If I were you 10,000 years ago, I would have eaten a wise traitor like you in one bite. Now you have finally changed your temper and can control yourself. Were there many wise traitors in the old mythological era? Zhang Ming asked. The tone of this goat master sounded like a big boss, much better than the gray toad and the ghost-faced crow. The goat-headed monster snorted coldly. There are so many of them that some even take the initiative to worship the devil and beg for power. They will be eaten up by the devil in a few years, but they still want to beg for power and want to act tyrannically for a few years. Don't you think it's funny? Shimama leaned on Zhang Ming's shoulder and sighed. Mr. Goat, if we don't need the devil to check the devil, then what do you say we should do? Those ancient wise traitors are typical examples of cooperation with the devil. Isn't the current burial world stabilized only through the checks and balances between the devils? Zhang Ming said shamelessly. If licking the devil can save the world, I can lick through the center of the earth. If licking, hope, can make one eternal, I can lick her legs to pieces. Shimama was shocked by Zhang Ming's madness, and then he actually agreed that the gourd girl was indeed excellent. I want to lick her, too. The ghost crow was also shocked, and after a moment of thought, it made some sense. Actually, to be honest, I want to lick her, too. It made the action of a woodpecker pecking at wood. The local guardian, Fushin divine turtle, who was eavesdropping. What kind of morals do you have? I just want to lick, but I can't say it out loud. The sheep-headed monster snorted coldly. These dogs all want to be smart traitors. But its old ideas have long been distorted by the times. In the face of facts, how can it refute? It can't refute. Zhang Ming once again said the peerless golden sentence. Licking one demon god is Fiangang. Licking 100 demon gods is a time management master, a world savior, and a savior of the sea of demons. Wonderful, wonderful. The sheep-headed monster's eyes lit up. But what is Fiangang? In this noisy, the round building full of science fiction finally arrived. The electric door opened automatically, and the sheep-headed monster and the ghost crow also followed in stealthily. They were a little curious about the technological products here, took a few glances, and fiddled with them with their fingers. Suddenly the screen lit up. The artificial intelligence green elf is dedicated to serving you. You can check the current operating status of the city. In fact, it was a lot of surveillance in the city. Seeing is believing. Some of the perception methods that only immortals can use can also be obtained by ordinary people through technology, the sheep-headed monster questioned. However, relying on these technologies, you want to hunt demons? It's really crazy. You don't understand this. This is just preliminary technology, using electricity. It was invented by the civilization that fell here, the well-informed ghost crow explained. The real high-end technology uses the source of the world. Those machines are difficult to transport. A short middle-aged man with simple clothes and sallow skin received them. Hello, friends. I am Jia Yeshi, Shangbu Civilization, Mr. Zhang. Have you considered the plan? I will go to notify the headquarters now and hold a joint meeting. Zhang Ming nodded. Everyone took the elevator to the conference room on the top floor of the circular building. Jia Yeshi served the best fruits and tea. After a while, virtual images appeared in the conference room one by one. The leaders of many civilizations were quite familiar with Zhang Ming. They even investigated the color of Zhang Ming's underwear when he was a child. However, Zhang Ming was not familiar with him. The gazes of so many people were cast at him, making him a little nervous. Jia Yeshi introduced briefly. This meeting is called the 10,000 Races Meeting. As the name suggests, there are more than 10,000 powerful civilizations participating. Only civilizations with a civilization level of 4, that is, civilizations that have the ability to travel in the world ring, are qualified. Like your original world community, which is a branch of the 1A civilization, it is qualified to join this kind of meeting. The number of world rings that have been discovered so far is around 1,200. On average, each world ring has 10,000 to 36,000 world communities, and the headquarters of 1A is the top 10 powerful existence among so many civilizations. Those most ancient civilizations may still have sealed the Eternals who still have a trace of life. Our Shangbu civilization is considered to be in the middle level, so that's it. Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows. Jia Yeshi said again, but Mr. Zhang, don't be nervous, after all, your identity is quite special. Zhang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. I'm not nervous at all. My wife has now become a true, long-cherished wish. There is also a demon godwife, Hope, who has been sealed. Since he is eating gigolo, The eternal and immortal are like floating clouds to him. However, this is also the first time he has learned about the true civilization of the demon god sea. It is really extraordinary that the strongest civilization that stands out from thousands of world communities can participate in this meeting. In theory, it is not too difficult for so many civilizations to unite and defeat one or more demons. But the actual situation is always worse than the theory, Jia Yeshi said. Different concepts, everyone has their own ideas. The most important point is that the demon sea is too large and it is still expanding. Precisely because of its large area, it can accommodate so many civilizations. But it also means that transportation is inconvenient. Even with advanced technology such as advanced transportation tools, it still takes hundreds of years to travel between world rings. If you walk from one end of the demon sea to the other, it may take tens of thousands of years. In this case, it is too difficult to unite. Even if some civilizations don't spend a penny, will anyone attack them? Zhang Ming nodded and expressed his understanding. What about using the demon contract? Jia Yeshi said, yes, only by using the demon contract can there be compulsory binding force. But there must be a consensus before a contract can be signed. Zhang Ming looked at the virtual images. Some civilization leaders used the image of their own tribe, and some civilizations simply appeared in the image of a light ball. When they saw the goat-headed monster, they were all stunned for a moment, as if the goat-headed monster had some great background. Brother Killin, what brings you here? It's been a long time since we last met. An old man with a celestial appearance greeted the goat-headed monster. It turned out that the goat-headed monster was really famous. No wonder the group of old guys were all in awe of the goat-headed monster, all because of his super strength. The goat-headed monster squatted in his seat, sitting in an indecent posture, grinning and sneering. Of course I have to come. I just want to see what countermeasures you will discuss. The burial world is about to collapse. You have been discussing it for so many years, but you are still hesitating. Don't blame me for turning my face and being ruthless. This last sentence brought a hint of cold murderous intent. The goat-headed monster suppressed a demon named Slayer, whose ability was related to killing. This trace of murderous rule spread rapidly along time and space, forming a huge wave in the blink of an eye, surging over like a tsunami. Everyone attending the meeting was shrouded in a cold murderous intent, as if they could face a catastrophic disaster at any time. Chapter 521. The huge investment is of course invested in me. Your Excellency Killin, please follow the order of the conference and be polite. Carl, the host of the conference, immediately knocked the hammer in his hand and shouted. Pa! The cold murderous intent of the demon god was directly smashed by the hammer. After all, they were too far apart in space. Even with the help of the power of the demon god, it could only be like this. The old goat sneered and once again aroused the terrifying murderous intent. The ghost crow also shouted beside him, we have prepared a large amount of source stones to circumvent the original demon god contract. You are unkind. Don't blame us for being unjust. The immortals of the burial world have been under pressure for so many years, like a fighting rooster. These old guys are different from the sea of demons and the major civilizations that have been peaceful for a long time. I'm going to die and I don't care about your order and etiquette. The voice of the sheep-headed monster is getting louder and louder. Now I'm just notifying you in advance. If you can't come up with a plan, we will immediately make a deal with Sweden. What happens to the sea of demons? What does it have to do with us? Anyway, we can still live for a while after the burial world explodes. Zhang Ming's eyelids twitched twice, but he didn't speak. Everyone, this is our ultimatum. Ghost Crow also shouted, what righteousness, what morality, it's all bullshit. We have been righteous for so many years, it's time for brothers to be free. Shimama also pretended to be powerful and roared loudly, ultimatum. Pay the money now. 100,000 for a civilization, that's 1 billion. Without 1 billion, I will immediately become a traitor and a dog to lick the devil. Shocked by this sudden scene, the conference room suddenly became quiet. Those who attended the meeting here were all respectable people who could get on the stage. They really hadn't experienced such a scene for many, many years. But no matter what, they had to pay attention to the roars of these beasts. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. He didn't know if it was because of a psychological illusion, but he always felt that Miss Gordon his arm seemed to be getting hot. 1 billion is really an exaggerated number, although it was just Shimama's nonsense. Does long-cherished wish need the source of the world so much? It is not impossible. It forced the replacement of the hope devil, perhaps consuming a large amount of the source of the world. Moreover, through the ability to make wishes, Suyin, can constantly acquire new abilities. So Zhang Ming couldn't help teasing her, "My dearest Miss Hulu, these old monsters seem to regard you as their trump card. Are they using the source of the world in their hands to invest in you or me?" Hulu was silent for a moment, and then transmitted his voice, "Of course, I will invest in you. I actually don't have the motivation to become stronger. Didn't we agree last night to invest in you first so that you can get familiar with the rules of the demon god? I really don't need money. Anyway, no matter how much I strengthen myself, I can't beat Suyin." The more she spoke, the smaller her voice became, and finally it was like the buzzing of a mosquito. In the distant past, Suyin was actually a very honest demon god who never lied and engaged in open and above-board conspiracy. In the databases of major civilizations, Suyin does not lie is a rule that comes with a demon god. Now it has evolved and learned to lie, but it doesn't seem to be so good at it. Once it lies, its brain is overloaded and it stammers. This may be caused by some of its rules. Zhang Ming almost laughed to death, and said seriously, "They are fighting with each other and using us as bargaining chips. Wait a minute, if I summon you, try to act tough. The more you look like Suyin, the better. Anyway, they have been suspecting that you are Suyin. It doesn't matter if they suspect you. By using the name of Suyin, you can gain more benefits." Hulu replied readily, "I will definitely act very similar. After all, our rules are almost the same. They will definitely not be able to tell. But what price do you need to pay to summon me? Didn't you pay a price last time? It should be necessary this time as well, right?" Zhang Ming said shamelessly, "Last time I only gave you 10,000 units of source, so you drained my mental power to let them know that making a wish comes at a price. But this time the money is enough. Why do I have to pay the price? As long as the money is enough, of course I don't have to compensate. How can my little life compensate for the price of tens of millions or hundreds of millions of world sources?" White mist was faintly coming out of the gourd, but after thinking carefully, it seemed to make some sense and he couldn't refute it. Zhang Ming was also nervous, fearing that this guy would suddenly turn against him. But after thinking for half a minute, Hulu still couldn't resist the temptation of becoming the ultimate demon god, and he endured the loss of a large sum of money. "Okay, I understand. As long as you give me enough money, I will trade with them normally and you don't need to bear the cost, then I will quietly give you all the money I earned." Her tone still sounded gentle and kind, full of smart and ethereal feeling. But for some reason, Zhang Ming always felt that she was a little aggrieved and might cry at any time. In order to become the ultimate demon god, endure anything. But the word endure is a knife above your head, and the money lost is calculated in tens of millions. Well, Suyin should not have such emotions. After all, it is an absolutely rational existence. If you want the source of the world, you can also invest in yours. Or we can split it 50-50, Zhang Ming said reluctantly. "I will give you all the money quietly. After all, I really have no intention of becoming stronger." "You don't have to mind that I will give you all the money," Miss Hulu whispered. "What is control? This is control. If Suyin wants to become the ultimate devil, he must play the role of hope and deceive the world." When Zhang Ming was kept in the dark, hope was erased from history. From the motivation level, Suyin is unwilling to reveal any flaws and tries his best to play the role. But the character of Hulu is really not something that ordinary people can play. If Suyin is an absolutely rational existence, will it also cause pain to play the role of Hulu? Greed is really the original sin. Even the devil will be fooled. Because of greed, he tried to ascend to the sky in one step, but fell into the trap. Zhang Ming was unscrupulous, with a feather fan and a scarf, and while he was talking and laughing, the masts and oars were reduced to ashes. He used the small soul clone hiding in the piggy bank to glance at the source of the world, and a number was displayed on it. 233. Miss Hope was smiling very happily. Zhang Ming was confident and continued to talk. "Don't worry, you can change the pattern of all civilizations in the entire Demon Sea and obtain huge amounts of space-time tidal energy. You will never lose money if you invest your money in me. When I have money, I will become the ultimate space-time worm. I will just punch, long-cherished wish, and kick, dusk, and kill all our old opponents." Hulu said weakly, She seemed to think that only one word was not in line with the original character setting, and even started to make suggestions. But with so many civilizations, it is really difficult to get them to unite. The most important thing is that you don't seem to have much time and they don't trust you. They just treat you as a tool to be used, Zhang Ming said. Don't I have you? After all, you are a demon god backer. Who dares to use me as a tool? But my real power is very weak, and the cost of using the scales of judgment is too high. It is easy to be exposed. If you spend some world source to invest in me, I can become stronger. Let me master a relatively simple strong idealistic rule. It may cost about 1 million world source. Mastering a relatively complex strong rule will cost tens of millions. Can you master the rules endlessly? What about the demon god rules? It is theoretically possible, but it is too expensive. The demon god rules are unique. Mastering the demon god rules is equivalent to creating a new demon god. The price is too expensive and I cannot afford it. To put it bluntly, it becomes a question of money again. You really like money. Zhang Ming thought, you, long-cherished wish, demon god must have mastered a large number of strong idealistic rules long ago. You took my money and showed one more ability. It is really a good plan with no investment and huge profits. However, in the face of absolute information asymmetry, this kind of calculation is meaningless. Zhang Ming thought about how to reasonably reject long-cherished wish's request. It seems that it is not appropriate to refuse rashly. He changed his mind. Then let's do this. Your deterrent power is very large, but there are not many occasions where it is really used. If we really need to use a certain strong rule, we will make a wish. The speed of the judgment scale to realize the wish should not be too slow, right? By then, it will not be too late to cram at the last minute. If you add strong rules randomly, it seems to be just a waste of money, right? Well, what you said makes sense, Hulu responded in her pleasant voice. As for her current mood, what exactly is it? Zhang Ming couldn't guess. Anyway, he was in a very good mood. Isn't this a sure thing? So he started to flatter again. Your clan value is so enviable. As long as you have money, you can easily control countless strong idealistic rules. You are worthy of being the legendary wish-making demon god. Sometimes I wonder, if you were Suidan, what should I do? Now I think it through. It's just a name. No matter if you are Hope, or Suidan, or any other demon god, I will be a licking dog, the kind that licks for 25 hours a day. The gourd was slightly hot. Even if Suidan had powerful computing power and could generate language from massive amounts of information, it could not find a particularly reasonable reply. How could this guy be so crazy and shameless? You'd better deal with the situation in front of you first, then consider the issue of being a bootlicker. Piggy bank. 250. At this moment, the quarrel in the conference room gradually stopped. Everyone's attention was focused on Zhang Ming. This magical guy who walked the path of the devil was the biggest variable at the moment. Zhang Ming was not stage frightened and cleared his throat. Anyway, the hot potato in his hand was troublesome enough. My friends, the situation in the burial world is critical. If we don't unite and fight against the devil together, all of us will suffer. But it is difficult to unite. Some civilizations are too far away, and it is difficult to get over. Who pays more and who pays less, how to supervise the project funds, how to build the project, and how to form a fighting force to fight against the devil. These are all difficult points. Yes, these details are the most realistic attraction. Tens of millions or hundreds of millions of world sources are a huge fortune, even for advanced civilizations. If you embezzle a little, I embezzle a little, won't it just be gone? Even without deliberate embezzlement, just a few super projects can consume this huge fortune. And who controls these super projects? Of course, it is in the hands of those advanced civilizations. The rest of the civilizations simply cannot have the power to control. Moreover, the demon sea is too large, and many medium-sized civilizations in remote areas cannot provide manpower and material resources, so they can only pay money. After paying the money, it is very likely to be wasted, which is what they don't want to see. Therefore, until now, only 30 million world sources have been prepared. This amount is really pitiful compared to the number of more than 10,000 civilizations. On average, one civilization only takes out 3,000. Even the people on Earth can take out 3,000. There are indeed great realistic factors for so many powerful civilizations at the world ring level to take out this little money. Well, let me give you a suggestion. You can invest in me, Lao Zhang. Don't bother, invest in me, Lao Zhang. Zhang Ming's sudden suggestion made the conference room suddenly quiet. No matter how shameless Zhang Ming was, it took courage to say this. He added, when my strength becomes stronger, how about I work hard for you? I can sign a contract with the devil and help you dig a space tunnel. The conference room became even quieter. No matter how you look at it, he looks like a boastful liar controlled by the devil. Long wish. Sir, let's put it this way. It's not that we don't want to invest in you. Your strategic significance is indeed very high, an angel-shaped creature said. But first you have to prove that your mind has not been affected by the devil, otherwise you may be controlled by the devil at any time. All our investments will be in vain. This virtual image has a blurred face, looks like a man or a woman, has swan-like wings on its back, and a halo on its head, which continuously emits regular halo. It is obviously a super strong person. The civilization behind it is also very powerful, called its civilization. According to Jia Yeshi, the strength of its civilization is only slightly inferior to that of 1A civilization. In the Sea of Demons, it ranks at least in the top 100. Their technology is extremely advanced. And they have several movable planetary fortresses. Even if the demon disaster invades, they can escape to the dimensional rift. They are the civilization that is best at protecting themselves. Chapter 522 Zhang Ming becomes the protagonist of the times. In the Sea of Demons, the gap between civilizations is really huge. When Earth civilization was still in the era of slash and burn farming, when humans were building pyramids and the Great Wall, they were already in the interstellar era. In other words, some powerful civilizations have no intention of fighting the demons head-on. They are standard spark factions and call themselves sparks of civilization. So, sir or madam, how can you prove that you have not been affected by the demons? How can you prove it yourself? Zhang Ming asked back. You prevented everyone from investing in me and missed a great historical opportunity. Can you bear the historical responsibility? This is indeed difficult to prove. The influence of the demons is subtle. In many cases, the demons do not need to be anchored at all. The influence of power alone is enough to change the mind of an intelligent life. Since there is no anchor, of course, it is impossible to prove that you have been affected. Facing Zhang Ming's questioning, the angel-shaped life form chuckled gently, but there was no smile on his face. The voice was like the cold wind of the Arctic. Mr. Zhang Ming, I have to remind you that if we divide it by the level of civilization, your human civilization is not qualified to sit here. You are even less qualified to question my civilization. Zhang Ming laughed, but his tone was not soft. So that's why your civilization made a major contribution in the disaster of the demon god. So you think you are superior to others. If that's the case, old Zhang, I'm sorry for offending you. Zhang Ming's ability to be weird is indeed powerful, and the ghost crow laughed gaga. Superior, the old goat sitting next to him said coldly, you are just a group of escapees, calling yourself the Fire Seed sect. What contribution do you have? When I get out of this predicament, the first thing I have to do is to lead the power of the demon god to you, the Fire Seed sect. The old goat's voice suddenly became louder. Yes, Zhang Ming, you help dig a space tunnel, especially to their moon. I want to see how powerful their moons in the sky are. How many months can they survive in front of the demon god? No problem. Zhang Ming patted his chest and said, I can dig wherever I want in the small demon god sea. It's good for the Fire Seed sect to let the Fire Seed make some contributions. That's right, I will give you enough world sources, you can dig boldly. We have 300 immortals here, and the legacy of more than 2,000 immortals, so we can still make up this money. After the old goat said this, he felt that he was sublimated in an instant. The thought of wisdom and treason came up, and the world became white in an instant. It seems that it is no big deal to destroy this damn world. Zhang Ming felt that he had also sublimated. You are questioning me, right? I will just act like a wise trader and stop acting. There were whispers in the conference room. These guys suddenly broke the jar and broke the pot. They were really in a dilemma. Of course, these participants are all well-educated people, the elites of the entire civilization, and being able to bend and stretch is their basic quality. Some old people hurriedly advised, Brother Killin, don't be angry. The Fire Seed sect is only the idea of a small part of civilization. More civilizations still regard the Sea of Demons as their own home. Yes, Brother Killin. Aren't we sitting here to discuss it? If there is no sincerity, no one will come to the meeting. The sheep-headed monster raised his nose to the sky and put his sheep's hoof directly on the table. This scene is quite weird. It seems that there has been no such scene of overturning the table for thousands of years. For a while, no civilization dared to question Zhang Ming casually. And the angel-shaped creatures also became turtles and dared not speak. What about the top 100 civilizations in the Sea of Demons? If a large number of demons really jumped over through the space tunnel, their few moons would not be able to resist. and the fire would turn into ashes. Silence. Please follow the order of the meeting. The host, Mr. Carl of the 1A civilization, knocked the hammer in his hand again. Snap. Carl was also sweating profusely, and suddenly became like this. The leader was still the old monster Killin, and he couldn't be suppressed. However, those big leaders didn't say anything, and the top 10 super civilizations remained silent, as if letting them make trouble. Gradually, Carl realized something in his heart. Chronic diseases need to be treated with strong medicine, and some things really can only be broken. An old voice suddenly echoed in the conference room. The disaster of the demon god must be prevented. Everyone, we have indeed been too slow in recent years. I believe that Brother Killin is just speaking in anger. As for Mr. Zhang Ming, who walks the path of the demon god, he controls part of the rules of the time and space worm and is indeed qualified to come to the table. There is no need to question it. The old man came from the 1A civilization and seemed to have a high prestige. He suddenly suppressed the surrounding voices. With a slight smile on his face, he looked at Zhang Ming. Mr. Zhang Ming, then you tell me first, how to invest in you? There must be a feasible plan, not just empty talk. It is impossible and unrealistic to give you a large amount of world source at once. We must also be on guard. We can only pay in small batches. You complete a part of the task, and we will pay the next part of the payment. Of course, no problem. So Zhang Ming displayed a space image on the screen. The entire new myth era was composed of the demon god sea, the burial realm, and tens of billions of scattered world islands. Most of the world's islands are just like meteorites, too small to support living beings, so the burial realm, which is still quite large, is the best springboard between the new and old myths. On the other side of the new myth era is the distant old myth era. There are two items in the entire cooperation plan. The first is to directly invest in myself. I can only earn some labor remuneration and help you dig space tunnels through the magic rules of the space-time worm. Zhang Ming drew a black line between the burial realm and the sea of demons. With a space tunnel, the cost of space jump will be greatly reduced. I can't estimate how much it will be reduced. After all, I'm not a scientist. We have discovered and studied the ancient space tunnel excavated by the space-time worm. A representative of a civilization named Catalampus said, the current transmission cost is 400 units of the source of the world. If you carry space props, it is likely to be lost if you transport about 100 kilograms of material. If you use a brand new tunnel excavated by the space-time worm, the cost may be reduced to 100,000th of the original. Moreover, using some special means, space props can be transported, but the cost is slightly higher, due to the poor stability of the current space tunnel and the frequent space-time storms inside. Carrying space props will increase the risk of space-time storms. Maybe halfway through the transmission, the space props exploded directly, or fell directly into the dimensional rift. With the vastness of the dimensional rift, it is almost impossible to retrieve the lost things. However, the space tunnel dug by the space worm is different. After all, it is the ultimate of the space rules. It is possible to transmit space props by consuming a little more world source. Of course, it is best for the space worm to transmit this space prop personally, otherwise there will still be a small probability of loss. Zhang Ming nodded. He didn't know whether this guy who came out to explain was specially arranged by a civilization. Anyway, this wave of assists is not bad. This is a big project, which requires tens of millions of world sources. After this, the significant reduction in transmission costs will also facilitate external support. The above is our point of view, Jia Yeshi quietly introduced. This Catalampus civilization has completed the technology of soul uploading, and their souls can be transferred to machines. They invented a large central processor to carry the self-consciousness of civilization members. This processor is called Paradise. Therefore, this civilization is famous for studying strength and computing power. Because they have lost their physical bodies, they don't need to practice at all. The more advanced the technology, the stronger the combat power. Before the emergence of the intelligent civilization, they were the strongest technological civilization. Is the intelligent civilization stronger than this civilization? Zhang Ming said in surprise. In Zhang Ming's opinion, a civilization that can upload consciousness is already at the level of science fiction. Yes, it is an intelligent civilization. It has successfully combined idealism and materialism. Its computing power far exceeds that of pure materialism, and it has also taken a new path that can be used as a reference for future generations, Jia Yeshi said. Intelligent civilization is indeed the strongest civilization at present. As for fighting against the devil, only the top 100 civilizations can be used. For the others, it would be good to support some world sources. So what do you think is stronger today or in the past? Zhang Ming asked again. Jia Yeshi pondered for a moment. In terms of attack, the present is far better than the past. Far better. Those interstellar-level ultimate weapons can kill the devil instantly, and their combat power is thousands of times more exaggerated than the eternal level, Jia Yeshi explained. But in terms of defense, the present is not as good as the past. After all, no solution has been found to replace the immortals so far. Only the immortals can persist for a long time under the corrosion of the devil's rules. Technological weapons are also very delicate. They will break down if they are disturbed a little. Overall, I still think that the present is stronger than the past. After all, if you can't kill the devil, you will die sooner or later. Only killing can form a deterrent. The quarrel in the conference room continued. You have to find a way to stabilize the burial world and then let the old brothers regain their freedom. This is the best solution. Otherwise, the old brothers will be exploited all the time. Who can survive? That's right, it's better to be a wise traitor and surrender to the devil, Shimama shouted loudly, pretending to be powerful. What's more, doesn't the New Path civilization want the corpse of the demon god to cultivate the world well? Instead of digging the abyss and making the world full of holes, you might as well come here and defeat the demon god. As long as you kill one demon god, it will be enough for 1,000 or 10,000 civilized world wills to advance. How should I put it? This plan is quite honest. There is still a little common interest. Of course, this little common interest is not big enough. Everything in the world is easy to share wealth, but difficult to share adversity. If this space channel is dug out, it will be easier for the demon to project power, right? Another bird-like civilization representative questioned. Will this space tunnel bring security threats? Okay, it seems that you don't agree with this plan. You have to let us old guys risk our lives to block the demon, right? The old sheephead waved his sheep's hoof and cursed. Zhang Ming, you dig the space tunnel directly to this bird's house and destroy his family. Jia Yeshi, you definitely know what kind of civilization this guy is. Dig a hole to his house today, immediately, right away. Damn it, I will pay for the tunnel. Jia Yeshi's face turned black, and he hesitated and dared not speak. The old sheephead sprayed Jia Yeshi. If you don't say it, I will let Zhang Ming dig it to your Shangbu civilization's home. The birdman was petrified and regretted saying that questioning word more and more. This old sheephead has a very bad temper. He digs tunnels and kills whole families at every turn. However, Zhang Ming really likes this style. So he sent a voice message to Shimama. What's wrong with this guy? Is he really mentally ill? If he messes up, we will be very uncomfortable. It's a very powerful beast, Shimama said. It can borrow the rules of the demon god, killing, to a certain extent, and temporarily burst out the power of the eternal level, and the killing state is the best among the immortals. With a clear mind, don't worry, it's just temporarily blackmailing. Although the spiritual voice transmission may be eavesdropped by the strong, only people at the scene can eavesdrop. This virtual image fabricated by scientific and technological means has no eavesdropping ability. Zhang Ming was puzzled and asked, is the demon god, she, so easy to negotiate with? He can even borrow the rules of killing, Shimama introduced. The core of the rules of the demon god, she, is to hunt the strong. He has no interest in hunting the weak. All the spoils obtained from hunting belong to him, so, she, doesn't mind others borrowing the rules. If you have the ability to hunt the demon god, he will lend you a huge amount of power. Of course, you also need enough mental willpower to resist the violent killing intent, so as not to become a killing madman. In short, Brother Killin is the pillar of the burial realm and a strong man who can burst out the power of the eternal. Don't worry, he is very normal. I see, no wonder he is more unscrupulous than me. In this way, there are a total of 3 demon gods who can barely cooperate with the burial realm. Zhang, Mo, and Shi. The demon gods that can be used are Wang, who is about to break through the seal, and Suin, who is following him with bad intentions. There is actually a demon god that can be fully trusted, and the mysterious Hope. Miss Zhang Ming wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She felt that they still had some strength. So she used her soul clone to glance at the piggy bank. Sure enough, the number inside had changed. 233, you are still happy after being sealed, right? The many civilizations in the conference room were intimidated by the killing and fell into silence. The representative of the Birdman civilization thought for a moment and quickly explained, Mr. Killen, please don't get angry. We are just asking for the facts. It is only right to figure out the pros and cons before implementing the plan. We are not against this plan, please don't misunderstand. We really don't object. Even if you object, we will pay to dig a space tunnel to the Sea of Demons. Don't get it wrong, the old goat said domineeringly. If you let us pay, we will randomly select an opposing civilization and use his hometown as the exit of the space tunnel. Don't think I'm kidding. The conference room was silent. The scary thing was not that Killen was powerful, but that they were all crazy. The current situation in the burial world could really lead to this situation. Ahem, the host, Carl, had to get the topic back on track. Friends, if Mr. Zhang uses the rules of the space-time worm to dig a space tunnel, under normal circumstances, the control is in his hands. So it is not realistic for the demon power to use this space tunnel to project to the demon sea on a large scale. Unless Mr. Zhang Ming is willing to give up the control of this tunnel and make it a public tunnel. The power of the demon will come. For many civilizations, it is not easy to accept that the ownership of the space tunnel is controlled by Zhang Ming. Because they have to pay. We all paid, the ownership must belong to me, and the miners who receive wages can't have the ownership, right? In addition, the control of the tunnel is in the hands of Zhang Ming, which also makes them feel uneasy. What if Lao Zhang gets crazy and really becomes a traitor? This large sum of money for digging the tunnel will not only go down the drain, but will be used by the demon? But if it is not controlled by Zhang Ming, they can't stop the invasion of the demon with their means. This is a dilemma. Zhang Ming cleared his throat and made a suggestion. Everyone, I am really not controlled by hope. At least I think I am not mentally ill at the moment. I am a normal person. When he said I am not mentally ill, the conference room was filled with a happy atmosphere, and Zhang Ming himself almost laughed out loud. Shimama trembled buzz 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 and laughed like a slave. Even the old goat couldn't help laughing, looking at Zhang Ming with burning eyes. It was a rare happy time for it in so many years. Even his kidnapped wife wrote the number 233. Zhang Ming almost lost his temper in public. Everyone else can laugh at me, but you can't. As a result, the number was immediately changed to 837, then to 200, and finally to 0. Even the fake guard felt a little hot, as if facing the thickest wall in the world. I'm just working for her. Every time I make a wish, it means I have to work for her for a period of time in the future, which is equivalent to selling her those years of life. Do you understand what I mean? It's equivalent to a cooperative relationship. They all understood, but no one believed it. As for the ownership of the tunnel, I can give it up. I don't bother to meddle with what you transport to the burial world. If it is to reduce the interference of the demon god in the space tunnel, you can also keep the tunnel with me temporarily. Anyway, you can take the ownership anytime. I can sign the most stringent demon god contract. Zhang Ming's words were sincere. He was really not interested in the control of the tunnel. Because as long as he had money, he could dig one himself at any time. He was really not interested in what materials others transported. On the contrary, these civilizations needed his ability to control the space tunnel more, to reduce the invasion of demon gods, and to transport a large amount of materials. The conference room fell into silence, and the think tanks behind so many civilizations were discussing this matter. No matter from which angle, this plan was quite sincere. The premise was that Zhang Ming was really not controlled by the demon god, Hope, mentally. Mr. Zhang, is the demon god behind you willing to sign a contract with your long-cherished wish, Hope? Our requirements are not high, as long as we keep it away from this space tunnel, okay? The demon gods hunt each other, and there is only a relationship of interest, not a partnership. Although the intelligent demon gods like Suyin and Zixiang can reach a cooperative relationship with other demon gods with the help of the judgment scale, those demon gods who are willing to cooperate may not turn against each other as long as there is a chance. The demon gods all come from mythological origins. The benefits of hunting a demon god are greater than destroying 10,000 civilizations. If you sign a contract and then regret it, you will fall into the absolute attack rule of the demon god. Mo will not let go of such an opportunity easily, unless Suyin can bribe a huge sum of money that can offset the huge benefits of hunting a demon god. After Zhang Ming figured it out, he really didn't know what to say in his heart. It's just digging a tunnel. It has nothing to do with Suyin. Are you so scared? Miss Hulu, these guys are constantly suspicious. Are you willing to sign the contract next? As long as you are willing to sign the contract, I can cooperate with them smoothly. Hulu thought for a moment and said in a nice voice, I can sign the contract. However, do I have to charge them a little money to dispel their suspicion? The fake Gord really had no interest. It just wanted to play the role of the real Gord and become the ultimate demon. What a bullshit demon war, space tunnel. Compared to the ultimate achievement, it is really just a hair. It played the role of Hope, tremblingly, thinking about Zhang Ming wholeheartedly. Of course, it is still very interested in money. In fact, this condition is very reasonable. From the perspective of the outside world, it would be a big problem if the long-cherished wish demon was too easy to talk to. Well, you do have to collect money, then I will give you that source of the world as a gift. Okay, Zhang Ming said very intimately, you are really my good wife. Don't worry, you can keep this little money for yourself. Everyone has personal privacy. The gourd was slightly hot, and it might not be able to keep up with the rhythm of the storm. I'm sorry, we haven't completed the corresponding procedures yet. We have to go back to Earth first. Earthlings now allow intermarriage between different races. We have to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register. The numbers in the piggy bank kept changing. 625,088. Zhang Ming licked his dry lips, feeling a lot of psychological pressure. These days are like actors, acting every minute and every second. In the past, when he encountered difficulties, he would just chop them with an axe. Who would have thought that today he would have to rely on acting to save his life? He cleared his throat and said to the many civilizations, everyone, I just communicated with that person, 500,000, as long as she is given 500,000 of the source of the world, she is willing to sign the contract. She is really not interested in any space tunnel, because hope is really not long-cherished wish. She doesn't like conspiracies and tricks, she only likes fair trade. Zhang Ming stretched out a finger and emphasized, it is a brand new demon god, called Hope. Don't get it confused. It is a demon god that can cooperate. Instead, the old goat sitting next to him trembled twice. Good guy, you are really shameless. The signing fee is 500,000. What level of world star is this? The conference room fell silent again. The signing fee alone was 500,000, which was really too much. Some civilizations even wanted to pay in installments, for example, to deliver 10,000 units of the origin of the world every year and pay it off in 50 years. Zhang Ming continued to solicit investment. Friends, there is actually another benefit to investing in me. I can help you continue to dig tunnels in the Demon Sea. The Demon Sea is too large, transportation is very inconvenient, and civilization exchanges are not frequent. As long as you give me money, I can help dig a dedicated space tunnel to shorten the journey of thousands of years to 1 month. Everyone should understand the economic and scientific effects of this project. With so many civilizations and so many races, only circulation can help them develop better and faster. The trade of resources, the trade of technology, the collision of ideas, the confrontation between new and old roads, and new sparks must appear in communication and exchanges. Compared with the intimidation just now, this statement is a real substantial benefit. Most civilizations were more or less tempted. Mr. Zhang, do you have to control the ownership of the tunnel you dug? Can you transport a continent or a planet? A stone man-like civilization representative asked very cautiously. Their civilization is good at mining in artificial worlds. Artificial worlds have many uses. The first is to develop planetary fortresses and enter space. The second is to carry more people and produce more high-quality biological resources. This race of stone men is particularly good at making this kind of planet-level bulk commodities. But the transportation cost of the planet is really a headache for them. Sometimes the transportation cost is more expensive than building an artificial planet. The suggestion made by Zhang Ming is just what they want, and they are immediately moved. Zhang Ming thought for a moment, I can transfer all the rights of the space tunnel to you. And I won't ask what is transported inside, a continent or a planet, as long as the space tunnel is widened, it is naturally possible. In the prophetic dream, the body of Suidan is larger than Jupiter, and it can still jump. As long as you give enough money, I will help you dig. Chapter 523, Destruction of the Burial Realm. Zhang Ming thought for a moment and said, when the transmission distance is too long, there is still a risk of loss when transmitting some space props, but as long as I transmit the space props myself, there will generally be no risk of loss. You should understand this, right? Just give me a little money, I see. Then we do have great room for cooperation, the stone man said in a deep voice. Mr. Zhang, please remember our Pandora civilization, we want to dig a tunnel to the next community. How much world source do we need? Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and smiled. The investment in a space tunnel at the level of a world community will not exceed 10,000 units of world source. I estimate that 3 to 5,000, 7 to 8,000, it is possible, it depends on the local space stability. This price is very tempting. Many civilizations are tempted. Of course, this investment can only be made after the burial world stabilizes. Otherwise, the demon sea will collapse, and there is no point in digging any traffic tunnels. After talking for half an hour, the spokesperson of 1A civilization suddenly said, since digging a space tunnel between the burial realm and the Sea of Demons is the first priority of all cooperation, then 1A civilization still quite agrees with this matter. We are willing to pay 100,000 units of the source of the world. What do you think, friends? 1A civilization offered 100,000, which was actually not a small amount. With a feasible plan and a leader, this proposal was finally approved by the majority. Except for some doubts, there was really no reason not to do it. The civilizations present were all powerful civilizations at the world ring level. Each civilization could easily come up with a few thousand, and the total amount was tens of millions, enough to dig a tunnel. Friends, I have a more interesting suggestion. Why not transform the burial realm into a center for future research and communication on demons? The light ball representing intelligent civilization finally spoke. Demons are the highest combat units in the idealistic world, and are more combat effective than a single planetary fortress. We have always had a dream to study more demon god rules. Only in this way can we have enough strength to explore a more idealistic or more materialistic world. Is there a more idealistic world? Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows. Isn't it said that the idealistic universe is just a drop of ink in the ocean compared to the materialistic universe? Other idealistic worlds naturally exist, but they are relatively rare. The ball of light represented by the intelligent civilization seemed to have insight into the doubts of many civilizations, and explained with a smile, our astronomical telescope has observed a distant idealistic universe group from 100,000 light-years away. Because the distance is too far, there is a large piece of materialistic space in the middle, which we are unable to reach with our current technological level. We call it the ether universe. The rules of the demon god can play a role in the materialistic space to a certain extent, and it is our best research target at present. The burial realm is far away, and it is very costly for us to extend our power into it. If a higher specification space-time channel can be opened, we are willing to teleport a few planetary fortresses and transform the burial realm into a huge research site. Of course, the burial realm belongs to all civilizations in the demon god sea, and my civilization does not dare to monopolize it, so we have initiated an invitation so that all participants can share the fruits of the research. The pattern of the peak civilization is indeed grand. When other civilizations are still thinking about how to pay less for digging holes, the intelligent civilization is already eager to study the demon god. As for the danger, it naturally exists. Even the peak civilization cannot withstand the frontal attack of a large wave of demon gods. But the benefits are also obvious. Regardless of whether the research can succeed, at least with a super high-end combat power suppressed in the starry sky, the burial world will be stable. Therefore, the old monsters of the burial world, such as the old sheephead and the ghost crow, are very satisfied with the performance of the wisdom civilization. Young man, you are very ambitious, but I have to remind you that if your researchers do not have corresponding protective measures, they will be easily corrupted by the demon gods. Why are immortals called immortal? That is because they have strong wills and their own paths. But even so, there are still many immortals who are corrupted by the demon gods. Your planetary fortress may also be damaged and collapsed. The light ball smiled and said, thank you for your reminder. We will take corresponding protective measures. The effect of attracting investment this time is simply unique. And the benefits are also obvious. Regardless of whether the research can succeed, at least the burial world will be stable. Of course, this is related to the fact that many civilizations really want to solve the troubles of the burial world, and Zhang Ming's strategic value is large enough. Many super civilizations may have wanted to invite him to dig space tunnels a long time ago, but this time Zhang Ming took the initiative to propose it and was willing to sign a contract, so they were naturally very tempted. Next, they have to discuss the relevant matters about the demon god, hope. If they don't explain it clearly, the worries will always exist. Zhang Ming thought about this matter for a long time. He was originally worried that he would be controlled after telling the truth. Or some daring civilizations want to kill the weak Miss Hope. But now there is no worry. On the one hand, his strategic value has increased sharply, and he has just reached a consensus with all civilizations. On the other hand, Hope has also been replaced by Suidan. If you have the ability to capture Suidan and kill him, I will directly hold a big party and work for you for free. Therefore, he chose 9 truths and 1 lie to reveal some information. Everyone, I can't say much about the origin of Hope. She is a strange existence that followed us out of the abyss. In the long-term relationship, I feel that she is a very gentle demon god with high cooperation value. Of course, you can also stubbornly believe that Hope has been investing in me just to ask me to help her dig a space tunnel. She has indeed helped me a lot over the years. I also owe her a lot of favors. I probably owe her 1 or 2,000 years of life. In the next 1 or 2,000 years, I have to work for her to pay off this debt. Of course, this matter is not urgent, because Hope has not yet raised enough world source, and digging tunnels requires a lot of energy. Mr. Zhang Ming, is Hope's ultimate goal also to leap to the sea of demon god? Asked a civilized person. I don't know about that. It's not my business, Zhang Ming said. There are so many demons now, 1 more or 1 less doesn't make a big difference, right? Does Hope have anthropomorphic wisdom? Of course, she can chat and talk just like an intelligent creature, and can understand our language. Do you want me to summon her? Face-to-face communication may be a good choice. This paragraph is airtight, 9 true and 1 false. It's just a pity that many civilizations unanimously asked him not to summon the demon, Hope, easily. They are really vigilant. Even the sheep-headed monster sitting in the same room was nervous. Boy, you are so stupid, it lied to you, and you believed it. Zhang Ming also rolled his eyes. What do you know? Without Hope's help, I would have died long ago. You don't think the path of the demon is easy to walk, right? If I don't believe her, who can I believe? The sheep-headed monster opened his mouth and couldn't speak. But many civilizations are still vigilant. No matter how they think about it, they feel like conspiracy theories. Because the rules of the demon god are unique, and the demon god related to wishes already has a long-cherished wish, it is impossible for another Hope to appear. Is it really impossible? Zhang Ming asked doubtfully. It is indeed impossible. This is related to the origin of mythology. A mythological archaeologist from the ancient civilization said, you can imagine the origin of mythology as a collection of idealistic concepts. It is precisely because of the explosion of this collection of concepts that the idealistic rules have dissipated, forming our idealistic universe. Some of these complex concepts form the demon god. For example, the concept of death, part of which form the demon god. Burial, another part of the concept combined with eyes form the demon god. 10,000 eyes, because there is only one mythological origin. Once it occupies a certain concept, there can hardly be another identical demon god. Of course, a certain large concept can indeed be divided into multiple demon gods, but long-cherished wish and hope are both demon gods related to wishes with the help of the judgment scale. And it is basically impossible for a second demon god to exist. Zhang Ming heard this for the first time, but he still patiently explained, is there a possibility that the demon god is actually the judgment scale? Long-cherished wish and hope are just a personification of the judgment scale. The representatives of the ancient Oath civilization were silent. This demon god beyond common sense could not be explained in a few words. In the end, they admitted, 2 different personalities, there is such a possibility, but it cannot be ruled out. Hope is just deceiving you. We are indeed the same demon god, the front and back of a coin, so your explanation is not unreasonable. Hulu was silent for a while, and then said, it's just that my back is much smarter than me, and has done many bad things. It's normal for them to think so. Zhang Ming was too lazy to explain and said directly, no matter what you think, Hope now sells various wishes and the results created by other demon god rules. For example, the life fruit produced by the demon god, Zhang, and the various high-level contracts produced by the demon god, Mo. She will sell them at a cheaper price. The fruit that I provide for reshaping the body is actually also produced by a certain demon god. She can convince most demon gods to provide some simple services. Everyone should know the value of it. Many civilizations dare not try the wish-making ability. After all, the notorious Suidan is too calculating and likes to force buying and selling. They really dare not try. Whether it is hope or suitin, they are not even willing to talk directly to this unknown demon god. Anyway, Zhang Ming is just a messenger in the middle. Even if he is cheated, it is Zhang Ming who dies. But the rules created by other demon gods are still quite exciting. Someone else asked boldly, Mr. Zhang, how much is it? You should also know about the life fruit we used to save the big willow tree. It can help restore vitality. Even under the erosion of the power of the demon god, it can still extend life for more than 10 years. The price is 30,000 units of the source of the world. The highest level of the demon god contract, once signed, is not allowed to be regretted, about 5,000 to 10,000, and the fruit of the Garden of Eden, which can help reshape the body and achieve immortality, 60,000 per piece. This is the price I know now. As for other items, I have to negotiate with Hope in detail. As long as you give enough price, everything can be negotiated. To be honest, this price is a bit expensive. Because these are all consumables. 5,000 sources of the world can only buy one demon god contract. After a long time, who can afford it? Because this thing has substitutes, some unique technologies are also related to the contract, but the effect is weaker. But the subtext reflected in it is extremely amazing. In the absence of a conflict of interest, Hope can directly dispatch other demon gods. How can it be done? Can it do more? These civilizations fell into deep thought. Cooperating with a demon god is a relationship of exploitation and being exploited. They are walking on thin ice and trembling with fear. This kind of above-board cooperation is the first time they have encountered it. In addition, Zhang Ming concealed the fact that one civilization would use a drop of divine blood to trade 100 fruits of the Garden of Eden. However, many things are one by one, and Zhang Ming is not going to put this matter on the table. He just needs to trade with one civilization privately. Miss Hulu was slightly hot and seemed very happy. Once a cooperation agreement was reached, there would be a steady stream of income. After a while, Hulu thought of something again and said slowly, I will invest all the money I earn in you, and then we will have money. What is this entanglement? Isn't it just a little money? Compared with the great goal of becoming the ultimate demon god, the source of the world worth millions and tens of millions is just a little air. Suitin, sister, don't be stingy. Those who achieve great things don't hesitate to tip. Zhang Ming inexplicably heard a hint of twisted emotions, and hurriedly coaxed, you don't need to invest all your money in me. I'm not forbidding you to have some private money, well, it depends on my preference. But I still hope to invest the money in you, Hulu said with full vitality. After some discussion, the meeting of the 10,000 Races Alliance ended. It takes a certain amount of time for so many civilizations to gather enough world sources. What's more, a meeting of so many people can't accomplish anything big. It's already a remarkable result to come up with a framework. More specific details need to be worked out in small meetings. Mr. Zhang, please come this way. Jia Yeshi took him to another small room full of science fiction. There was a glowing crystal ball with a diameter of about 1 meter in the room. The red light in Zhang Ming's eyes flashed. The essence of this glowing crystal ball was the big eyeball of a certain mythical beast. To explain it in more scientific terms, it was a piece of four-dimensional space fragment. Through this space fragment, you can enter the time and space tunnel that Zhulin dug out at the beginning. Yes, if you want to travel quickly in three-dimensional space, time-space tunnels naturally exist in the fourth dimension, or even the fifth dimension. The time-flow ratio in higher dimensions is very different from that in three-dimensional space, so the transmission of small mass objects may only take a moment. It is too far away from the era of Zhulin. This space tunnel has been in disrepair for a long time and is in a state of slow shrinkage. Due to the existence of mass, it will interfere with space, so the larger the mass of the object, the greater the probability of loss during transmission. All materials from the Sea of Demons are transmitted from this space tunnel. They are generally expensive and cannot be lost. In fact, those advanced civilizations also have the ability to dig and maintain space tunnels, but their construction capabilities are even worse than Zhulin, and they consume more of the source of the world. The Eternals of the past were indeed extraordinary, and in some special fields, they were indeed more powerful than the unique technology of this era, Jia Yeshi introduced. Zhang Ming discovered the power of the demon god, Mo, again, like a group of black air, lingering in this tunnel. Once out, there is no way to come back. If you agree, we'll exchange the money for the goods. Zhang Ming made a painful expression. All my wealth over the years has only been traded for 100 fruits from Zaiji, and in the end, I only traded for this drop of divine blood. Well, don't think I got it for free. Zyji is Zyji, and I am me. Although we are close, we are also two independent individuals. The price I paid is quite high. Jia Yeshi laughed. Since the Zyji demon god allowed you to trade this drop of divine blood, he should also help you merge successfully. By then, the logistics costs will drop sharply, and the burial world will be saved. From this perspective, the Zyji demon god has done a lot of good deeds. He is the easiest to talk to among the demon gods and is easier to cooperate with than other demon gods. It's my job. I'm just doing what I should do. Zhang Ming sighed. Jia Yeshi pressed a button on a nearby crystal panel. Suddenly, the crystal ball glowed. The Wanhei civilization has already sent out the goods. It is estimated that it will take 20 hours to transmit such a small thing. Come back tomorrow and bring the goods back. We will deliver them face to face. Zhang Ming nodded and walked out of the small room with great confidence. At this moment, he had all kinds of plans in his mind. The future is infinitely bright. Whether it is himself, the burial world, or the future of the Sea of Demons, it is infinitely bright. Even, he still firmly grasped the long-cherished wish. Demon. Long-cherished wish was exploited and had to invest the source of the world he earned in Zhang Ming. At this moment, he seemed to have reached the peak of his life and became an existence that could influence the pattern of the Sea of Demons with his every move. Zhang Ming is actually not the kind of person who is particularly eager to make achievements. He does not have too much ambition, nor does he have any particularly high material desires. Even on the human side, it is almost good. He has always felt that it is not advisable to force growth. The human side will eventually rely on itself, and even the internal affairs of humans have no intention of interfering. However, when people are in the rivers and lakes, they are always helpless. If he could build a career based on his own abilities, he would not reject it. How much should I charge? I have to find a way to intercept some money and put it into Zyji's piggy bank. Hey, if I can save Zyji and settle the crisis in the burial world, my life will be perfect. Suddenly, a strong sense of palpitation came. Zhang Ming's hair stood up, and he subconsciously glanced at the number in the piggy bank and found that one of the world sources had turned into 4. What does 4 mean? Then the world source kept counting down, turning into 3, 2, 1, and finally turned into 0. What happened? However, the moment he stepped out of the door of the circular building, he couldn't help but jump with fear, and his pupils slightly dilated. He saw a scarlet sky. The eerie and strange blood-red light fell from the sky. The scorching sun, symbolizing eternal light, gave off a charming and cold light, like a drop of red dye, dyeing the sky blood-red bit by bit. The temperature dropped significantly, and in the blink of an eye it dropped to below 0, and drops of blood rain fell from the sky. Hoo-la-la, the entire burial world showed signs of melting in the blood rain. Ordinary creatures, as long as they were slightly stained with a drop of blood rain, their souls would wither, die in wailing, and turn into a pool of blood. Stronger creatures only hide under the eaves, but as long as they were splashed by the blood rain, even a small drop of water vapor, their souls would decay. Even the rocks and eaves, when they touched the blood rain, melted like ice cubes encountering a heat source. What's going on? Zhang Ming saw the ghost crow on the sheep-headed monster standing blankly at the door, witnessing the strange scene in the sky. What happened? A demon god went crazy and killed a large number of indigenous residents in one move. The burial world is finished, Guiya said with a blank face. All the demon gods will give up here immediately. What will happen if they give up? Of course, they will start killing people and fight for the final benefits. Zhang Ming's pupils dilated slightly. In the burial world, the demon god forces are entrenched, and the most important thing is balance. Many demon gods have some interests here, which is not big or small, so that a delicate dynamic balance has emerged. The creatures in the burial world are like leeks in the vegetable garden. They are raised by demon gods and harvested from time to time, but they will not be completely exterminated. Now, a powerful demon god suddenly invades, and as the whole burial world is raining blood, the balance is completely destroyed. Those demon gods who could have cooperated will turn against each other and kill people to reduce their losses, that is, they will harvest all the leeks. So, it's not a demon god that is scary. But all the demon gods will riot. Zhang Ming was shocked by this sudden scene and felt that his soul was shocked. He was just full of confidence and reached the peak of his life. But the next second, the painful reality hit him hard and almost knocked out his brains. The burial realm was not ready yet. So many powerful civilizations had not done anything yet, and the demon god disaster suddenly broke out. He remembered the number 4 in the piggy bank. Could it mean death? Damn God, don't give us time. You really don't give us any time, the sheep-headed monster roared to the sky and shed 2 lines of turbid tears. The sheep-headed monster is the strongest here. In his rage, the old monster shouted at the scarlet sky, I will kill this demon god. I will kill it, no matter how bad it is. We must buy some time for the burial realm. You should leave if you should leave. After saying this, the sheep-headed monster fell to the ground and became a corpse. Zhang Ming's heart was pounding and he licked his dry lips. The sheep-headed monster is just an incarnation, and its consciousness has returned to its original body. It wants to challenge the demon god. Brother Killen possesses the power of rules bestowed by the demon god. Killing, the ghost crow was still in a daze, and explained, once the rule of killing is activated, both sides will be forced to fight to the death in a different space, and only one can survive in the end, so this demon god is also called the arena demon god. Brother Killen, are you sure you can beat the demon god? Shimama said tremblingly. Alice, it has no confidence. It will definitely die today, and I will die too. Take care of each other, Brother Xuanwu, you are still the most cool in the world, and you should be able to be cool for thousands of years. The ghost crow also shed tears, flapped its wings, and left from the sky. Shimama was also at a loss. The rules between heaven and earth are becoming disordered. The strong rules controlled by the extraordinary are completely suppressed in the scene, and the ability seems to have completely disappeared. Only the rules of the immortals, and the same rules of the demon god, can play a role. The blood-red rain is getting heavier and heavier, and in a blink of an eye, the disaster of the demon god spreads everywhere. The most terrifying demon god among them is Zhang. This place is originally its home ground. Once Zhang chooses to harvest, the guardians of all villages, the Tuhurong, will show their sharp fangs to the villagers. Oh my god. Do you really want us to die? The local villagers who did not know the truth turned into ashes in despair. In just a few minutes, 50% of the population of Zhangji died. This number is still growing rapidly. From the depths of the earth, the formation set up by the Eternal Ones burst into a strong light. However, this formation has been in disrepair for a long time. Originally, there were 3,000 immortals guarding it, but now there are only 300 immortals left. In addition, the energy is extremely scarce. It lasted for only a dozen seconds before the light disappeared. Under the disaster of the demon god, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. All the villages were destroyed. And the sacred objects in the village were also destroyed. How desperate! Jia Yeshi also saw the blood rain in the sky in a panic, stunned, and sat on the ground. It's over, it's all over. Why? Why is it like this? Jia Yeshi really couldn't figure it out. The way forward was suddenly clear, but it was suddenly blocked. The shrewd businessman shed tears and sobbed, Mr. Zhang, the only way now is to leave immediately through the teleportation array. This teleportation array is very small and can only carry a few people at a time. You are the most valuable here and you cannot die. Chapter 524. Time goes back again. Suddenly, from the east, a huge monster roared with a terrifying roar. The earth cracked and the mountains collapsed. A giant beast with a dragon head, a lion body, deer horns, ox hooves, and scales all over its body emerged from the center of the earth and slapped the blood cloud in the sky. The whole world was burning with angry flames. This flame was so huge that it could burn everything and could even fatally confront the rules of the demon god. Zhang Ming had experienced the immortal majesty of Yan Yang. But compared with this powerful flame, the majesty of Yan Yang was somewhat insignificant. The strongest person in the burial world, Killen, was burning himself. Although Killen was strong, it was not an eternal being after all. It could only burn life and challenge the strong beyond its level. Demon god, fight me to the death. With this roar, a strange laugh came from Killen, like glass scratching on a blackboard, harsh and heartbreaking. Then, a shrunken black hand suddenly fell from the sky and grabbed the burning Killen. The violent beast was dragged into the alien space. At the same time, the blood rain in the sky was also forcibly dragged into the alien space by the black hand. The blood rain really disappeared. Zhang Ming had a trace of doubt in his heart. He felt the horror of the war between the demons, and the shocking thing was the struggle for concepts. The demons were really the product of pure idealism, and all their power depended on concepts. So what can destroy a concept? The demons will die, But as long as the concepts are not destroyed, the demons will not be destroyed. Both parties were teleported to the arena in the alien space by slaying, and only one could come out alive. As the leader, the demon, slaying, will definitely reap the life of a strong man, and it will gain and lose. Brother Killin, take care. Zhang Ming had no time to grieve, because the land under his feet also rioted. The rules of the demon, Mo, were spreading, like the darkness of Mercury, covering all directions like clouds and mist. A pair of eyes showed a malicious smile. This rule is not as gentle as the previous contract. Once any taboo is violated, even if it is what you want in your heart, you will be killed directly by Mo. And the suppressor here, the Fushun divine turtle, can't hold on. The old turtle exudes black air all over his body, and his blood and black air are mixed together. It roared sadly, "Those who should leave, why don't you leave quickly? Stay here and wait for death, Zhang Ming, get out, don't let the sea of demons die." The speed of the world's collapse is faster than expected. Because the Fushun divine turtle is close to death, most of the buildings in the entire mother city boom collapsed. This can no longer be described as an earthquake. This is a real collapse of the sky and the earth. Zhang Ming clenched his fists. The people in Qingxi village who he had worked so hard to protect along the way had long been drenched to death by the blood rain. Xiaobei activated the Eye of Time and Space and saw only a turtle shell. 10 kilometers away, the flesh and blood were gone. Xiaobei is dead. Shimama was roaring to the sky, making a roaring sound. Facing the scene of the world collapsing, a trace of confusion rose in his heart. He still has so many trump cards. The big willow tree has not been used yet, and there is still the drop of divine blood. But now, there are demons everywhere. And his trump cards are meaningless. Boom, suddenly, in a small mountain village hundreds of kilometers away, a corpse tens of thousands of meters high stood up. His flesh and blood had withered, leaving only a layer of skin and a skeleton. Zhang Ming recognized this person as the Zhangman strongman who was buried in Hidi village at the beginning, named Luo. This is indeed just the corpse of an immortal. The soul has been annihilated, but it contains the final wish of the deceased. He condensed the power of his life in the bones, hoping that he could only exert the combat power of the eternal level for a few seconds after his death. The strongman from the old mythological era. The fighting method is extremely simple. The pair of huge palms that have withered to only a layer of skin are directly printed on a ball of gray breath. Rays of light gathered together to form a light cage, trying to suppress the demon god again. But how could the demon god be easily sealed? At the moment of the battle, a big hole was punched in the space base. The center of the battle was like a sun falling into it. The scorching light, heat and strong wind continued to spread in all directions. "Get up for me." Jia Yeshi's scalp was numb. With a roar, he activated the defense device of the great mother city. Suddenly, a thin layer of light film covered the entire city. The collision between the eternal and the demon god is too rare in today's era. The light ball was too powerful. In just a moment, thousands of kilometers in radius became a vacuum. All the soil and rocks were flattened and turned into powder. Just like the stream of light, everything no longer existed. Zhang Ming finally understood what the burial world is too small to withstand the battle between the strong men. He was pulled by Jia Yeshi and fled into the space transmission device. "Don't look, Lao Zhang, we can only run away." "Luo, are you defeated? Don't you have any strength left?" The Fushun divine turtle screamed incoherently, blood gushing out of its eyes and its vision completely blurred. It is normal to lose, and even if it wins, it is meaningless, because there are too many demon gods. Even if one demon god is killed, how can the rest be resisted? And the corpse named Luo was, after all, just a last obsession. After losing the source of power, it fell headlong into the remaining half of the burial world. Defeated. "I didn't take good care of your burial world, and I will follow you," the Fushun divine turtle cried in grief. Its whole body was black, and saying this meant that it retreated at the spiritual level and could no longer suppress the demon god, Mo. But this diligent old turtle was unwilling to become a demon god puppet. It would burn out its life, burn itself, and try its best, and in the end nothing would be left. "That's it, turn into ashes. Are we leaving like this?" Zhang Ming was really regretful. He also had a passion in his heart, but he couldn't help. "Let's go, Lao Zhang, we can't take care of things here," Shimama said sadly. Xiaobai may have died. This is his fate. Shimama seemed to have aged a lot. Even if he was just a stone, the death of his most outstanding descendant was still an unbearable pain. "But we have to go." My Zuanwu clan has not revived me yet. You have to go too, to build the Sea of Demon God." It was so sad that it couldn't speak, but just forced itself to find a reason to comfort itself and make itself more rational. And Zhang Ming also opened his mouth, unable to say anything comforting. As Jia Yeshi pressed the transmission button, Zhang Ming and others got into a device like a space capsule and quickly transferred through the four-dimensional space tunnel. Zhang Ming activated the Eye of Time and Space and saw the movements farther away. This is definitely a historical level, a war that shocked the world. Violent explosions lit up everywhere in the burial world. There were 6 Eternal-level corpses. These remains retained the power left by the Eternal Ones, and at this moment they broke out one after another, trying to stop the revival of the Demon God. The rest were the dying resistance of hundreds of immortals. Some immortals really fought to the last moment and were eventually devoured by the demons, such as the mountain-carrying tortoise, which was burning itself out. Others were devouring more lives. "Since you are going to be harvested by the demons anyway, why not let me devour you? I can still get a glimmer of hope. I'll live for you," Zhang Ming sighed. He was just a deserter and couldn't ask too much of others. They may have been noble and righteous, but time can always change a lot. The big willow tree in Daliao town turned into a stream of light and rushed towards a demon. At this moment, it was clear-headed and smiled bitterly. "Master, I'm here, because the big willow tree was accidentally injured by a demon. The demon, Dusk, living in its body made a crazy counterattack. The forces of the two demons collided, and once again a small half of the burial world collapsed. The War of Demons is even more terrifying, because the War of Demons involves the confrontation between concepts, and there will really be the fall of demons. A golden sun appeared on the horizon of the burial realm, which meant the resurrection of the demon god, Dusk. It was a blazing eternal day. Under the power of the demon god, no one knew how many people had died. The blood on the earth dried up, the bones turned into ashes, and the remains of civilization became history, never to see the light of day again. The demon god, Dusk, seemed to be subtly influenced by the big willow tree, and was still shouting, "Master, I'm coming," and then found a nearby demon god, that is, the demon god, Burial, and they fought each other. The demon god, Dusk, seemed to have fallen into an extremely crazy state, and the golden sun kept showing the phantom of a child, as if it was the life of the big willow tree. Zhang Ming didn't know what happened in the middle, he just stared at it all. Perhaps while Dusk was affecting the big willow tree, the big willow tree was also using its own memory to continuously affect Dusk. "I'm sorry, I didn't make good use of these backup plans," Zhang Ming just lamented and cried. On one side was the golden sun, and on the other side was the gray-black breath of death. The most tragic fight between Dusk and Burial took place. The sky collapsed and the earth split. The scene of the war between the demon gods was transmitted to the Sea of Demon Gods. The burial realm was collapsing at a very fast speed. Only the immortals could barely protect themselves in the aftermath of the battle. There were even some immortals who used their own power to penetrate the world, triggering the turbulence of time and space, preparing to escape. But this turbulence was too small and could not reach the Sea of Demon Gods at all. It is better to be alive with a 1 in 10,000 chance than to die. Bird Lord is just soft-hearted for you. No need to thank Bird Lord, a huge bird creature that looked like a ghost crow drilled out of the ground. Ancestors really exist. Facing the huge beast as big as the sky, the villagers showed horror on their faces. Ancestors, what happened? This is the ancient legends circulating in their village. They are descendants of divine beasts. They can survive until now, all because of the protection of their ancestors. The world collapsed, the burial world was destroyed. You don't need to know the rest. I won't go with you. I've been targeted by the demon god, so I can only fight to the death. I've lived for a long time, and I finally have a chance to be a good bird. The giant bird plucked out its beak viciously, and blood immediately dripped from its mouth. Its body was so majestic, and its beak was like a ready-made aerospace aircraft carrier. It rolled its wings and rolled the entire village and the land into its beak. It inserted a few feathers into its beak. Finally, it threw its beak into the turbulence of time and space. The giant bird laughed and said, "My name is Napin. It's okay if you forget it. You can only rely on yourself from now on." Dozens of immortals were making similar moves. When a person is about to die, his words are kind, and when a bird is about to die, its voice is sad. After spending a long time with the local creatures, you will always develop some feelings. As for whether they are descendants of their own bloodline, it is not a big deal. They are often bound by contracts and cannot escape from this place. They can only try their best to send the villagers away. There is a world island on the way from the burial realm to the Sea of Demons. There may be some precious plants growing on the world island. Well, I will give you the eyeball to help you find the world island. A huge creature with multiple eyes actually dug out an eyeball and gave it to the local creatures. It did not have a ready-made bird beak, so it could only use its hands to pinch a stone house, put the villagers into the stone house, and sent them into the space turbulence. Then, it laughed bitterly and threw itself into the war of demons. This is a decisive battle with inevitable death, and it is the final fate. There is also one who actually peeled off a small piece of his skin and made it into a balloon to send the villagers away. Zhang Ming was sad, but he could not stop anything. He could only watch and be a deserter. How cruel is this? In less than 5 minutes, the huge burial world, in the terrible battle, turned into a beautiful rain of light, like a shining supernova in the universe. This supernova was short-lived. From then on, the burial world was beaten into cosmic dust and no longer existed. The Sea of Demons no longer had this shield and would face the attack of the demons directly. The only ones who survived were Shimama, Zhang Ming and Jia Yeshi, plus a gourd girl and the villagers, who were temporarily alive. Perhaps some immortals who were not dead escaped by chance with these means. But to escape was not something he could know. Zhang Ming just looked at the destruction of the burial world blankly, and a chill rose up. What would the future be like? He was confused, and Jia Yeshi and Shimama were also confused. No matter how strong a person was, no matter how much experience he had, he might not know where the road was. Where is the road? There may be no road. Suddenly, Shimama's treacherous voice came to his ears. I want to lick it too. Zhang Ming's brain suddenly crashed. What's going on? Who am I? Who am I? Where should I go? To be honest, I want to lick it too. The ghost crow made a woodpecker pecking at wood? Chapter 525 Who Destroyed the Burial Realm? Zhang Ming suddenly came back to his senses, the sun shining on his face, awakening his confused soul. He was surprised and even delighted to find that time had actually returned to this morning, that is, the few minutes when he had just met with Shimama, Gui Yang, and sheep-headed monster, and was talking about how to kneel and lick the devil. Another precognitive dream? The burial world has not been destroyed yet. Is this the feeling of taking regret medicine? Ecstasy, shock and excitement mixed together. A silky and rich sense of happiness like milk chocolate surged into his heart, making him almost shed bitter tears. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Zhang Ming subconsciously took a deep breath of air to calm the panic and joy in his heart, and not let himself behave too abnormally. The sun was in the sky was blue and the clouds were white, the temperature was about 20 degrees Celsius, the breeze was blowing, and the sun was shining on his face, warm. The road under his feet was a hard slag road, as hard as an asphalt road, exuding a faint smell of sulfur. No one had ever thought that in a few hours, blood would rain from the sky and the burial world would be completely destroyed. What's wrong with you? You're so shocked. Shimama rolled onto Zhang Ming's buttocks and shook. Can only you lick it, and the old brothers can't lick it. Zhang Ming was really happy to the extreme. Everything that just happened was really just a premonition dream. He grinned and said, to be honest, you are not determined enough to lick it. If the demon god is a lovely little sister and is willing to lick me, I hope I can lick it for 25 hours a day, and I won't stop for a second. Zhang Ming said to these slaves solemnly, if a licking time is set, I hope it will be forever, forever. Miss Hope saved his dog's life again. How could Zhang Ming not lick it? Seeing his rotten look, the ghost crow and the sheep-headed monster were all disgusted. Even Shimama was extremely disgusted. It's okay for you to say perverted words, Shimama, also know it. The most important thing is that you can actually make such a serious expression and say this sentence sincerely. Are you still a strong man? Did you really practice on your own, not by kneeling and licking others' ass? The hot-tempered sheep-headed monster couldn't help but curse. A pair of sheep's hooves almost kicked Zhang Ming's face. Zhang Ming said very humbly, how can I compare with you immortals with great magical powers? Compared with you, I am just a caterpillar. He is really humble. When the demon disaster broke out, these guys were all tough guys, and they rushed up to fight for their lives. The sheep-headed monster's body is a killin, and the ghost crow is actually a dapin. They all have great backgrounds. And I, Zhang Ming, can only escape. Isn't this just a worm? On the other hand, he is really a worm of time and space. The sheep-headed monster felt that he had punched a soft cotton ball with his fist. He snorted twice and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the topic changed, and the sheep-like face showed a strange smile. "You kid, you are thick-skinned and flexible. I am very optimistic about you. People who are playing badly are actually hard to be fooled by the devil, and those who are fooled are often those self-important and ambitious people. According to this logic, the wise devil may really be licked by you." Zhang Ming twisted his body like a worm. "In fact, I have licked it a long time ago. Hope, the devil is really my wife. Do you want to see my licking skills? Yes, no." Shimama and the two old monsters have completely different opinions. "Then I will show it." Zhang Ming began to suck his tongue non-stop. In secret, Lao Zhang was not as crazy as he appeared. He racked his brains and thought hard. Now there are still a few hours before the appearance of the blood rain demon god. Is there anything I can do? If we don't figure out the cause of the blood rain, we will repeat the same mistake again. If we follow the established route, the burial realm will be destroyed after the 10,000 races conference. What should we do now? Go and catch Xiaobei and run away together? Xiaobei was drenched to death by the rain in the prophetic dream just now, but if we only save Xiaobei, the burial realm will still be destroyed. Zhang Ming was a little unwilling. Such a good situation was overturned in an instant. Or, notify all the strong men, the demon god who brought down the blood rain is about to attack? Will they believe me? Let Lao kill and use the dual rules of the demon god, killing, to resist the blood rain demon god, or some other way. He tried hard to think about every detail. On this sunny day, Shimama was still chatting and laughing with the two old comrades, while Zhang Ming seemed to have fallen into Pluto in a distant area. A cold and dead silence enveloped his whole body. He tried his best to think about the current situation. The current burial realm, without the strong support of the Sea of Demons, can't withstand the attack of the demons this time. The remains of those Eternals are extremely powerful, but they still can't stand the counterattack of a large number of demons, so, it's best to suppress the blood rain demon who is causing trouble. As long as we can deal with it the moment the blood rain demon appears, the burial realm can still hold on for a few years. Zhang Ming used his soul clone to glance at the number in the piggy bank. It was still 4. The number is also 4. It was indeed Gourd Girl who made me have this prophetic dream. I don't know how much money she spent, Alice. In the prophetic dream, the entire burial realm was destroyed by the demon god war. Although I didn't die, the loss was too heavy. I can't imagine what will happen to the demon god C next. Even if I can survive, I will live a life of displacement, getting worse day by day. Zhang Ming blinked his eyes and found that the energy in the source of the world had turned into 250. Zhang Ming was confused. Why are you scolding me again? I'm very anxious now. The world is about to collapse. He couldn't help but look at the sheep-headed monster, wanting to say something but stopping. This old Killen was indeed the strongest in the burial realm in the prophetic dream. He used his life to hold back the blood rain demon god. The only way is to let the old Killen prepare a few hours in advance, and then bring those eternal-level corpses of the burial gate. Maybe there is really a fighting force, but how to persuade others to die? Zhang Ming hesitated. Why are you staring at me? You don't want to lick me, do you? Get as far away as you can. The sheep-headed monster stared at him with its pair of black eyes and said sarcastically, you have to lick Miss Demon God 25 hours a day, and you have promised to lick her forever. Unless you grow a second tongue? Zhang Ming licked his dry lips and asked, Mr. Sheep, what kind of demon god is that you suppressed? I'm just a little curious, how do you get along with a demon god? Damn, this guy actually wants to exchange experiences of being a licker. The sheep-headed monster glanced at him and said meaningfully, the guy I suppressed is called Demon God, a very strange demon god. It will give you rules, urge you to grow, and urge you to challenge the strong. The object of this challenge must be much stronger than you yourself. After the duel is launched, only one of the parties can survive. This demon god, is really a maverick. He specializes in training people to duel. The sheep-headed monster said again, if you really want to lick, you can. I will take you there right now. You are qualified, and it will definitely take a fancy to you. However, is a demon god full of murderous intent, unlike the demon lady you licked, who is so easy to talk to. Zhang Ming hesitated to speak. He just wanted to tell the truth about the blood rain demon god, and then in the next moment, he broke out in a cold sweat. No. Absolutely can't tell the truth. And can't find the sheep-headed monster. Once he tells the truth about the prophetic dream, What will the fake horde that follows him think? The fake horde will definitely be suspicious. How do you, Zhang Ming, know what happened in the future? Don't think that, SYNOPSIS, is a big fool. Based on the known facts, it will calculate the result of it has been exposed in a short moment, and then kill Zhang Ming. At that time, he will not have to face the blood rain demon god a few hours later, but the SYNOPSIS demon god who will appear immediately. This sheep-headed monster is not its true form, and has no fighting power, long-cherished wish, can easily kill everyone on the scene in seconds. Mr. Sheep, do you know a demon god who controls blood? It will cause serious deformation in people. Zhang Ming was sweating anxiously and changed the subject. He asked a question in an indirect way, trying to attract the other party's attention. When will the burial world explode? Do you have a clue? The sheep-headed monster said. There are too many demon gods anchored in the burial world now. It is really hard to figure out who is doing what tricks. In fact, many demon gods can control blood. If there is a pile of shit on the ground, can you tell who pooped? Zhang Ming could only shake his head. The sheep-headed monster said again, but the good thing is that the demon gods are not willing to easily destroy the burial world unless they have no choice, so it will be peaceful in the short term. According to the current speed, we estimate that in at least 5 to 8 years, and at most 10 to 20 years, the burial world will be completely out of control and all living things will be extinct. At that time, we will take the initiative to destroy the burial world. Why? Zhang Ming was shocked. The sheep-headed monster explained, in a war between demons, the burial realm will not be destroyed on its own initiative. Although the demons have no wisdom, they are proficient in calculations and can know what will be good for them and what will be bad for them in the future. The burial realm is a springboard to the sea of demons. The demons first anchored the burial realm in the distant old mythological era, and then extended the power to the sea of demons. It is equivalent to having an extra transit station for rest in the middle, which will save more effort. If the burial realm is gone, the demons will directly extend their power there. The journey is long and the power consumed will undoubtedly be greater. So, for the demons, it is a good thing to keep the burial realm and occupy it completely, but for us, once the burial realm is completely occupied and we can't take it back, we might as well blow it up directly. As for what will happen to the sea of demons next, it depends on their own abilities. I can't care too much, the sheep-headed monster sighed softly. It can be seen that although this guy is not very serious, he cares about the world. It is not impossible to let it sacrifice itself to stop a blood rain demon. However, Zhang Ming was more confused. He thought to himself, in other words, destroying the burial world is a program set by the burial gate. Once they think that the burial world has become the territory of the demon god, the skeletons will directly destroy the planet. Damn it, the culprit is still the blood rain demon god. In a few hours, the blood rain demon god will come out. Why did the mad dog demon god suddenly jump out? It will also lose its own interests. As he was talking, the circular building arrived, and the electric door opened automatically. The sheep-headed monster and the ghost crow also followed in stealthily. They were a little curious about the technological products here and took a few glances. Then, the two guys said the same words as in the premonition dream, seeing is believing. Some methods that can only be used by immortals can also be used by ordinary people through technological means. Zhang Ming felt cold in his heart. Miss Hulu's premonition ability is indeed powerful and no different from the real thing. But premonition is not time travel. It means that if he makes a wrong choice, his life will really be gone, and everyone will die. He couldn't help but reach out and pull out a wool. Lord Sheep, save me. Oh, what's wrong with you? You keep touching me. The sheep-headed monster was stunned by Lao Zhang's devilish behavior. This kid surnamed Zhang has a sharp intuition and a greedy temperament. He may know that Brother Sheep is of noble status and is collecting spoils so that he can brag to his companions when he returns. Shimama was talking nonsense beside him, and at the same time secretly plucking wool. Zhang Ming felt that his whole body was swollen like a balloon, and he was about to explode. But there was a long-cherished wish staring at him. How could he dare to say that he had predicted the information in his dream? But if he didn't say it, the blood rain demon god would attack again. He was like a fat pig lying on the railroad tracks, with a train on the left approaching at high speed, and a large mud truck on the right ready to start at any time. No matter how he struggled, he could not avoid the fate of being crushed into minced meat. Only a plump pigtail was raised high, implying that he had once resisted this damn fate. The sheep-headed monster was too lazy to pursue the behavior of fleecing the sheep, and said exactly the same words as in the precognitive dream. However, relying on these things, you want to hunt the devil? What a fantasy! And Zhang Ming was as anxious as a crab in a hot pot, and hinted frantically. Then let them dispatch the planetary fortresses over. The burial realm is of no use. The burial realm's backup plans are all things from 10,000 years ago. If a real war breaks out, we will indeed need world-class war fortresses. Don't disbelieve it, the sheep-headed monster said. In a real war between devils, it will be easy to destroy a few planets. Some civilizations still don't believe it. They really have never seen a living devil. The ghost crow took over the conversation and said helplessly, but the journey is too long, and the world-class fortress cannot be transported. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.